Hello, hello! Hopefully you can hear me. If you can, please say so in the chat, otherwise I'm going to look silly. Hello everybody! I apologise for my slight delay in starting. I was making sure everything was working. Obviously I wanted to start slightly before polls close. For those of you who don't know or maybe aren't as familiar with UK elections, polls close at 10 p.m. tonight. And the way that I am going to be doing this stream, if you've ever seen me cover an election before, I did this for the local elections and also the Welsh Senedd elections and other things. So the way that this works basically is throughout the day we look for updates, obviously following the polls closing at 10 p.m. I have the BBC open on another tab, so anytime there's like a new update from the count, I'm going to keep that up on a side screen as well, just to make sure I can see it. And then also we're going to be looking at obviously various stuff throughout tonight to enjoy the count. But of course you might be able to see I am repping the count tonight. There's my count bin face for Clacton. I think it's technically a poster, but it's based off the leaflet. I got it off eBay, but I figured that given how much of a part of this channel that the Count Bin Face campaign has been, I think it deserved a permanent spot in the setup. So I hope you all do well. I was not expecting this many of you to show up this soon, so I appreciate that. And yeah, let's just have a great time. So that's basically the gist of it. Throughout the night, I'm going to be bringing you updates as and when I see them. I'm obviously going to be discussing various kind of opinions as well throughout the night, you know, what the results could mean, you know, what I think would be a good result for BINFACE. I don't really think it's possible. This is a weird election because I don't think that there's really a reality where there is a good result for FARAGE, really. Like, even if he gets an insane amount of the vote, it means basically nothing because fundamentally, you know, as I've said time and time again, ultimately the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner will just resume as soon as he re-enters Parliament anyway, and there will probably be a second one of these. And I can't guarantee that I would stay up all night for that one, but I felt that this was such a unique moment in British politics. I am going to try and stay up the whole night. And there's probably not many YouTubers who are, but I am. And thank you all so much for coming in and tuning in. Is my clock wrong? I don't think so. It's maybe a bit ahead, maybe about 5 minutes ahead, actually. Yeah, maybe about 5 minutes ahead. I know some of you said that you can kind of notice in videos where the clock skips. Apologies for that. I might have to move the clock, but I haven't got around to that just yet. But I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're excited. And yeah, should we have a look at some of the highlights from the campaign to start us off? I think we should. So I wanted to highlight this one. Obviously, everyone's sort of seen this. But it's Count BINFACE when asked by an American journalist where they stand on the political spectrum and saying, where would you put that in an American context? So let's take a look. Hold on. I'm going to let it end so it goes again because it auto plays. I love it so much. I love that all the world's press have like completely like bought into this, completely and utterly. They've bought into our entire just wacky, weird kind of way of doing elections. There's some other international reports. In fact, I think BINFACE did a video covering all the reports of the by-election from, like, he was asked by basically the world's press for interviews. I will say, I did reach out. No audio on the video, is there not? Okay, thank you for telling me. I will do it again. 1 second. See, I'm glad someone said. Thank you very much. No audio. Thank you. Okay, it should work now, so I'll do it again. Okay, second attempt.
Well, I am the galactic
There we
center.
Go. Yeah, that works.
And everything else just revolves around me like little planets.
Could you put that in, like, American political terms?
Yes. I'm the galactic center, and everything else spins around me like little planets.
But yeah, it's so good. I just love that the world's press has completely bought into everything about this election. It's a bit of fun from the gloom. That's exactly right, FX Node. It's a bit of fun from the gloom. Yeah, hopefully that sounded better. Yes, we can get that sound. Okay, good. Good. Okay, it's working. Okay, good. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I tell you what, you always like try and make sure that everything works before a stream, and then something always goes wrong. Something always goes wrong. But it looks now to be working. So yeah, we're going to be going through some campaign highlights. I saw this one earlier of him explaining to an American journalist how he's already basically won. Is that a hotel room in Clacton that he's in? Wow, that's a nice hotel room. It's a nice hotel room. Maybe he is part of the establishment after. I'm only joking, of course.
Put up on the screen your flow chart about winning, because I think this is worth looking at again. So you ask, who won the election? Count BINFACE? Yes, then you win. If FARAGE wins with fewer votes than 2024, yes, we win. With fewer votes, no. With less of a majority, yes, we win. And regardless, it'll take you, I can't read a flowchart, regardless, it'll take you back to the investigation into his conduct. Tell me why you believe.
I don't know why the video is so fried on this. It just looks kind of bad. I think it's because of Twitter compression.
That Nigel Farage deserves to be under investigation.
Well, I mean, that's not for me to say, Katie. I mean, you know, firstly, that's not my flowchart. Yeah, I found that online. Some human did that, but I agree with it entirely. The fact is that I've won either way. It's checkmate to BINFACE, and if Nigel strikes me down electorally, I will become more powerful than he can possibly imagine. Because, of course, then, yes, the parliamentary committee will look into, again, his interesting finances. For example, this £5 million gift, an unconditional gift he was given, which he says he could spend on Ferraris if he wants, but he didn't declare it to the correct committee. And I tell you this, firstly, I would not accept such a donation on Earth. And if I did accept it on any planet, I swear to you, I would fill out the proper forms. It's very important.
Oh, I love their reaction. I love watching Americans react to this because they're just so completely baffled by the whole thing. It's one of the most joyous things about this entire campaign. It's just watching the world's media try and understand what the bloody hell's going on. Because it is insane. It is insane when you think about it. That, like, yeah, 33 other candidates outside of Farage are running. None of them are from the main parties. Most of them are novelties. Well, including Lawrence Fox, I would argue. And it's just so fun to watch them be utterly baffled by it. But he's completely right. That flowchart, in fact, let me get the flowchart up that he posted. I'm going to go off here for a second so I can get it up. The flowchart he was referring to, obviously, you may have been able to see it, but also it was a grainy version of it on the report. Here it is. So yeah, it was why we have already won the election. Who won the election? If Count BINFACE wins, we win. If Farage wins, with fewer votes than 2024, we still win. With less majority, we still win. And no matter what, it always comes back to the common standards investigation. So there will, there's almost certainly going to be another by-election because you only need 10% of the electorate in Clacton to call for a second by-election. And assuming that BINFACE gets 20% or more of the vote, I'd say that's pretty much locked on that they would have one. And at that point, the Conservatives are going to be throwing everything at that. Particularly, and I say the Conservatives particularly because of the type of area Clacton is. Obviously, it was the Conservatives before it was Reform UK. So they will throw everything at that in particular. In hindsight, the one party I wish had ran would have been Restore. And the only reason I say that is because I think if they'd have ran, it might have diluted Nigel's vote a bit. But, it is what it is. Unfortunately, they also had the sense not to run. But yeah, no, in many ways, BINFACE has already won. And I think as well, talking about the international coverage, I think it's just made people even more aware of the scandal that he called this by-election to avoid, if that makes sense. Because if you think about it logically, right? He's tried to kind of skirt this by-election by, calling... He's tried to skirt the investigation, by calling a by-election and basically reclaim the narrative that, no one cares about his 5 million, no one cares about his finances or George Cottrell or any of it. They just want to see Nigel Farage in power. But of course, if the world's media are inviting BINFACE on and BINFACE keeps making jokes about your 5 million quid, no one forgets it. Do you know what I mean? In fact, if anything, it's made people more globally aware rather than just domestically. So I think even on that level, it's kind of blown up in his face. Even if like he got like 90% of the vote, the fact of the matter is that this campaign has gone so big. You know, this campaign is basically what blew up my channel, and many others, I'm sure. But the fact that this campaign has gone so big, if anything, I think has probably made it more difficult for him to skirt around things in the future. He took a bad calculated risk, but boy is he bad at maths, definitely. BINFACE has brought more publicity to Clacton than FARAGE in 5 years. Oh, definitely, 100%. He's brought so much publicity. And I mean, that is one of the... Obviously, it's unlikely that he wins. I've said that before. It's unlikely that he wins. But if he did win, imagine the tourism. Imagine the tourism. I'm in East Anglia, and my constituency kicked out the Tories last time. Yeah, I mean, I'm in a pretty safe Labour seat in Cardiff. So it's pretty unlikely that... the Reform ever get in here. When I did the Welsh Senedd elections, in Wales we had the lowest, because the way it works in Wales is it's proportional, so they give multiple seats depending on percentage of the vote. So Reform only got 1 seat out of like 6, I think. So we got like the lowest Reform vote share in the entirety of Wales, which I was very proud of. Yeah, so I am not in a pro-Reform area at all. But obviously that is something to worth pointing out with this, is that it is a pro-Reform area. So, like, Farage will win. Like, I don't want to sugarcoat that, he will. But the question is, how much can we embarrass him by? That's the question. I think above 80% is probably, like, the best, like, outcome for Farage, I think. No outcome is a good outcome for Farage, because either way, as the chart points out, all roads lead back to the parliamentary investigation. But 80% plus wouldn't, be embarrassing. Anything below 80%, I think, would look disappointing, but not necessarily catastrophic. Below 70 or 60%, and that's when I really think you start getting into, like, that's embarrassing territory. Because what we've heard throughout this whole election is that people of Clacton love Farage, they love Farage, they want to keep Farage. It's the people of Clacton versus the establishment. That's the message that they've been trying to drive through. But of course, if Farage only scrapes by on... And I say scraped by, obviously, 60% sounds like a lot, but in a context that's basically uncontested by a major party, that's not a lot. Do you know what I mean? If 40-odd% of the constituency vote for a bin, 30, 40-odd% voted for a bin, that's embarrassing. It kind of destroys the whole narrative. Some people in Clacton. Well, that's the important distinction. Not everyone in Clacton does like Nigel Farage. But I sort of was as at pains to point this out in a recent video, is I think a lot of the commentariat will be really, really keen to like point out how much of a pro-reform Brexit area it is, which is true, but it sort of negates the fact that people live there and people have different opinions. You know what I mean? Nigel fatigue. I mean, that's the other thing. I think countrywide, even if Clacton re-elects him, Clacton is skewed in Farage's favour. Obviously, that's why he chose it. It's not necessarily a vindication of his national popularity. In fact, if anything, it's quite the opposite. I'm just going to scroll up because I saw a question that I wanted to answer. The chat is going very quick. Who do you think is genuinely going to win? I think Farage will win. Love to see Liberals cry. Where's the crying? I just think it's really funny. I just think it's really funny that he called an investigation to get around finances and it's completely blown up in his face. Even the Daleks gave their endorsement. They did. Yes, they did. There was another clip I wanted to show you guys. This was it. So just for context, in case you're wondering what's going on in Clacton right now. I mean, if that doesn't make you proud, then I don't know what will. Bin's argued that it's a bin driving around. This is the monster raving loony party leader.
Well, Alan. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. You okay? selfie? Is that right? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, there's a lot of reform people around. Well, actually, I wanted to offer an update to that as well. Because do you remember my last video? I talked about apparently like reform people going up to polling stations and kind of like intimidating people. Yeah, there was reform outside voting officers asking for proof of ID and home address. This surely can't be allowed. Now, I covered this in my previous video if you haven't seen, but basically this was being reported and had been repeated by a number of people. As far as I know, Tendering Council has dealt with it, but they were trying to basically scare off non-reform voters, which makes me think two things, really. One, obviously, that's just terrible and illegal and undemocratic, obviously. Not really helping the fascist allegations, I will say. If you're putting your, well, I say heavies, but I don't want to be too rude. It's not really a good sign if you're putting people outside polling booths and telling them, you know, or trying to encourage them not to vote. But then, like, also, I think it's a sign of potential desperation. Like, if they feel like they have to do this, do you know what I mean? Like, what does that say about where their polling is? Perhaps their polling is lower than expected. Again, I think they will lose. They will win, sorry, but this should disqualify FARAGE. I mean, like, I know that, what's the word I'm looking for? They called them something. I remember reading the word of what they're called. But, like, I know that it is normal for parties to, like, you know, be outside polling booths and, like, you know, encouraging people to vote for them, but it's not normal to ask for, like, ID and proof of address. That's the bit that's not normal. Everything Reform has been doing since this by-election has been desperate. I completely agree. Apologies if I miss a chat as well. The chat is going incredibly quickly, and I appreciate it a lot. But yeah, no, there has been multiple accounts of this, because I saw as well this post here. So I went in to vote, and as I walked into the village hall where the polling station is, I was greeted by a desk with a reform... that's what they're called, tellers. That's what they're called. I couldn't remember what they were called. Like, sitting prominently across the entrance like an official reception desk, he asked for my electoral number. I asked the returning officer to move him, as I felt his prominent position was not in line with Electoral Commission guidelines. He got quite agitated, told me that he was not inside the actual polling station, despite a lot of protest, he was moved to the side so he would look less like a reception desk. Next thing, someone walks in wearing a Nigel Farage t-shirt. I said to the election officer, "You're not allowed campaign material in a polling station." "Oh, aren't you?" she said. "It doesn't really matter." I felt a bit sorry for her. She told me they'd never had any tellers in Wicks before. We are a small village, but Reform are pulling out all the stops this time. I had actually covered up my Count BINFACE t-shirt, so I took my shirt and said, "Okay then, if he's allowed, I'm allowed." It's a farce, but I do urge everyone in Clacton to look at how the tellers are organised today. They were taking the piss in Wicks and no doubt will be elsewhere. I shall be complaining. Further update, I have managed to get hold of the electoral registration team and TDC, and they are going to look into this. So yeah, this was actually a thing that they were like trying to basically sort of Mussolini it a little bit. But again, the question I ask is, that's incredibly desperate for what should be a very, very easy win. Do you know what I mean? This should not be, frankly, Farage and Reform should not have had to really campaign that hard at all for this seat. Really at all. He's fighting a bid, but they've really gone all out. And maybe that's just to try and prove a point, you know, to try and like get as many votes as possible. I think there's probably a part of that. Certainly, there's probably an element of that, definitely. But at the same time, it is weird. It should be an easy win for them, exactly. It should not be a difficult one. Also, oh my god, there's nearly 1,000 of you watching. I've only just checked. Thank you so much. Bloomin' heck. Hello, everybody. I shouldn't have checked the number. Yeah, this is a... but yeah, so that's insane to me. And I feel like that hasn't got that much coverage is sort of mental to me. Like, I feel like that should be being covered more, no? Like, that's not normal. Oh, we've had a super chat. Oh, thank you. Thank you to Pickled Witch, is that right? Hello from Scotland. Thanks for the coverage. Bin for the win. Yes. Yes. I did try and get BINFACE on my channel, but at the time my channel was like still really small. I mean, it still is quite small. But maybe one day I'd love to meet him. I would. I know he does do tours, doesn't he? So if he comes to Cardiff for a tour, maybe I'll say hello. I'd love to do that. I'd love to interview him genuinely. But thank you so much for the super chat. That really means a lot. One of the things I've noticed, because obviously I did another channel before this, one of the things I've noticed about it is YouTube really doesn't like political content, is what I've realized. So even if you get like a load of views, the revenue is way less. So I really do appreciate that. Is that 10 Australian as well? Is that Australian? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. But also, I wanted to show you guys this, which is a Japanese TV report. I won't be able to understand what they're saying, but the Japanese are apparently oh, actually, there's subtitles. Okay, that's all right. So this is a Japanese TV report about Count BINFACE. And apparently Japanese TV is loving it, which is great. Really fun to see. Actually, that's a good question for you guys. Do we have anyone in chat who is a Clactonite or a Clactonian, if you will? Here we go. I'm gonna get the Japanese video up. There we go.
クラクトンの下院議員補欠選挙への出馬を表明しました。
ビンフェイス伯爵は宇宙から来たということなんですが、待ち合わせはこの一見して普通の
The subtitles might not be 100% accurate, but they're
ビ
mostly
ルの中
accurate.
です。一体どんな人物
What
な
kind
んで
of
しょうか。
person is he?
取材依頼が殺到する中、日本メディアでは JNN が独占取材を許可されました。
Hello! It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Ah, honor. Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。So you speak Japanese?
I have a smattering. I'm fluent in over 7 million forms of communication.
Many people in Japan don't really know who Count BINFACE is. So can you introduce yourself?
I'm an intergalactic space warrior and a part-time democratic politician on planet Earth.
実はビンフェイス伯爵、今回が初めての出馬ではありません。イギリス政治を風刺するため、何度も国政選挙に立候補してきた名物候補です。今回の公約も手頃な価格の住宅を少な
He
くと
does
も
feel like someone who like a mascot that would be very popular in Japan. If he wasn't a political candidate, he does seem like the type of thing that like the Japanese would love. I don't know whether that makes any sense at all, but I can imagine him in like his own anime or something. West Coast here, support for East Coast. Here is support for the East Coast. Go Count BINFACE. Thanks for hilarious coverage of this nonsense. Thank you so much, and thank you for the £10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Means the world. I think now, actually, whilst there's a quick pause, I believe the polls are officially about to close in 1 minute. So 1 minute from now, the polls will be closed and the election will be over. And counting will commence. Now, it has been shown that apparently, because the ballot paper is so long, it might take longer than usual, which I'll be honest, does slightly terrify me of how long I'm going to stay, but, you know, I'm going to stay until it's over. I've committed now. I've committed all the way. I don't know how many YouTubers will, but I am going to be. I'd love to see the BINFACE anime. Do you know what I mean, though? He feels like a little, like a Japanese mascot that you would see. Closed. Officially closed. That's it, everyone. The Count BINFACE election and the Clacton by-election has ended. Well, until the next one. Politics UK here. Breaking. Polls have now closed in the Clacton by-election. The result is expected from 6 a.m. Due to 3-foot ballot papers listing an unprecedented 34 candidates. We'll be posting updates throughout the night as always. Make sure to turn on notifications. Now, I do have notifications on. I do have to say, Politics UK is a very useful resource, and they are very useful. I do believe it is run by a reform guy, so I do want to say that sometimes they can be a bit biased in their reporting. However, they are always immediate with stuff like this. And now we wait all night. Well, yep, this is it. Strap in. In fact, I'm going to turn on my fan because it is boiling in here because I've got the lights on as well. So you might hear a little bit of crackle, but hopefully it's not too noticeable. Let me know if it is. But I think you can probably understand if we've been in the UK recently. It is an absolute oven in the UK at the moment. And yet people from Reform UK will still say things like net stupid zero. Don't make sense to me, but there we are. Oh my god, now there's 1,117 of you watching. Blooming heck. Thank you all so much. I don't think I've ever had anything like this. So the polls are now closed. And now we wait. Oh my god, is there another super chat? $20? Oh my god. Thank you for the 20 US dollars. Thank you very much. Actually, that's amazing as well. I love like the amount of international stuff that's been going on with this campaign. It's been really, really fun. It's one of the few things I could be proud of Britain for, because let's be honest, last couple of years we haven't had the greatest reputation, but I feel like I feel like this is redeeming us somewhat. We've had a bunch more super chats. Oh my good lord, I can't keep up. Here's enough to get a 99 ice cream in Clacton. 5 99 ice creams in Clacton, yes. After BINFACE wins. Yes, exactly. Well, this is the thing. I don't know, should I set like a goal to go to Clacton? I don't know what the goal would be, because it's quite away from me, but Tharies, what's your opinion on and thank you for the £5 from Walton and from Dan Knight. Tharies, what's your opinion on A, American taking on Doctor Who, B, him suggesting coming back to pass the torch on again? I am not a big fan of the idea of Tennant coming back to Doctor Who. We've had enough of him. I love Tennant, but like it's a bit too much. 5 Thomas Harris gift memberships. Oh my god, we've had a gifter of members. I can't keep up at the moment. If I miss super chats, I apologize, but yeah, it's going insane at the moment. But thank you all so much. I also want to point out that currently, what's the subscribers looking like? We're on 7,084 subscribers. So I don't know. I'm going to make an insane suggestion. Can we do 10k by the end of the evening? Probably not, but let's try it. I don't know. We'll be here until the end, exactly. Thank you, James, for the 999, and thank you to Heckin' Stuff for 499. I bet Binman has £5 million dark money in his BINFACE. No, I trust BINFACE more than that. You know, I don't think he would do it. Thank you for the 10. I'm not sure what currency that is. I apologise. The bin for the win, exactly. This is what we want. This is what we need. Okay, what else is going on at the moment? Let's take a look. Thank you for all the super chats. Really, really do appreciate it. This is insane. BINFACE has tweeted, start the count. Here we go. I'm just going to say it. The fact that solar eclipse happened so rarely and one happened the night before the BINFACE by-election, it's almost like someone out there's giving us a sign. You know, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, BINFACE has tweeted, start the count. Hopefully, like I said, one day I would love to get BINFACE on here. Thank you for all the people who are super chatting and membering. Let's see what else we've got going on at the moment. I did have a couple of other tabs open. I don't think there's been any like proper footage from the. I think it's in like an office, not an office, like a sports center where the count will be taking place. Oh my good god! No one else can promise at least one affordable home. That's true. That is completely true. Where was there was a... Oh yeah, there was a thing I watched earlier which actually was talking a bit about this election, so I'll maybe go over that in a little bit. Oh, GB News is also going live throughout the election. Be quite funny if we ended up with more viewers than GB News. It doesn't seem entirely unachievable given some of their viewership records. They do have interviews with heavyweights, though, according to them, which probably in translation means Zia Yusuf and, like, Lee Anderson. You know what I mean? My computer right now, the chat is going so quick that it's like, it can't keep up. Keep fighting, brother. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the support. It's an omen. Yeah, exactly. The solar eclipse was an omen. No £5 million bribes from crypto billionaires on Earth. Exactly. We can't guarantee anywhere else, but nowhere else matters. It's an Earth election. Forgot to write stuff on my last chat. I wish you luck on surviving the night. God bless. Happy Independence Day Eve. Take 5 more 99s. Thank you very much. Wow, I'm gonna be rolling in ice cream by the end of this. Blow your nose. Yeah, I just saw that. So that's grim that like about 1,000 people saw that, and I could never I can never get rid of that off the internet now. Oh well, there we are. I'm actually Welsh, not English. Actually, I'll make that as a quick distinction. I'm Welsh, not English. That picture in the back is Cardiff Bay, Cardiff Bay at sunset. Yeah, that's grim that I had that on screen. That's fun. I can't even pass that off because there's like nearly 1,200 people watching. But there we are. That's going to end up on a compilation somewhere. Right, what was I going to do? Yes, let's get that clip up of what I was watching earlier because I thought it was quite interesting. If my thing... Oh, here it is, actually. I had it ready. There we go.
I'm here in Britain's...
So I think this was the Associated Press doing a little short on it. Let's have a look at that. Is it going to play? Ooh.
Seaside town of Clacton, where an unusual election is taking place. Hard-right leader Nigel Farage is vying for his old seat in UK Parliament, and his main rival is a man campaigning with a bin on his head.
The race, Clacton's new MP.
The election was triggered after Farage announced he was resigning as an MP amid an inquiry into his finances. In the same breath, the leader of the Anti-Immigration Reform UK party said that he would run.
I don't know who it was, but someone commented on one of my videos that he dresses like the mayor from Jaws, and I made a tweet about it. And ever since someone's pointed it out, I can't unsee it anymore. You can slow the chat, can I? How?
Party said that he would run, fighting for his own seat in the race he triggered. The UK's mainstream political parties have all dismissed Farage's move as a stunt, choosing to boycott the poll and not field candidates. Without Labour, the Conservatives, the Lib Dems and the Greens, the door has been left open for independent and parody candidates, such as Count BINFACE.
I think it's very disrespectful to call him a parody candidate. He's the serious politician in this race. BINFACE is Welsh too. I mean, I think he's from Sigma 9 personally. I don't know actually. I'm not sure.
Manifesto includes forcing oil and gas companies to pay for solar panels for all, nationalising singer Adele, and introducing military conscription for anyone who uses a speakerphone on public transport.
See, I unironically agree with this. I completely agree with this. It's the boomer bus. Yeah, it is. It's like Fortnite for geriatrics. I completely agree with this. I remember I was on a train once coming back from, I can't remember where, and there was a mum and her kid. And you know when a kid just has an iPad in front of them and you're like, oh, you know what, fair enough. You know, it's a long train drive. I don't begrudge that. You know, sure, they're watching this on their iPad. But they were blasting Coco Melon at full volume. And I want you to bear in mind, this was a late train. I think at the time I was on the train, it was like 11 p.m. So, you know, I was sort of like hanging on for dear life. And you just hear Dun, 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 Cocomelon at like full blast. So I completely agree with this. Postal count has just died. Has it? Okay, let's have a look at that. And then I'm going to go over some super chats as well, because I feel like I've missed a few. So apologies if it takes me a while to get to them. I will get to all your super chats, and I'm probably going to have to mess with the chat settings as well at some point. I will get to all your chats though, because I really, really do appreciate all the support. Genuinely, it's kind of blowing me away right now. I'm not used to this level of stuff, you know. Unironically, I just had a shot. Fair play. We're going to be in it for the long haul, so you might as well. Can we see if I'll see if there's the BBC coverage of. Are they covering it? There should be live BBC coverage, right? For some reason it's not on their rolling news thing, but maybe that's. Okay, here we go. Well, there's a live update bit here. Provisional by-election turnout. Oh, okay. We've got provisional turnout. Okay, so provisional turnout is around 43%. That's quite high, actually. I mean, it doesn't sound high, but it's high considering what sort of election this is. Do you know what I mean? Considering like not many main parties are running, that's pretty good. Alright, I'll be back. Thanks for the live stream. No worries. You're a natural, mate. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. I'm trying to balance everything at the same time, so I appreciate that. I've done YouTube for a while, but I'm not used to anything this size. It is a drop. What was the turnout? Does anyone have the turnout numbers for 2024? Oh, I've just done another super chat pop up. Have 10 Shizvillion micro pesos to go towards your trip to Clacton on Seabin for the win. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, I'm definitely going to put this money towards a trip to Clacton, maybe for the second by-election. Results in 4 minutes? That strikes me as unlikely. They've only just started counting. Very few people believe that FARAGE will not win this by-election. The result here isn't in doubt. No one I've spoken to in recent days, whether in Clacton or Westminster, believes anyone other than Nigel Farage will win tonight. Never tell me the odds. One thing that does matter is the size of the victory. Despite not facing any challenge from the main political parties, Reform UK have spent a lot of time and around £150,000 campaigning here in recent weeks. £150,000 to campaign against a bin with no mainstream competition. To be fair, I guess they have the money to throw around. I guess when you get £5 million gifts from crypto billionaires, 150k is like pocket money, I guess. But that's insane. Isn't the cost of the by-election like 250k? From sources I've been speaking to in the party, they argue that if Reform UK wins at least 70% of the vote tonight, that will secure the seat for Farage, even if he has to come back to fight another election. See, that's interesting, though, because I remember when this race started, they were saying that he was going to win like 85% of the vote. So they've already revised it down to 70%. I've always kind of said, I feel like, I never thought BINFACE would win, and I think that's pretty unlikely. But, I did say, I think some people might be underpricing BINFACE a little bit, because this is the same nation that named a boat, Boaty McBoatface. We need to understand, we are a piss-taking nation to our core. Exit poll? Has there been an exit poll? That will secure a seat for Raj, even if he has to come back after the Independent Standing Commissioner finds he seriously broke the rules or his £5 million gift. Farage wants to argue that a comfortable victory will send a message to the establishment, but the establishment in this election are represented by an assortment of minor parties and satirical candidates, including 3 from the Monster Radio Galini Party, and Count BINFACE, a comedian with a spacesuit on his, in a spacesuit with a bin on his head. The danger for Farage is not so much the result tonight, whether it makes him look like an unserious politician, not the Prime Minister in waiting. He insists he is. And that image of him on stage in about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 hours, however long it takes, is going to be the defining moment of his political career. Likely for worse. There'll be no exit poll. Yeah, I mean, I thought that would be quite unlikely. I did see one poll from Survation, like, not like an exit poll, but like a prediction from Survation, but they only polled like 57 people, which to me doesn't seem that representative at all. Yeah, so this was the Survation one. Reform 79%, up 33, Count BINFACE 21%, and Independent Smith 1%. This was a telephone poll, poll, candidates not prompted, sample 57. I don't feel like 57 is enough to really make a judgment either way. Someone said 57. That's not a poll. That's barely a vox pop. Exactly. It's like, I don't really think that's a good. Can we please watch Mehdi Hassan's Zateo Count BINFACE interview? Yes. What I'll do is I'll probably save some longer interviews for later in the night, because I get the feeling we're going to need them. But we will do that. And thank you for the super chat. Again, if I've missed super chats, which I invariably have, I will make sure I get to all of them at some point tonight. Let's have a look. Has anything new come out? You streaming until the results? Yep. I am gonna be here a while. Yeah, actually, let me check what the turnout was in 2024. Clacton 2024 result. I'm going to double check that. Okay, so turnout was 58% in the 2024 general election, which makes sense. Obviously, it was a general election. 43 is better than I thought it would be for such a sham by-election, especially because, obviously, most people understand that there's probably going to be another one after this one anyway. And obviously, as people have pointed out, FARAGE got 46.2% of the vote in 2024. So it's not inconceivable that if everyone from other parties, plus some non-voters came in, voted for BINFACE, it could happen again. It's highly unlikely, but mathematically, it's not an impossibility. It's just incredibly unlikely. Was the poll sponsored by Heinz? In with the bin, garbage for FARAGE, yeah. Garbage for FARAGE, yeah. I do love the bin puns. The bin puns are great. But I feel like, you know, obviously the best result would be BINFACE winning, but like the best non-winning result would be him getting close to like 40% of the vote. That would be insane. Slightly lower turnout is good for BINFACE. It's difficult to judge that, because on one level, like, we want a somewhat low turnout because it implies that the reform base aren't as enthused as they would otherwise be. But also, we want people who aren't voters and maybe didn't vote in 2024 or are going to vote for the other parties to come out and vote for BINFACE. Does that make sense? Let me just see if there's there's something else I wanted to look at and it's gone. I love it when global media report the poll showing the majority of the British public would vote for BINFACE over FARAGE. Yes, this one's from Brazil. That's what I mean. Everyone around the world is looking at this election.
A 21%. E 70% confronto direto e hipotético, o eleitorado britânico prefere o conde cara de lixo a FARAGE por uma margem de 12 pontos percentuais. 33% a 21%. E 70%.
Come on, Clacton, do something for the rest of the country. Everyone else wants BINFACE to win.
3% querem que a investigação sobre a doação não declarada continue, mesmo que FARAGE confronto direto.
There we go. I also, this is one of the interesting points I wanted to make about FARAGE as well. Let me get it up. There was, I think it was More in Common or Ipsos, one of the two. They did their regular polling for the parties, but they also did a poll of like who has the most positive reputation, like which party leaders, and the results of that were quite interesting. Yes, this was it. It was an Ipsos poll. So I found this very interesting because it says, which of these statements come closest to your views of blank? I like, and then it says Andy Burnham. 50% say they like Andy Burnham. 33% say they like Kemi Badenoch. 31% say that they like Ed Davey. Only 24% say that they like FARAGE. And 22% say Polanski. What's interesting is, with the exception of Reform and the Greens, every other party leader is more popular than their party, meaning that effectively they can leverage their popularity. To improve the polling of the party. FARAGE is now less popular than the Reform UK itself. So Burnham's popularity might drag up Labour in kind of what we've already been seeing, to be honest. While FARAGE's kind of unpopularity and polarisation could do the opposite. So I thought that was a very interesting poll that I saw here, because I think it speaks to one of the problems that Reform UK and FARAGE are going to have, is that they are so polarising cross-country that it's going to be increasingly difficult for them to have anything close to a majority in an election. And I said this for a long time. Like, everyone a year ago was saying that, you know, a Reform majority was like a nailed-on thing. But you got to understand, when elections roll around, people vote differently. When it actually comes down to it, people do vote differently. And we've already seen in Makerfield, in Gorton and Denton, in Caerphilly, people kind of rallying around the whatever the not FARAGE or unreform option is. And I think that would probably happen in a general election as well. Obviously, you'll get some places like your Clactons that will go through it anyway. But that's not true of the whole country. You know, quite a few places that were seen to be pretty obvious Reform UK wins or Reform UK strongholds ended up going to another party. In Caerphilly's case, it was Plaid. You know, they were really thinking they were going to win Caerphilly for a very long time. Right up until the day. And then, you know, all of a sudden, they didn't win it. With Makerfield, they thought they were in for a chance. They weren't, it turns out, and Gorton and Denton as well. So, and I think one of the other things that they struggle with is candidate quality, to be honest. How's the count going? Let's have a look. Have we got any more count updates? The last I saw was this from the BBC saying, we're set up in Clacton Leisure Centre and ready for a long night. Welcome to the Clacton Leisure Centre. The seaside town and its touring area have played host to moments of British political history. In 2014, UKIP gained its first elected MP, Douglas Carswell, who defected from the Conservatives and won a by-election. See, because back then, they actually had the principle of, well, if you've defected to a party, you should hold a by-election out of principle. Our times change, eh? If they were all to do that, then they might have a few less MPs. Because apparently I've seen reports saying Robert Jenrick would lose his seat if that was the case. In 2016, it cemented its reputation as a home of Brexit when around 70% of people voted to leave the European Union. And in 2024, Farage finally won a parliamentary election as one of the first 5 Reform MPs at the general election. Today, people here have been taking part in another moment of political history. A record 34 candidates are standing in this election. It's taking place because Farage chose to resign and trigger a by-election in the middle of an investigation into his finances. The independent parliamentary rules... a Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, was looking into whether Farage broke the rules by accepting a £5 million gift and not declaring it. Farage insisted he did nothing wrong and quit, saying the people of Clacton should be the judges of his actions, but the other main political parties are all boycotting, saying it's a distraction and should be held after the inquiry has concluded. We'll be here throughout the night to bring you the result of one of the most bizarre elections in recent memory. So I don't think there's much of an update in terms of the actual count itself. But that's what we have so far. What's the odds of him winning at the bookies? Who, BINFACE or FARAGE? Let me see if I can read some of the super chats I haven't read, because I feel bad for not having read all of them. So let me see if I can get, because I think it's slowed down a bit now, so I can do that quickly. Or maybe I can't if the computer doesn't want to play ball. Oh, I did get that one. Okay, let me go back a bit further. I want to make sure I get them all, because for people, thank you to Ancient Mariner for the 20. I don't think there was a message with that one. I got the Clacton 99 one. Keep fighting, brother, from Saeed. Thank you very much, Saeed. From thank you very much. Or from Haz. Apologies if I get any name pronunciations wrong as well. This by-election has been introduced many people to internationally to British politics. If Farage loses, his reputation for so many more is been and gone. We live in a time where the most serious candidate is Count BINFACE. Exactly. But could you imagine this in any other country? Imagine if Donald Trump had to, you know, stand next to like a fridge. You know? Be great. That is one of the other things I was thinking about as well with this election, is if Farage does badly, all of the right-wing networks, the Trump types, will basically abandon him, because he will have been seen as a loser, and Trump hates losers as well. Okay, I'll make my mic a bit closer. Okay, how's that? Is that better? It's hard to know where to put it. Hopefully that's better. Liz Trush Cabbage still sticking around, but unironically, I think this could be Nigel Farage's lettuce moment. It was a lettuce, not a cabbage, just to be clear. For the sake of accuracy, since we are covering an election, I've got to do my due diligence to verify. BINFACE to win, not Frogface. Exactly. Oh, hang on. There was a clip for the 10 o'clock news. Hang on. Do you know when Twitter refreshes and you miss the thing that you've just seen? Really annoys me when that happens. I think it was from this clip.
An unserious.
Oh, this is interesting. So it took the 10 o'clock news 15 minutes to cover the by-election because it's seen as kind of irrelevant and a farce, which it is. It is completely that.
The gamble for him is whether tomorrow morning he looks like a winner and a popular politician, or an unserious one rather than the Prime Minister in waiting he insists he is. The gamble for him...
No, I mean, that's exactly right. It's completely and utterly right. I do not envy the people having to deal with these ballots, by the way. I'm just going to say that right now. Godspeed to the election verifiers in Clacton, because, my God, I do not envy it. Like, those lists look so long, they look like, you know, like lists to, like, Father Christmas. They look that long, do you know what I mean? I've sort of said before, they look like the list, the contracts in Willy Wonka that just get shorter and shorter and shorter, until it's basically, like, invisible. That's what it looks like. But yeah, it's just insane. But it is right to say that Farage has made himself basically irrelevant during this whole thing. And one of the good things is, if another by-election is called, which I think is pretty much inevitable, then he basically is barred from like the media covering him again, because the same thing will happen where they have to give equal amounts of coverage to everyone, which means he gets way less coverage. So I look forward to a second by-election, because whenever there's a by-election for Farage, that means less Farage coverage. And the less I have to see of the man, the better. Although having said that, it's done quite well for me recently, I should say. So, I mean, there we go. I'm in Australia. I'm in Amarillo, Texas, sorry. Ground zero for the idiots who think that orange-faced creature in the White House is the Messiah. Yeah, unfortunately, Clacton is sort of like British kind of Texas or Alabama, I guess. It's kind of like a comparison point, as far as I understand it. You know, apparently, yeah, 43% for the provisional turnout, which is higher than I expected, to be honest. I was not expecting it to be high, though. Staff are beginning to count votes. Here we go. Counting is underway at the Clacton by-election. The first ballot boxes have arrived outside the count venue by 10:15. The first box was brought inside at 10:23. So they've been counting for about 10 minutes now, give or take, roughly. UK, Arizona. Where's Florida in the UK? I don't know. Thing is, it's difficult to really kind of compare like UK locations to US locations, and I mainly mean that because I think American right wing and British right wing are quite different in like what they prioritize. I think the British right wing has a lot more of a class element to it, broadly speaking. Reform's kind of different in that sense, is that they try and like kind of present themselves as working class, whereas I feel like a lot of the right, historically in this country, have kind of played on the middle to upper class, generally speaking. I think class structures are generally a bit more kind of well entrenched in the UK, which kind of makes comparison between UK and US somewhat more difficult, because I think class structure is not as entrenched in the US than the UK. Let's see what else I had to look at. So I think, did TLDR do a coverage of the BBC News? Count BINFACE has taken on 3 PMs and lost, but could this be his best ever performance? We say that, but all the PMs he's taken on have gone, you know? Rishi Sunak, gone. Theresa May, gone. Boris Johnson, gone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this slightly. I'm going to move this over here so that when I look at chat, it's at this side. That's better. Okay. I'll do that so I'm not turning away from the microphone so much. We just had another super chat from We Are All... What is that? We Are All... Golga Frinkins. Trump thinks Farage is up against a muscle... Wait, was that a muscle? Why can't I read that? That's very small and annoying. Hang on. Have they announced turnout yet? So the provisional turnout was about 43%, as far as I can tell. But obviously, we don't have confirmed turnout yet, and probably won't until the entire election has finished. Just waiting for the... How do I turn on slow chat? Let me do that quickly, because that might help a little bit. Trump thinks Farage is up against a Muslim called Count BINFACE. Oh, I see. Very, very good. He's that dumb. True. Local here, the Count has given worldwide recognition. Can't wait to see the turnout for the air show later this month. BINFACE for the win. Good. I take it you voted for BINFACE, Wolf Games. I take it you are a BINFACE voter. I take it. Excellent news though that it's brought like people to the local area, because that is one of the things. A lot of the struggles that people in Clacton have are genuine. Like we all make jokes about this by-election and stuff, but a lot of the struggles they have are genuine. Like, you know, it's a deprived seaside town that kind of, you know, lost its way after commercial airline flights and holidays became less like more available. Someone said there's a live count vid. For some reason the link's not working, but see if I can find it, because then we could just refer back to it. I was kind of thinking the BBC might cover it more, but is this a count? Oh, it is. I found a count, hang on. We're stealing it from these guys, but it's fine. So yeah, there we go. The count is on the way. You can see here, a Clacton Leisure Centre. Look at it. Look at how, I can't get over how long they are. Look at that. It does look like, it just does look insane. It looks insane. Completely and utterly insane. I'll turn off the sound because we don't actually need that. Oh, and now it's for some reason it keeps defaulting back to the like earlier point of the stream, but I just want the current point of the stream. Thank you very much. There we go. As a YouTuber of nearly 20 years focusing on comedy, can you imagine if Cambo's first one? Oh, it would be generational. It would be insanely funny. It would be absolutely insanely funny. Okay, so yeah, I have found a live count. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have that there. And we're gonna refer to it occasionally. Thank you to the Daily Record. Apologies for stealing it, but there we go. So there's the count going on right now. But like in the meantime, I want to see if there's anything else going on. So I'm just gonna quickly. I wonder if I could have like a separate one of these open. Or someone looked like they fell over there. I wonder if I can have a separate one of these open while we're looking at other stuff from the event. Let's have a look. Just give me 1 second. Has Nigel Farage done a little self-congratulatory video, perhaps? Oh no, the last thing he did was post this, which is a picture of him with an ice cream saying cooling off with the sunshine. We haven't had a like thank you all so much for voting for me video from BINFACE or from Farage, but I was expecting like a big well, we've taken on the establishment, everyone, thank you all so much kind of video by now, but hey ho. Andrew yeah. Oh yeah, it's like an Andrex advert. You're right. I have moved my microphone closer. If you just keep spamming it, I am just gonna hang on. I'm just gonna time you out. I think because I've moved it. I can't do much more. I'm afraid. So How do I... can I do stream settings? I'm just going to change the chat settings a second because it's going a bit too quick. And I cannot keep up comments and ratings. How do you do it? Okay, that's going to be annoying. Comments. I don't want to pause moderation yet. Sort by newest. Why does it just not let me put on slow mode? I don't know how to do it. That's annoying. It's 43% low for by-election. It's hard to really tell. I wouldn't say it was particularly low for this by-election, considering it was 58% at a general election. I'd say it's higher than I was expecting. Nope. So I'm just trying to figure out how to slow down the chat. I apologize if it's taking me a second. Bid it to win it. It's wild how Clacton seems to want to re-elect a man with the biggest rubbish on top of him instead of a bin that the rubbish should be thrown into. Exactly. Technical issues. I apologize, everyone. I'm not used to having this level of people come in from a stream. But thank you for the $10 super chat as well. Very much appreciate it. Thank you all so much. I am going to quickly. Is there any sort of saying moderation? That doesn't help. Okay, that wasn't it. So what is this I hear about reform threatening voters? Yes, so they were having basically reform tellers outside of polling stations, but they were asking people for IDs and what's the word I'm looking for? IDs and like addresses, which is not illegal, which is illegal. You've gained 100 subscribers since you started streaming, have I? I haven't looked. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that you kept spamming the same message, and I tried to fix it, but there's only so much I can do. Okay, there's got to be a way of... I'm going to quickly... I am gonna give me 1 sec, and I will just quickly come back. I did notice that 1,000, 2,500 are watching, which is amazing. Thank you. That God is Everybody candidate is somehow worse than Farage. True, we might have to watch the England television video on that. Actually, England Weekend Television, the guy who was previously on Politics Joe, he did a very good video on that. If I go... So manage... Okay, well now it says something went wrong, which is not great. Hopefully. Go to manage streams, this one. Okay, that did not do it. So... Oh god. Bin rhymes with win. True, it does. It does. It does. Okay, I am gonna find. I was delighted I found your sleep. Hello from Mexico. Hello! Hello. Let's see if there's any updates. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna click on a... expectation management. They've likely been told to turn our numbers. Oh, this is interesting. So this is Rael Braverman, which is Suella Braverman's husband. Obviously, in the eyes of the mainstream media and the establishment, Nigel cannot win tonight. He will win the by-election, but whatever the margin, it will be spun as a disaster. If he wins by 5,000, it'll be a disaster. If he wins by 10,000, it'll be a disaster. If he wins by 20,000, somehow that too will be a disaster. Be prepared for it, be ready for it. They carry on regardless. It's all nonsense. And never forget the Uni Party denied voters a genuine democratic choice by not even bothering to stand. There was no reason for this by-election to exist, Rail. There was no reason for this by-election to exist at all. Absolutely none. Absolutely zero reason for this by-election to exist. So I do not blame the other parties at all for not standing. They will stand for the second one, which is when the parliamentary investigation ends, which is what Farage should have done. He should have waited. If he had nothing to hide, he would have waited. This is obvious. The fact he didn't wait is an indication that maybe he's, he's not as innocent as he claims. Because innocent people don't hide. That's the reality of it. We all know this. It's common sense. They always like to say that, don't they? Like say, well, it's common sense that you would do this or this. It's like, well, I think it's common sense that if you're innocent, you don't do that stuff. What are you guys saying? Like and subscribe and like. Thank you very much. Yes. I wouldn't put it past reform threatening or intimidating voters. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's a whole video I did on that earlier, so if you're more interested, I have a full video on that as well. To put on slow mode, you open your YouTube live chat, open YouTube Studio, go to your active live stream, then click edit, select customization. Okay, I'm going to do that quickly. Hold on. Sorry if I go quiet for a second. It's just because I'm trying to figure this out whilst talking as well and keeping it entertaining. So that okay. Content live edit. No, this one. I can pause it, but it doesn't say... It says pause, but not slow. The annoying thing is, I swear I knew how to do this not that long ago. It's annoying, because I don't stream that often. I'm probably going to start streaming more often. Greetings from Iceland. Hello! If I pause it for a second... What happens then? I could make it subscriber only for a bit. Okay, I'll make it subscriber only just for a second, see if that helps while I figure out how to slow it down. Just for now. I'll change it back to normal in a second. How are you finding the heat today? Difficult. Very, very, very difficult. Let's watch Count BINFACE's international interviews. I guess putting it on subscriber only does incentivize people subscribing for a little bit, I guess. There we go. Right. Let's put that on for a bit. Oh, if it's not on mute, that would
quite
be
interesting
helpful.
things on here. But you mentioned your manifesto, and there's some quite interesting things on here. You want to impose a windfall tax on cosy crime novels. I quite like cosy crime novels. I think that's quite unfair. You also
hang on. What's unfair? It's not about you enjoying it.
Well,
you
I
like
think
oil. You like energy, don't you? But why shouldn't there be a windfall tax on it?
Okay. Well, we'll get. And the other point you make is that you want to move a hand dryer in a Nepalese restaurant in Southport.
Yes.
And I hear the owners are quite intrigued by that. They didn't know there was an issue with the hand dryer.
They blooming well should. Have you seen it?
But I haven't. I can't say I've been to that
What
restaurant.
kind of journalist is this? It's on my website.
Well, I should get down there.
This is
You're
poor
right.
research.
Yeah, I should get down there. You're right. But there are
on my site.
There are some very.
It's lethal.
Okay.
Is it?
What would be
What was
your-
the one where he said it like air fried people's genitals off? Was that the Crown and Treaty pub that he said that for?
First words in Parliament?
Hello.
No particular message?
Oh, I'd do a bit more than that, but I'd definitely start with hello. Maybe a few other languages as well. Who knows? And yes, I'd like to sort of maybe talk about the state of that room, because those green benches are a bit tired. That green leather. Why does it have to be green?
What would be your idea? What color do you like?
It depends on the day of the week. Us bins, you see. One week it could be green. The next week it could be black. That kind of thing.
Okay.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. So you speak Japanese?
I have a smattering.
Oh, yeah, we saw a little
I'm
bit of
fluent
this
in over
earlier.
7 million forms of communication. Eat that, C3PO. And yes, I've got a bit of Japanese. I can say, Bengoshi de wa arimasen.
How come you know that?
But it's true.
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer. I'd quite like to be. I've got another one. Depato wa jujikara wokujimada desu.
How come you know these Japanese?
Does anyone know the
Because I
translation? I
wanted to
think
be able
it's
to-
I think it's about opening up a restaurant. But because we got any Japanese people in
I was tempted to open a department store.
Okay.
And I thought if I
Yeah,
did, it should
a
open
department
from
store.
10 until 6.
Okay.
So I thought I needed to learn that phrase.
Okay. Wow,
That's all I've
amazing.
got.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's usable or not, but that's amazing.
Well, I just used it.
Yes.
What would you do for the Netherlands?
Well, how good? Where are your hand dryers?
We mostly have papers that you reuse.
Okay, so there you go. Well, so maybe that's one issue. I would be able to focus on nationalizing Dutch pop stars. Who's the best pop star in the Netherlands?
I wouldn't know. Would you not know?
Why would I know? I barely know any in the UK.
Do you know any Dutch?
No. Tell me some Dutch. I know Raymond van Barneveld. Does that help?
Yeah. It's a very Dutch name as well.
He was very good.
Yeah.
I like the fact that the Dutch like the same things the British like. That sort of pub culture. It's a very...
Yeah, I feel like it's the Dutch and the Germans. The Germans as well. They like their drink. I feel like because that's isn't that where beer comes from? Germany. I think I'm right in saying that.
Strong affinity. Darts. Yes. So I know about that.
Yeah. Well, you don't speak any Dutch.
No, but I'd like to. Tell me some Dutch.
What would you like me to say?
Vote BINFACE.
BINFACE, I think, in Dutch would be vuilnisgezicht.
Vuilnisgezicht.
Yeah.
Yes.
Vuilnisgezicht.
And vote is stem. Stem voor.
So for is the same, is it?
Ja, stem voor vuilnisgezicht.
Stem voor vuilnisgezicht.
Very good.
Lovely. I'm going to need that. You vote BINFACE, there will be no second by-election. So I save British taxpayers £350,000 before I've even started. How'd you like them apples? Or tomatoes if you're in Pamplona?
He should have put it on a bus. He should have put the "I will save you like £350,000" on a bus. He should have done that. I would have rated that so much if he'd have just like one for one recreated the Brexit bus and then like just driven it around. That would have been great. That would have been great. Because that would have been not a lie like the Brexit bus was as well.
Pamplona is my hometown. Yeah, I know my stuff. Do you like to throw squishy tomatoes at people?
I do.
Well, you're a journalist, of course you do.
We love it.
Lovely.
Maybe
yeah,
the
like it's true,
American
exactly.
leader, or, I don't know.
Do you mean the current one?
Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of him.
Oh, why is that?
And it's the things he said and the things he's done. I'll come to Italy if you want me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't really argue with that, can you? Can't really argue with that, really.
Oh, yeah. Would you like to come?
I would.
And if so, would you like to be our Presidente del Consiglio? Prime Minister.
What does that involve?
It's the Prime Minister. It involves to be, basically to do what Giorgia Meloni is doing right now.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't sound very hard.
Okay, fair enough.
Thoughts on how you would manage President Trump?
Well, he'll be gone.
What do you mean?
Well, he's only got... What do you mean? Unless he's going to break the Constitution, he's only got 2 years left as president.
And I'm sure he would never do that, right? Right? Right?
He's 80 years old. Do the math.
But you might be elected to Parliament this summer.
Yes.
In a couple weeks.
Right.
You might be in a
Does
position
Thomas
to
reach
liaise.
out? Yes, I do. I try my best. I've been trying to keep up as much as possible. And yes, I would love the actual leaflet. I got the poster version on eBay, but yes, I would love an actual authentic Clacton leaflet.
With the Trump administration.
Do you really think so?
Do you have any ambitions to?
No.
Okay.
Why would I want to talk to him? He's awful.
I would love it if a British politician just had the balls to say like stuff like that about Trump. I understand to a certain extent why they can't. Like, I understand why like prime ministers and government ministers have to act nice towards Trump because it is in the national interests. I understand that. However, I would love for someone to go, he's just a prick, isn't he? Like, I would love it. I think it would honestly cause a huge boost to popularity, to be honest. I mean, like, the one boost Starmer ever got was saying, you know that Iran war thing? I'm not so keen on that. You know what? Maybe I'm not going to do that. Like, that's the one popular decision I think Keir Starmer made in his entire tenure. Well, I did love, there was a joke online about family voting, because, like, obviously they always say when they lose family voting, it's like, that's what we should do, we should start blaming family voting, and it's just like an assault, you know, and like, Reform are going to stop blaming family voting, and it's just an assortment of bins that have come out to vote. I actually think it's kind of crazy the way the bin unites Leavers and Remainers in a way that's never been done before. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think that many... Well, okay, I'm slightly over-exaggerating. I feel like the number of Leave people these days is probably going to be a lot less. And I say that because I think most people recognise on some level the failure of Brexit. Even if you voted for it, and even if you still like it in theory, you'd still be like, yeah, well, it wasn't done well. Do you know what I mean? Please help this channel challenge by considering clicking the like button to subscribe. Yes, thank you. What I might do is I might make a couple of moderators. In fact, I'm going to add you as a moderator because you are a member to the channel. What's the difference? Okay, I'm going to add you as a moderator. I'm going to add some of the regulars as moderators just to help out a bit. I'm going to add... who else do I recognise? Just picking ones that I recognise at the moment. Give me a second. Because then I can turn on fast chat, but I'll just have a couple of people in here that I I know a sound. Not that I don't think all of you are sound, of course, but it's just, you know, it's I'm not used to all of this stuff. Apparently, Camp-Based BINFACE was on MSNBC a few years ago. This is quite fun. It is. Can I be a moderator, please? I'll think about it. Okay. Thank you for all the super chats as well. By the way, was there any that I missed or didn't get? Because if there were, lol, GB News only has 109 viewers. Oh my god, we have 10 times the viewers of GB News. That's embarrassing. Atomize, you're here. Yes, you get the moderator. I recognise you. Yes. There you go. Moderation for you. I'm handing out moderations, but obviously I want to make sure. Bad Fairy, I recognise you as well. Do you mind being a moderator? I don't want to do it if people don't want it. Don't make me a mod, I'm quite irregular at the moment. Fancy a pint at the Crown and Treaty, but I would love to do that. The pilgrimage to the Crown and Treaty. What did the exit polls say? I don't think we got an exit poll, unfortunately. I can have another look. Let's have a look. Could I please not be a moderator? I still haven't figured out how to turn on slow mode. I ended up just making it subscriber only. But maybe I'll figure that out next time. One thing I know for certain is I'll be able to, I'll be an expert by next time. We have got 7,230 subscribers right now, which is insane. We've gained about 200 subscribers since this stream started, which is mental. That is very embarrassing for GB News. I want to make it clear, I started this channel in January, and I already am getting more viewers on a live stream than GB News. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing for them. Oh, hang on. I think I did see something from Clacton then. Even GB News is getting rage baited by our campaign. Oh wait, were they rage baited by Clean Up Clacton? Clean Up Clacton, I've mentioned before. Clean Up Clacton were the independent campaign group for Camp BINFACE. They weren't like official Camp BINFACE campaigners, but they were a group of people who went out canvassing for Camp BINFACE, and the right got very annoyed at them. What was funny is that they were from like a bunch of different parties. Like I think this guy was a Green. I think you got a Conservative in there. So they were united the political spectrum against FARAGE.
Some of the main part the ridicule about, oh, Nigel Farage is spending his summer arguing with the bin, ha ha ha.
But he is, though. But he is. It's not a joke. That just is what's happening.
Activists from some of the main parties appear to have actually gone to Clacton and campaigned for Count BINFACE.
Which there's nothing illegal about that. Okay, people can campaign for whoever they want.
Which didn't really help with the old uni party allegations, did it? And then, not for the first time.
Have you considered that maybe it's just a lot of people don't like, and like, you know, like Reform UK and like that sort of politics? I don't know.
Alistair Campbell and Rory Stewart.
Oh, Alistair Campbell and Rory Stewart from Racist Politics. It might just be that a lot of people don't like you. I don't know. And like, I have like issues with pretty much all major parties, but I genuinely believe every party would do a better job running the country than Reform. Pretty much all of them, including the Monster Raving Loonies and the Camp BINFACE Party. I think pretty much, well, maybe not Restore, actually. That's probably where the line would be. So that's what the Milky Bar Kid is doing these days. GB News are a bunch of wombles. I mean, yeah, I can see why they're only getting 100 viewers. In fact, are they live right now? Can I, like, stream snipe GB News? Just hold on. Let me get it up. Yeah, I always find it funny when they're like, oh, why is everyone campaigning against us? It's like, maybe people don't like you. I don't know, like... Maybe your politics is just really divisive and a lot of people don't like it. I'm interesting when it comes to that. My kind of voting philosophy at the moment is sort of, I will vote for whatever it takes to get rid of, not have reform. Does that make sense? I've become a bit of a tactical voter, I think is probably the best way of describing me. I've only voted twice because I'm relatively young. I'm 23, obviously. Once in the 2024 general and once in the Welsh Senate election, because like I said, I'm Welsh. The first time, obviously, 2024 general election, I am in a very, very safe Labour seat, or it was safe in 2024. That might not be as true come 2029, we'll see. But so I voted for Plaid Cymru because I couldn't constitute voting for Starmer's Labour at the time. I think Starmer was appalling, and I think a lot of the stuff that they were doing was appalling. Obviously, him talking about cutting off water and power to Gaza was appalling. I felt that they weren't really offering anything to the country. Not only that, but also Welsh Labour had been historically terrible for quite some time. So I just couldn't really constitute voting for them that time. And then second time I voted for Plaid again because they were the party to stop reform in the country. And I generally like the idea of, if not an independent Wales, at least a more self-governing Wales at the very least. So that is, and as someone who's Welsh, I want to see more power devolved to Wales, and they are obviously like a vehicle for doing that. It also just helped that they happen to be the progressive option against Reform UK at the time as well. But if it came down to it, and like, let's say for example, my seat was like, the tactical vote would be Green or the tactical vote would be Labour, I probably would do the tactical vote. Unless it was like I was in Great Yarmouth and I had to vote Restore, I'd be like, I probably should not going to vote. You know what I mean? So that's a little bit of context about where I come at it from, like, politically. For new viewers, I guess. Yeah, I've gotten very tactical. Is probably the best way I could describe it. Yeah, what were we going to do? Look at GB News, that was it. So I was talking about my own personal beliefs. But then again, I suppose I am a politics channel, so it's probably a good idea to do that on occasion. Oh no, now there's 300 people watching GB News, to be fair. What are they saying?
Party. We were in Scotland a lot. The atmosphere in Scotland was utterly toxic at the time. We were abused on the streets, etc. I've talked about it on the channel before. We had iron brew thrown at us, etc.
That's quite funny.
It turned out it was iron brew. It could well have been something else. Police Scotland refused to provide any protection.
Yeah, but also, it baffles me that they even tried in Scotland, if I'm honest. Like, Scotland were never going to vote reform. You'd have better luck flogging, I don't know. You'd have better luck flogging bacon to vegans. It just, you're not going to get Scotland to vote for an English nationalist party. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. I love Scotland. As the fellow Celtic nation, I personally do love Scotland a lot.
At that point. So it's not like everybody's getting it and Nigel isn't. It's most people don't get anything. Maybe Nigel should qualify, but that has to be up to this group of people.
Okay,
if they get it wrong, then they had to be accountable for that.
Clear, those people that were throwing iron brew at you were radical lefties, weren't they? Who wanted?
Well, they were radical Scottish nationalists. Yeah.
Radical Scottish lefties. Do they hear themselves? Now that's an iron brew advert. Very true. I tell you what, guarantee iron brew sales would go through the roof. I'd like to know if McDonald's milkshake sales went through the roof after the milkshake incident. Although then again, is it their milkshake machine that never works, or is it the ice cream, or is it both? I don't know. That always pissed me off, though.
But not all of them are left.
But don't you think
they were
the
radical
whole
Scottish
thing has to have a root and branch reform?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's time now to look at it for relook at it for everybody. But the thing is that reform can't ask for it in isolation. You can't just say. The thing is that they can't ask for it in isolation. You can't just say, we demand it. Well, somebody else has to make the decision, because this is public money you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, I mean...
Stream is very laggy, and that's not me.
The reason I can't agree with any of it is politics has changed irreconcilably from a time. I'm not suggesting anything that you encountered. Of course, that sounded harrowing, to be fair.
Harrowing! And it's like, I was drinking iron brew bottles. Oh, harrowing that is. Oh, there was an iron brew bottle. I've never recovered. Now I know what it was like in Vietnam. Like, Jesus Christ.
I think it's changed irreconcilably. harrowing, to be fair. But I think it's changed irreconcilably. Farage is leading a step constitutional change in the way Great Britain wants to operate and the way he wants to govern the UK. That comes with massive risks. And not just massive risks from the establishment, those at the very top. The way that they behave influences the people that follow them. And I think that, obviously time will tell, but I think that Nigel Farage is very much going to prove that that security is very much required for him, and it's required for him because...
Yeah, but you don't need to take £5 million in secret. If it was just for security, you just declare it. I'm going to move on because I'm losing brain cells listening to them. Respectfully, there's a reason why they're called GBBs. Let's actually listen to a politician who knows what he's talking about. What's the latest from Camp BINFACE? We could look at the Zateo interview. I think that's probably a good place to go. Yeah, let's have a look at the Zateo interview. I don't know whether I'm going to play the whole thing, because I also don't want to, like, because I want to... The creators themselves should get, obviously, the support. With GB News, I don't mind, like, covering their stuff, because, like, screw them. And I mean, I'm getting more views than GB News. That's insane to me. That channel, by the way, just for context, just under 400 people are watching that, and they have 2.17 million subscribers. Currently, I am sat at 7,250 and have like 3 times the viewers. That's insane. GB News is the establishment, follow the money. All good until Benny calls him John. Yeah, that's okay. That does annoy me when journalists do that, when they like try and get him to break character. I'm like, look, it's like Mickey Mouse. We all know at Disneyland, when you go to Disneyland, the guy in the Mickey Mouse costume isn't Mickey Mouse, right? Sorry to break that illusion. We all know it. But you don't go to a kid and go, oh, that's actually Steve in the costume. No, just let the magic exist. It's like Santa Claus. Let the magic exist. Of the 6 streams I can see on YouTube, this one has the most views, does it? Blimmin' heck. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. We could actually get to 10,000 subscribers quicker than that was my goal for the end of the year, but the way it's going, it's probably going to happen quicker than that. Yeah, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, the Zateo interview. All right, let's have a look at that. Let's take a look at the Zateo interview. Yeah, like obviously there's going to be gaps in this where I'm just trying to figure out, because there's going to be a lot of Count BINFACE. Medi meets Count BINFACE. Here we go.
If I came down,
I'm going to skip a little bit. Ooh.
I might freak you out.
It's only 20 minutes long, actually.
Thursday grabbed headlines across the UK. But you know what grabbed headlines across the world? The fact that all of the major parties decided not to run candidates against Farage, which meant the Reform UK leader has been left facing a self-described intergalactic space warrior, the leader of the Recyclons. Yes, Count BINFACE. Just this week, the Associated Press, the...
Too many Adderalls here for a sub. YouTube is getting super greedy with them Adderalls. I just put it on automatic. What I'll do is, obviously, because I'm not used to this level of interaction on like a live stream, I very rarely have had this level of support, and I appreciate it a lot. But what I'll do is I'll tweak settings for future stuff, because I probably will do future stuff for this.
AP devoted an entire piece to the race, referring to Britain's wackiest election in Clacton, and the man in a can with a plan. The garbage can on his head. I'm delighted to say that on the eve of this historic
we've had a super chat. Thank you to Coops4476, £20 from a BINFACE voter in St. Osyth, a village outside Clacton. Come on, BINFACE. Yes, he mentions it in the song, doesn't he? He goes, J. Lick, Wheelie and Whisk, Kirby, Cross and Osyth, something like that. So there you go.
BINFACE himself joins me here on Zateo UK. Welcome, Count BINFACE, to Zateo UK.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, Mehdi. And firstly, thank you for pronouncing Zateo, because I've seen it lots online. You're doing very well. But I didn't know how to say it. What does it mean?
It means to search for the truth. It's ancient Greek, Count BINFACE.
Exactly. I knew you'd say that. It's beautiful. Exactly. As you probably know, I'm partial to a lovely bit of Earth languages.
That's one of the things that genuinely gets overlooked when it comes to Count BINFACE, is that he is genuinely like a very smart guy. Like, unironically, beyond the joke, I think he would be a very good constituency MP.
From the past, indeed.
He'd put more work in than Farage ever would.
From the past, indeed.
The only sad thing is that you're writing it in English script. Bit lazy.
Your command of English is very strong. We're very impressed. Why are you running in Clacton to be a member of Parliament, Count BINFACE?
Good question. I mean, running's putting it strongly, Mehdi. It's 38 degrees out there. It's, I think standing is a more accurate description of my election activities. And even that might be difficult come Thursday night. But yes, I am taking part. I mean, my first answer is, of course, why not? This is democracy. And British democracy at that, the greatest in the world, in the cosmos. It's the only one that would allow me to stand next to a prime minister, a minister, a party leader, architect of Brexit, you name it. And on that beautiful moment on election night, there is the great leveller, where they have to stand next to whoever is brave enough to take them on. I mean, it's perfect, isn't it? That's why you're talking to me.
Yes, I have to ask you this, though. You've stood next to prime ministers, as you said. Andy Burnham, you were at the Makerfield by-election. You were at the Theresa May election, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak. What did they make of you? Did you interact with these prime ministers?
Well, I mean, my main answer to that would be, who cares what they think? Because with the exception of Andy Burnham, they've all gone into the dustbin of history, you see. I have taken out the trash. And obviously, Andy actually had the greatest conversation with me so far. He seemed to be aware of my policies, Mehdi. He quoted them to me. Renaming HS2, FFS1. He knew all about it. He said he'd think about it. So maybe there's the start of a brighter galactic
I do love
future
that
for
you could tell throughout this entire interview. You can tell throughout this entire interview, Manny is struggling not to laugh, and I really do appreciate that he's like really trying to hold it in. You can really tell.
UK with its new leader. But as for the other ones, good riddance.
Good riddance indeed. Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe.
I agree, Manny, but that also applies to this live stream. I'm going to slightly skip forward, but do go and check out Sateo as well.
92,000 votes, first choice and second choice. Is that not being taken seriously?
Yeah.
I finished 9th out of 20 candidates in the top half. Is that not being taken seriously? In the 2024 London mayor election, I got 24,000 votes and beat the fascists of Britain first.
I love that he beat Britain first in the mayoral seat. That's so good. Because it just shows that type of politics is nowhere near as popular as they like to claim. They always claim, don't they? Oh, we're the silent majority saying what everyone really thinks. When in reality, you know, BINFACE was more popular.
1,000 votes.
Well done.
Is that not being taken seriously?
I mean, technically you dropped 70,000 votes, but still, good that you beat the fascists. We're always happy when you beat the fascists. You mentioned your policies.
Mehdi.
I'm taking you seriously. Count BINFACE.
I've done his research. No, in 2021, I received 24,775 first choice votes. Then the cheeky politicians changed the electoral system to first past the post. How many did I get? 24,000 again. So there is genuinely...
Thank you for fact-checking me on the electoral system in London. Let's talk about your policies. You mentioned your policies. You've got a bunch of policies. Some of them are some fun ones. You want bus fares capped at £1.99, and you want the 99 flake ice cream to cost no more than 99p. I
genuinely think that's like the best policy ever made. Like it should be the case. I would add, and I think I said this in a previous video, you know, when you get a Poundland, everything should be a pound. Otherwise, it's false advertising. Like, you go in there and there's like, oh, this is a £5. It's like, no, it's not what read the side of the shop. It doesn't say Fiverland, does it? It says Poundland. That annoys me.
In the UK for 12 years. I grew up enjoying in the UK a good flavour.
And they might say, oh, well, inflation. And I might say, well, yeah, well, don't call your shot pound there then.
What does a flake cost right now?
Thank you for saying they're fun policies. I like to think they are positive, but of course they're deadly serious. That if Andy Burnham can price cap bus fares at £2, why shouldn't the people of Clacton get a little discount on that? I don't see why not.
But
of course is fully funded.
Classic politician,
manifesto.
you're not actually answering my question. What is the cost of a flake? What's the cost of a flake ice cream right now?
Excuse me, you asked me 2 questions. I'm just coming to that. So take it to just a little bit of patience, sir. You have asked me 2 things. I'll answer both things.
Okay.
Us politicians don't do that. I've remembered every part of your question.
Okay.
I should come to them in turn. I simply say, you called my bus policy fun. I'm saying it's fully costed by my windfall tax on cozy crime novels written by celebrities. Now let's move on to the
I agree. Such a good policy.
creams. Yes, 99 flake ice creams should cost 99 pence before you scarpered to America. That is what they cost roughly. In Frinton the other day, in the constituency, £3.80 for a 99 flake. I've had figures quoted to me in the southeast of England, £4.50 for a 99. And yet
To
nobody
lower your tax and raise everyone else's. I mean, yeah, like, what's not to like about that?
can tell me what is actually in a 99 flake, because it's not ice cream, I can tell you that for starters.
Whatever it is, it's good. You've got some other. Well, this could be seen as
Mehdi giving off serious advice. I do appreciate that he is trying to give a serious interview. It is fun.
This policy. You want to move the hand dryer in the gents' toilet at a restaurant to a more sensible position. Why?
Well, this is a long-standing policy of mine, going right back to my Boris Johnson election. I pledged to move the hand dryer in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position because it was dangerous. It's far too close to the urinal, and this has gone like wildfire, Mehdi. It's become a national and international issue, and humans have been sending me photos. And obviously, you've got to be careful when you take them, of other gents' toilets around the world with similar problems. And the Great Himalayas restaurant in Southport is a particularly prime offender. It is like air frying your genitals while attempting
This is where I heard it from. What a lovely image. Air fried genitals. What a lovely image. Thank you, Count, for that wonderful visual. But I mean, I guess it just shows how serious the issue is, you know? I think it just shows how serious the issue of the hand dryer and the Crown and Treaty really is. It's a national issue. It is. You know what I will say? There's been quite a few policies I actually quite like from Andy Burnham, but one of the ones that I do genuinely agree with is he wants to, like, basically put more regulations on shop fronts so they can't look like ugly and have ugly neon signs and, like, be like ugly buildings. And look, I don't agree with boomers on much. No disrespect to any boomers watching. It's just, you know, obviously the stereotypes between our two generations mean that it's sort of, the perception is that we are on quite different wavelengths. But one of the things that I do believe your generation is completely correct about is old buildings and old storefronts and old markets just look so much better. And if we could have old school style British high streets, but with like modern accessibility, that would be the dream for me. Even if they looked like old buildings but had newer stuff on the inside, you know what I mean? That is one of the policies that Burnham is doing. That I'm like, and that, and obviously cutting down on like vape shops and what was the other one? Betting shops. I'm a fan of his nationalised adult policy. I thought you meant Andy Burnham for a second. I was going to say I don't remember that I don't remember that, but no, of course, Camp BINFACE is.
It's got to be stopped.
All right, you actually do have serious policies about your opponent, Nigel Farage. You say, for example, one of your top 20 policies is MPs who resign mid-parliament to be barred from the resulting by-election. Sounds like that's aimed at Nigel Farage. MPs who change party mid-parliament to be forced to face a by-election. Sounds like that's aimed at all the people who joined Reform UK from the Tories.
What I like about...
And number 15, I will not accept 5...
What I like about Andy is that he's not key. I mean, it does help. It does help.
£1 million gifts from crypto billionaires on Earth. Again, sounds like Nigel Farage and the money he accepted from Christopher Harbone, which is now being investigated.
I think they're getting rid of digital ID, aren't they? I think that was one of Burnham's first announcements.
But was being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Authority. So seems like you're really going after your opponent, Nigel Farage, but you don't name him. Why don't you name him? Are you afraid of him?
Well, it's interesting you say that, Mehdi. You say those policies are aimed at a certain individual.
So you still won't say his name?
I couldn't possibly comment. I would say they are uniform policies because any MP, like David Davis in 2008,
who famously
he
ran
called
for
a
re-election.
by-election, as you
Yes.
darn well know, over a matter of principle. He should have been barred from that election as well. So this is not just an ad hominem attack whatsoever. I would suggest that if any MP were to be given a £5 million donation by a crypto billionaire, that they should A, fill out the requisite form, and B, the public have a right to know what's going on.
Yep.
So it's
So I'm going to leave that there. We might come back to the Zateo interview later. But very good stuff. Obviously go check out Zateo, of course. Very, very good channel. More subscribers, I will point out, GB News as well. So good job, fellas. Good job over there. Yeah. It is so hot in here, by the way. For context, I have a little thing. I don't think I can show it because it's plugged in. I have a little thing that shows the temperature in my room. And do you want to know what the temperature in my room currently is? It's 31. So bear that in mind. If I sound a bit heat-stroked or a bit out of it. Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell's one is great, yeah. £5 million. It is worth repeating just how much money that is. That's an insane amount of money. Lucky for me, it's a cool night. It probably is cooler outside my door, but the only issue with that is that it's like obviously like people coming in and out and stuff. And like obviously I don't want my voice to be projected across the house because I live with people. So I want to give them some peace. Is anyone else lagging or is it just me? Is it lagging? Is it lagging? Oof, and I'm complaining about 25. Yeah, 31 for me right now. Did the BBC do any updates yet on... Has BBC News covered any more on their... No, they're just on general news at the moment. That's okay. But yeah, no, with Burnham it's interesting because I sort of feel like, for me, obviously, there's some things that he's doing that I disagree with. Obviously, I'm to the left. I think you can probably tell that by my channel. I'm quite to the left. So I don't really necessarily agree with like more North Sea oil drilling, although apparently it's more just accelerating the current contract. Obviously, I'd like to see him do more on Israel-Palestine. And as well, I'd like to see, further things done on tax, particularly of the wealthy, of course. But I mean, I will say he is a much better communicator. He has done little policies that I genuinely do really like. Like I say, the policy on, cutting down on vape shops, like cutting VAT on like pubs and clubs and stuff, actually helping out local business and local community, I do genuinely just think are good policies. What else? The making more apprenticeship schemes as well, and like sort of destigmatizing the idea of going for an apprenticeship instead of go to university. I like that as well. Because it doesn't suit everyone, university. I didn't go to university. It doesn't suit everyone. So I like stuff like that. But, time will tell. I think the budget will be a real test for Andy Burnham, certainly. But right now, I think he's doing pretty decent so far. Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to point out actually with regards to the by-election, which was this. The stage is set. Usually a raised stage is erected for the candidates to stand on when the results is announced. However, one large enough for them all to stand on and strong enough to take their weight could not be found. So instead, the 34 MPs were lined up on the floor of the sports hall in alphabetical order to hear how many votes they received. Very fun. That means that Nigel Farage is going to be properly in and amongst all the characters as well, which I love.
I've never ever...
Was this the guy who didn't know how Count BINFACE was at the Bakerfield by-election? I think it was.
I can bring you an exclusive here, Anna. I've never ever interviewed a returning officer at a by-election count before. This is Ian Davidson, who is the Chief Executive of Tendering Council, the acting returning officer here tonight. And you have somehow got to meet this challenge.
Indeed.
Now, Anna Botting, our presenter, was asking a little while ago, have you got bigger tables than usual?
Absolutely, we've got double tables. So some of the challenges have been including postal votes, because getting that amount in, so sending them out to the postal votes, then envelopes to be able to return them. Then we've had to put double tables on, as you can see here, in order to challenge. More staff in order to obviously to be able to manage the process through. And actually the cost of the ballot papers has been about 4 times as much as it was in the general election because of the sheer increase in the size.
And so how much is that?
So the total election is going to cost is up to around £250,000, possibly a little more.
Again, we wouldn't have to have another one if BINFACE won. You know, I'm just saying.
Government, for the most part, cover that cost, although not all, because we have a number of our own costs to bear with it as well.
Now, Mr Farage, of course, his political opponents have said this is all a waste of money, public money. He said we've offered to pay for it, but that is highly irregular. You can't really have one political party paying for an election, can you?
No, absolutely.
Well, no, because that opens it up to all sorts of fraud. If a party pays for an election, I mean, we've already seen them try to intimidate voters into not voting for other parties. Imagine how bad it'd be if they'd paid.
Not. I mean, and that would be seen to be inappropriate because it would seem to be biased. So we certainly wouldn't accept it, and nor would government. So that's why we get paid by government. If it was a county election, the county council pays, and so on and so forth. But so no political party will be paying for the election. It will be paid for out of the public purse.
What do you think about Mr Farage doing this? His opponents have called it a stunt, a farce, and it's to dodge parliamentary scrutiny by the Standards Commissioner and so on. Do you sometimes think, or have you thought, oh, really, this by-election's not necessary at all, it's a waste of everyone's time?
So I'm not going to comment on that because I'm the returning officer. But what I will say to you is that whenever we are called on to run a by-election or an election of any type, we're ready to do it. The one thing I will say, though, is actually it's an opportunity to tell you about the great things of tendering, what a wonderful place it is, but also some of our challenges. So it's really important that we have our MP in Parliament fighting for us. So, for example, we've got the most deprived area in...
I'm not sure, I'm not sure you're going to get much of that from Nigel Farage if he's re-elected again. Chances are he'll probably be seen more in America than in the Clacton constituency.
England, which is here in Clacton. It's not in the north, it's not in a great inner city, it's here in Jaywick.
One word answer, please. Do you think we're going to be back here with another by-election in a few weeks or a few months' time?
My one word answer is going to be more than one word. It'll be, if they call it, I will run it.
OK, thank you very much. So that's a real insight there into the challenge of running a by-election with a ballot paper as long as this, Anna.
One of the things I love as well is that they're going to have to really reach down to get to Nigel Farage. All the Reform voters are going to be like darting around, trying to find it. I swear this whole election is just congratulations Farage, you played yourself. Literally, there was no benefit to him calling this election at all whatsoever. Like from his, it doesn't achieve anything. Either he wins, and congratulations, you won against a bin. Now the parliamentary investigation resumes, and then potentially another by-election, or he loses, and his political career, if he did lose, would just be completely and utterly dead. You don't recover from that politically. I saw that Farage mentioned Clacton in Parliament more than 6 times in the past 2 years. I'm surprised it's that high, to be honest. What did I miss? Scores, please. Too early for that, but we do know that the turnout was around 43%, or the estimated turnout is around 43%. Counting has begun. but we don't know much in terms of results and probably won't until the early hours, unfortunately. But to be fair to them, they are having to deal with insanely long ballots, so I don't entirely blame them. What are you guys saying? Let's have some chats. I'm in America. Is there on 34 today? I emailed him and CC'd half his office on suggestions to reform the car parking industry. Nice. What's the pop in Clacton? I don't know. Don't knock it, man. Got you well over 7k subs. FARAGE is bad advice done your channel there, Blinder. Oh, don't get me wrong. Nigel, please, feel free to keep calling more by-elections. It's an absolute boon for me, as it turns out. But yes. I'm imagining reform voters not reading down to find Raj and not finding him on the ballot list. See, that was the joke I was going for. There is a non-zero chance that happens to some people, which I find quite funny. Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier. 43% is higher than I was expecting turnout-wise, to be honest. Britain votes now. Clacton by-election turnout is approximately 43%, according to returning officers' provisional estimate. This is 15% from the 58% seen in Clacton in 2024, although to be fair, it's worth saying that turnout always gets a boost at a general election, but it's still a strong turnout for a by-election. So that indicates two things to me. One of two things. Potentially both. One, the reform lot have come out in force to back Nigel, which I think is definitely a possibility. They've really tried to frame this as like a people versus the establishment by-election to try and motivate their base to the polls. Or the other option, and I mean it could be a combination of both, I think that's probably the more likely outcome, is that the non-FARAGE bloc have been motivated by the chance to vote for Count BINFACE. I think both of those blocs have been more motivated than what it would originally suggest. Because I saw, people saying that it's going to be like a 20% turnout, which, according to this at least, it's not been. It's been significantly higher than that. Oh, Newsnight. Okay, Newsnight has some coverage on, so let's have a look at Newsnight. I just saw this on Twitter, which is Jamie McIvor. Nigel Farage is a proper politician who does things properly. Not sure about that.
Nigel Farage is a proper politician that does things properly.
I mean, if he was, he would have waited for the investigation to finish. That's what a proper politician would do. Let me get Newsnight. Let me see if Newsnight is up. Clacton by-election. Okay, I don't think this is live. It was just doing. It was just. What was? What's the date today? It's the. It's 13th, isn't it? I was just wondering if Newsnight was live now. Newsnight. Yeah, the last one was, okay, so it finished a little bit ago. Obviously, I can't show the full coverage of Newsnight, but potentially I can show some of it. Get it up. It's still 31 in here, by the way. So yeah, there's quiet moments. It's just because I'm slowly roasting. Oh, Andy Burnham has made a statement on the wildfires, actually, so we can take a look at that whilst it's going on. This was about half an hour ago. Awful to see homes and communities hit by fires across the country tonight as the heatwave continues. My thoughts are with all affected, particularly those who have been injured or forced from their homes, and the firefighters have been taken to hospital. I'm in touch with leaders like Rich Parker Lab in the West Midlands and will be speaking to emergency services on the ground as they continue their response. Our firefighters are working in incredibly difficult conditions and putting themselves at risk to keep others safe. A huge thank you to them and everyone supporting the effort tonight. Please stay safe and follow their advice. I think he has also called a Cobra meeting. That is one thing I'd like to see him talk more about climate change as well, because it is vitally important. No matter how much reforms say that it's like fake and a lie or whatever, it's like clearly isn't. If anyone has been living in this heat in the UK for the last couple of months, you know it isn't. Oh, here we go. Someone was asked if it was a waste of taxpayers' money. That same guy, I think, that Jamie McIver.
Elected. This by-election is estimated to have cost at least £250,000. He was already elected only 2 years ago. It is a total waste of taxpayers' money, isn't it?
What I think is a total waste of taxpayer money is the obsession with using parliamentary time to talk about Nigel Farage in the way that it is being discussed at the moment. What really matters here is what the people of Clacton think.
The lag isn't I think it is genuinely the clip.
That is what is important.
Why
is
taxpayers' money being used to discuss him?
I mean, but like, of course Parliament's going to discuss him. He's a MP, or he was, and he probably will be again.
Well, don't forget, Nigel Farage has already offered to cover the cost of this by-election.
Yeah, but you know full well they can't do that because that would not be seen as democratic.
That's down to the Treasury to sort out, but we do know we have
but
an incompetent
everybody knew that wasn't going to be possible. There's an obvious conflict of interest if a party pays for its own by-election. I'm sorry to interrupt, but really, everybody knew that wasn't going to be possible. So that argument doesn't fly, does it?
Why isn't it possible? Is this the learned helplessness that we've got in the United Kingdom?
No, it's just obviously a conflict of interest to have a political party fund their own election. What's hard about that to get?
Somebody offers to do something quite practical and proper, and all of a sudden it's not possible.
It's a conflict of interest, isn't it?
Bigger problem in our
country. It's about protecting democracy.
I mean, they'd love it if they could buy the elections. They'd absolutely love that, because we already seen we already know they don't like democracy. It's the same with Trump. When Matt Goodwin lost in Gorton Denton, he was saying it was family voting and there were irregularities and it was rigged and all of this. Like, they've literally just adopted the same talking points that Trump did onto the US. We had a £5 super chat from Beehive85. Very nice name. That was a very catchy name. Stand-up math has a short stream on BINFACE's chances, statistically speaking. Only 11 minutes 32 seconds. Yeah, I think I did watch that, but I will happily watch that again for the stream. Whoop. This is a Reform UK councillor, Jamie McIver. McIver is quite a cool surname for someone that doesn't seem anywhere near as cool as the surname would suggest. Let's see what else Newsnight has to offer. Obviously climate change, which obviously is very important, but I'm specifically looking at coverage of the by-election. Okay, so yeah, this is Luke Trill talking about the turnout. Luke Trill is head of More in Common, the polling company, so it's actually quite interesting.
Believed to be around 43%. What does the number of people who actually vote in Clacton tell us about the election?
Yeah, this is the number that I'm actually most interested in.
It is laggy, isn't it?
Because look, Clacton is one of the most right-leaning constituencies in the country. 2024, the combined Tory reform vote, highest in the country. You know, reform sweep the board in the county council elections. It would have been a big shock if Nigel Farage
Why is it so laggy?
lost this, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. What I'm interested in, though, is because Nigel Farage has used this as a test for me versus the establishment, is how much enthusiasm is there? And I think the best benchmark for that is how does actually the raw number of votes that Nigel Farage gets, so he got around 21,000 in 2024, how does that compare with what he gets now? You know, so how many people actually turn out to vote for him? Because it's one thing
Although
winning.
we do know fewer people.
He got 21,000 votes last time, didn't he? Correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 21,000 votes last time.
Vote during by-elections.
So fewer people vote during by-elections,
So
but there's also been a swing to reform since that general election. And so I actually think if 43% is close to the number, and if Nigel Farage performs as expected, I think he'll be quite happy with that. You know, we've had turnout in by-elections, which has dropped down under 20%. That suggests that a significant number of people have gone out to vote, and it may be
Oh, is that Ollie Dugmore? Oh, it is.
that he comes close to reaching, you know, that total in the general election and possibly exceeds it.
And you are just...
I think if he gets less than what he got in 2024, that's kind of embarrassing, considering he has basically no competition. No official competition in that sense, if you get what I'm saying. I'm going to see if I can stop the lag, because it is a bit lag. Someone said they're easily learning Clacton. The thing is, I don't like to be mean to the constituents, because I don't think that that's necessarily helpful. Necessarily. Because these are people with real struggles and real difficulties who've unfortunately been convinced that the real thing that's ailing them, the real thing that's causing them harm is immigration, which it isn't. Clacton on Sea in particular is one of the lowest immigrant populations in the country. What's fucked them over is consistent underfunding. Obviously, basically the fall of domestic tourist destinations in favour of travelling abroad becoming cheaper. In fact, it's cheaper to go abroad now than it is to go on the train to Clacton, for example, from many areas. But it's also it's that combined with that not being replaced by anything else in the constituency. But unfortunately, they've been diverted. Their attention has been diverted from that and onto immigration, unfortunately. But I don't think it's necessarily helpful. I understand where the compulsion comes from. I'm not saying you're doing this or necessarily like a bad person for doing it, because I completely get where it comes from. But I do worry about, because I think a lot of people did it with Trump voters in 2024, and look where that got them. You know, so we need to. And that's not to say, by the way, that we should adopt reforms language on immigration. I think that's not the way we win either. That Labour's proven that. Keir Starmer's speech on the Island of Strangers proves that. The point I am making, though, is that you've got to try and be compassionate as well, if that makes sense. Hi Thomas, nice to catch you live. I know the count may not win, but I really hope this is the beginning of the end for the traitor Farage reform. Either way, it counts. Exactly. And thank you for the £10 super chat. Flint Reed UK, thank you very much. Good morning? Oh, don't hit me with the good morning. No. No, it's too early for that. Yeah, when people start saying good morning to me, that's when I know I've been up too long. £5 super chat from 3 times. Bin for the win? Yes. Exactly. This is exactly what we need. I'm going to close some tabs, because I reckon that might be what's causing the lag. Hopefully that helps a bit. Although I have just closed a bunch of tabs that might have been useful, but I'm going to get them back up. What was I just on? I was on Newsnight, wasn't I? Yeah, we were going to watch the stand-up maths video. We could watch that. We could watch that. Let me get it up. We are on, I think, 7,280 subscribers right now. So thank you all so much for that. Genuinely, it's been insane to watch that number just explode over the last couple of days. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, stand-up maths. That was it. And maths. The last update I saw on the BBC was that it was about 20 minutes ago, saying all ballot boxes have now arrived. So all ballot boxes arrived around past. So they have everything in now for the count as of about half an hour ago. And by count, I don't mean count BINFACE, I mean the vote count.
Can Count BINFACE actually win this election?
I hate when it auto plays. It does my edit. Right, there we go.
In a word, yes. In more words, probably not, but we'll get to that later. For my American viewers, Count BINFACE is an intergalactic space warrior from the Recyclons who has been running in UK elections for years, and they're up against Nigel Farage, who is a far-right politician, first became an MP in the 2024 election. They're now in the House of Commons, which is akin to the House of Reps, but they did not disclose a £5 million donation made by a crypto bro, and that was against parliamentary regulations. And to avoid the scrutiny of going through the whole investigative process, they quit. And when you quit your seat as an MP, you trigger a by-election to find a replacement, and Nigel declared themselves running to be their own replacement. And it seems the calculus here was, if they get
it just
voted
sounds
back
insane to anyone who's not, like, you know, intimately familiar with the situation.
Again, overwhelmingly, after people knew about the £5 million crypto donations they didn't declare, then mandate from the people. And he very much framed this as a people versus the establishment situation.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
Then, in a rare moment of coordinated genius, all the other parties that are normally battling each other agreed to a truce, and no one else ran a candidate in the by-election. And the only person who declared was Count BINFACE. The major parties, having all decided not to join in Farage's little democracy circus to try and avoid scrutiny, were able to get some pretty good licks in.
But one politician intends to spend the summer avoiding scrutiny, refusing to set out his plans. So does he not agree that what the country deserves is a televised debate between Nigel Farage and Count BINFACE?
I really wish there was a televised debate. That would have been great. Unfortunately, I mean, Parliament's in recess, so we wouldn't have got question time, but I'd have loved a televised debate.
My advice to everyone is put your vote in the bin.
I cannot back joke figures with ridiculous policies, which is why I'm supporting Count BINFACE.
Now, because there are no other major parties running, it means BINFACE is in a weird position where...
Thank you to Baker_King12 for the $4.99 super chat. It would be funny if the Reform voters don't bother showing, assuming an automatic win, and the joke candidates voters do show. I mean, it's not impossible that, like, BINFACE gets a boost. I think that is very much possible.
Technically, they could get the votes to win, although it's not going to be easy because, I mean, Nigel Farage is not from Clacton-on-Sea. He just picked of the over 600 constituencies in the UK, the one where he was most likely to get voted in. And he got 46.2% of the votes in the previous election, which means the other parties got 53.8% of the vote. And none of them are running now. So that leaves 53.8% of the voters looking for someone else to vote for. And what about the people that didn't vote? There were 32,287 eligible voters who did not vote last time. That's 41.3% of the electorate. If they were included, Farage technically only got 27.1% of all eligible voters' votes. And the other
yeah, I said before, I 100% think Count BINFACE would genuinely be a good MP, and I don't even say that with the slightest bit of irony. He's an intelligent guy who would almost certainly increase tourism to Clacton, 100%.
Get dropped down to 31.6%. So that's our big slice of the pie available for Count BINFACE to consume Farage. Okay, the fact that BINFACE can win established, we should take a moment to think about why we even have satirical novelty candidates, and do we want them? Well, Count BINFACE is all about getting more people to engage with democracy.
I'll be honest, right? When people are like, oh, I don't want joke candidates, it's silly, I'm like, no, that's the most British thing we do. And we should keep that at all costs. And I hate it when people try to overanalyze BINFACE, like, it's just funny.
To make their vote count, which I think is amazing, and I think absurd candidates play a very important role. When I was talking about this with my mate Terry, he came up with the rock, paper, scissors theory of political parties, the non-transitive approach, because you've got your popularist candidates and you've got your serious politicians, and popularists will always beat serious because they can just promise whatever they think the people want. And so what are serious going to do? Well, in comes absurd political parties. Now, serious politics is always going to beat absurd politics because it's just ridiculous. But in a fantastic, non-transitive closing of the loop, absurd candidates beat popularist candidates. It takes someone with a bin on their head to point out how ridiculous some of their claims and promises are and reframe the whole thing in a much less serious tone while still making some legitimate points.
If you got elected, do you realise that you would not be able to wear your current facial covering? The Commons rules, which I've got in front of me here, are very, very clear, and they forbid face coverings.
Well, I mean, the Commons rules are very clear about what you can do with donations. But that seems to have got all murky. So
you see that it is true, isn't it, that they were looking into making an exception so he could wear the bin. I hope they let him actually do that if he did become an MP at some point, because it wouldn't be the same otherwise. I mean, it used to be that you had to wear a top hat to make a point of order in Parliament. So I don't really feel like putting a bit on your head is that much of a step, to be honest.
Can I see how the line can get tested?
After BINFACE announced their candidacy, and it was only Farage versus BINFACE. So good. A lot of other novelty candidates got on the bandwagon.
No, yeah, this is the maths guy. Yeah, this is the maths guy. I've never watched him before today. I watched this earlier.
Raving party fielded 3 candidates. So everyone else got in on the joke, which, as we all know, just makes jokes funnier and funnier. So there are now over 30 other candidates declared. Like, the length of the voting bit of paper has become a meme in its own right. So now we need to work out, do more novelty candidates split the vote? Will other candidates joining in the joke take votes away from Count BINFACE? I wanted to get a sense for what could happen here, and it turns out the Houses of Parliament, the library, keeps all the vote totals for every candidate in every constituency across all recent elections. So I could get all the data from the last 4 elections for every single constituency in every election. I pulled out all the novelty candidates. So I defined them as not part of a major party and got under 5% vote share. I'm not going to release my exact list because people are going to argue about it. The point is, these are all the fringe, silly, novelty, not going to win candidates. I then counted up how many there were per constituency, and for every single election I did a plot of number of novelty candidates compared to the total vote share they got across all of them. And you can see there is an upwards trend. As you have more novelty candidates in an election, there is a slight increase in the total vote share they get. Some more novelty candidates.
That's interesting. So there is a chance that the vote share percentage goes like way up because there's more joke candidates. Interesting.
Do all bring more voters to the table. They increase the size of the pie. That's great. And this is
so there is a chance then that BINFACE has significantly increased turnout, which would explain the increased turnout. Well, not the increased turnout. It's decreased from 2024, but it's increased relative to what I think a lot of us were expecting it to be.
This is the average across all 4 recent elections, and I'm not saying it's significant, but it does go up. You could argue that a quadratic line would fit better.
I'm not good at math. I'm not good enough at maths to understand this, but all I know is line go up. I barely passed maths, so I am not the best person to ask. I was more of an English guy. I did well at English literature, which now that I think about it, given the, how much I talk, and it makes more sense than me being good at maths.
That's true almost all the time. You've just got more things you can adjust on a quadratic than a linear. So ignore the point is it goes up. However, for completeness, I did all the same plots, but this time I looked at the average vote share per novelty candidate, and that has a mild downward trend. So it turns out more novelty candidates does dilute the share they get each. They are splitting up the protest.
I still think, though, that BINFACE is the one with the international media attention, so I'll probably, I don't think the other novelty candidates are really going to split the vote all that much, to be honest.
Like other vote, but it's not as bad as you think because they do also bring some more voters to the table. But overall, it's mildly bad news. All of that taken into account, Count BINFACE is probably not going to win, but that's kind of not the point. The point is to look at the absurdity of populist politics and get more people engaged in democracy, which I think we're achieving. And there is still an outside chance that the people of Clacton could do the funniest thing ever. Now, some of you may already know this, but I happen to be close personal friends with a certain intergalactic...
I think the rest of this was just him talking to... I'm going to skip ahead because I think I remember there being a bit, which is fine, but I want to see him talk to Count BINFACE, so I'm just going to quickly scoot ahead. But of course, watch the full video, of course. Although then again, I think a lot of you already did.
Time to get into it.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye. Ooh. Where? Yeah, sorry, no. It is Count BINFACE. As some of you already know, I am a member of the Count BINFACE. And actually, there it is. Okay, now we're getting a message in from the bin himself.
Yes, it is me, Count BINFACE, here to say good statistical work, Matt. It is my official stance that yes, we can indeed win this election. Just maybe not numerically. But there's more ways to win than that. And hopefully the people of Clacton will put their vote in the bin and give you plenty to count on election night. Tell Captain Disillusion that anyone can get a low Earth orbit parking permit if their intern is able to fill out the application paperwork correctly. What is about your planet and red tape? Unbelievable. Anyway, I'll show my galactic birth certificate as soon as I'm not under audit. Till then, peace and love. BINFACE out.
So as the election draws close, if you know anyone in Clacton, please do reach out and ask them very nicely.
I have been saying this in every single video. I hope it works as well.
The objectively hilarious thing. I mean, Count BINFACE may not win, but we can definitely send a message. It's so great. Anyway, I'm just very excited to be part of it, and I can't believe I will be in the room as the votes come in. So as the official count agent, I'll be there verifying that votes are legitimate.
Oh wow, he's a count agent as well. Look at that.
Well, what I'll actually be doing is keeping track of how many votes are coming in. I'm going to try and make rolling predictions as the night goes on as to what the final vote count will be.
Does he have a Twitter account? Hang on.
I'll put some kind of video out after the election, maybe main channel, maybe second channel. Keep an eye out for it. The important thing is time is moving on.
That was very good. That was very good timing. I liked that. Does he have
to do something in politics? Do something hilarious. Do something meaningful. Come on, people of Clacton.
There's a website.
You got this.
If you're red, green, yellow, blue, there's still something.
Oh, let's get a little bit of it in there. You know what? I'll let it play out. Why not?
Clacton is a special place, so cast your vote for me. I'm Count BINFACE.
It is a banger. It is a banger, genuinely. But yeah, I don't want to watch you again, Stand Up Math. No offense. But no, that was very good, very interesting. Interesting that if novelty candidates show up, the amount of people who vote actually increases. That's interesting. So they actually do play a role in democracy, which I think is kind of fun. Yeah, I was gonna. There was a reform councillor who was coping earlier, so I might put that on. Was this a councillor? Who was this? Oh no, it's just some guy, but I think he's a reporter. Oh, former Brexit party. There you go. That makes sense. So, but basically the same thing. Liam Deacon said this. This by-election isn't a joke. People here in Clacton feel like they've been ignored. They've seen powerful forces try to stop Nigel before. The elitist media might be laughing at them. No, they're not. They're laughing at Nigel because he's a pathetic little twat. But they know they're not fighting over a bin. They're fighting over democracy. No, they're not.
Nigel. Couple of thoughts from Clacton. Just spent the afternoon in Jaywick canvassing. The big joke in Westminster and all across the media is that Nigel's down here arguing with a bin. It's all very funny, all very silly, isn't it?
Yes, it is objectively very funny. Like, no one is going to convince me otherwise.
And I just can't tell you how insulting like that feels when you're here. I mean, there is a huge...
Oh my god. Outside of him, spot the under 50. I don't think I can.
Huge well of support for Nigel. A real feeling that they know him and that they understand him. And, you know, the idea...
I wish I could understand what it felt like to get 5 million quid for free. I mean, to be fair, I've done very well this stream. I can't complain. It's not quite 5 million quid, but you've all been very generous tonight. Thank you so much.
This whole election is a joke. It's kind of implying that all of their concerns and their support for him is also this big joke.
No. Extrapolation 101. This is crazy. Nigel is the one insulting them by using them as a weapon against his own investigation. He didn't have to call this. They'd already backed Nigel. They'd already supported Nigel. There was no reason for this by-election to exist beyond the fact that he didn't want to declare... he didn't want a parliamentary investigation to continue, and thought that if he called it, it would pause it. Well, turns out they are going to continue with it regardless when it returns to Parliament anyway. It's got nothing to do with delegitimising Nigel Farage's concerns. If anything, all the parties have been chasing reform for months. Only now have they finally realised that you can't out-reform reform, so to speak. Labour were trying for months with the whole, like, Island of Strangers bit, which I still can't get over that Keir Starmer said. If anything, they've been overcompensating to try and win the reform vote. So no, it's got nothing to do with them not appreciating their concerns, and everything to do with the fact that Nigel Farage pulled a stunt, and he's the one making a joke out of these constituents, not Count BINFACE.
And, you know, there is a real feeling and knowledge among the people here that there are forces at play that want to keep Nigel out of power and keep him where he belongs.
Sinister we are, in Clacton we be. It's like, what? Oh, the sinister forces. Do.
They remember Gina Miller and the court cases to block Brexit. They remember the people's vote to usurp democracy. They remember 20 years of Tory promises to bring down immigration and doing the opposite. They were seeing how Labour took power away from elected representatives and gave it to unaccountable bureaucrats. There's no conspiracy in their mind that there are forces at play trying to ignore their will and their belief in democracy and take power away from them. So they're not here arguing with the big...
Nothing screams belief in democracy and democratic process like it deliberately trying to avoid a parliamentary investigation, because you know it makes you look bad.
They're here arguing against years and years and years of what they know. They're arguing for a principle. They're arguing.
Oh yeah, he didn't spell Labour right. He spelled it the American way, you're right.
For the one man who's consistently represented.
Also, is it just me, or does he look like a sort of dodgy British Brendan Fraser? See what I mean? Like young Brendan Fraser.
Them and their views.
It's probably more of a compliment than I intended it to be, but you get what I'm saying.
So yeah, laugh at it all you want, you know, dismiss it, call it a joke. But yeah, the support here is huge, and there's going to be a landslide for Nigel. Dismiss it all you want, but that's the reality of it, and it's a beautiful place, nice place to be.
Posh George is the original Nigel Sim. I mean, yeah, that guy literally calls Farage daddy. That's the level we're at. No, I was going to say, I didn't mean to insult Brendan Fraser, you know. Can we just congratulate BINFACE now? Even if Farage wins, should we just pretend that BINFACE won anyway? And just, like, gaslight all the reform people into believing that BINFACE won? Even if he didn't? Just lie? Say it was rigged. That's what they do. Saw a tweet that I wanted to see it, then it's gone again. Reform UK is holding an event called FARAGE Fest in Essex, which broadcaster Christopher Hope has compared to Glastonbury. Bloody hell. Reform UK says the event is a thank you to those who've campaigned for Nigel Farage and Clacton. There are currently 700 people in attendance, several hundred people in attendance, and the event is offering a fairground, free beer, and live entertainment, as well as places for people to stay overnight, as the by-election results are expected to be announced around 6 and 7 a.m. That's funny. It was like, do you know in Pinocchio where there's like, is it Treasure Island? That's like the theme park that all like the young boys go to before they get turned into donkeys. It's like that, but it's like for geriatrics. It's great. Oh dearie me. Farage Fest. Fucking hell. He really is like Trump, isn't it? That is like something Trump would do. Be like, oh, I'm going to host. Today I'm announcing Trump Fest 2026 on the White House lawn. Please, please, please be the Farage's version of Fire Festival. Farage Festival. Yeah. I cannot imagine somewhere I'd like to be less. Anyway, but Clacton, that's true. Trump literally did that. Did he? It doesn't surprise me. Oh, and this is interesting. I hadn't seen this, but apparently this was on the Reform livestream. Forgive the fact that it was taken on video, but Reform TV laying out the foundations. I like the name Reform TV for GB News. Laying the foundations for the political exit of Farage, and lefties are the Antichrist. Interesting. What's this say? Hang on. Give it.
The security now is off the scale. It's like a president arriving. They have to scan the place, they have to make sure there's 6 or 7 of the biggest blokes I've ever seen in my life.
6 or 7? I'm not going to do the joke. You know where I was going with that.
And think about that, actually, seriously. Why that is? That is, you know, Nigel Farage constantly living under the spectre of being assassinated by a radical lefty. That is where we are at the moment. And I really don't... The thing that gets me about this is that I don't think the establishment media gives that a second thought.
The most we've seen Farage threatened over the last couple of days was someone waving a leaflet at him. And that's not to say that MPs don't go under genuine threat, that's true. But I think to act like, I don't know, he's some sort of exception, I just don't really think it really bears out. They often talked about, they went to my daughter's house. One guy went up to the door of one of many of Farage's registered properties, which I believe he was registered to vote at the 2024 general election, and one guy went up, saw that Nigel wasn't in, and then left. Oh, it's the lefty's fault. I don't have the girlfriend, exactly. Hi, just got here. What's the vote status? We don't know much yet, but we do know that the turnout is estimated to be around 43%. I'll check if the BBC has done any updates, but I'm not seeing too much. Yeah, it's just going over his finance story, which we have been over extensively at this point. One candidate pulled out over threat fused. Oh, really? Who's that? Yeah, I'm not going to deny that there may well be people who can be violent towards MPs and Farage in particular, but I just find this I'm the most in danger politician in history line really quite pathetic, considering there's 3 politicians who have literally been assassinated, one of which for his own party, and he still insists that he's the most under attack of them all. I mean, if you remember when Jeremy Corbyn was Labour leader, no matter what your thoughts on him are, reality is the media were relentless. They were camping outside his home every single day. Every single day. We have seen nothing like that for Farage. Not even close. He's just been given the basic level of media scrutiny that, frankly, the media haven't been giving him this whole bloody time. It should have been. Frankly, they should have been giving him it in 2015, 2016, when he was one of the main architects of Brexit, but I digress. See what else we got. I saw someone suggest another video, but I can't remember what it was. But it's something about not Nigel Farage, Camp BINFACE's housing policy. They should have not started platforming in 2014. Well, that's the thing that I find crazy. Mike became grainy for me. Does it sound grainy? Hang on, let me check. Can we check the playback briefly? Playback briefly. So you are going to hear me twice for a second. I'm just double checking that it doesn't sound terrible. Playback briefly. So you are going to hear me twice for a second. Oh, it is a bit, isn't it? Hang on. There is a bit of, it's not been doing that for most of it, is it? Did that just started happening now? Sounds like a loose cable. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can fix it. In fact, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go get a drink. And I'm going to be back in a second. And I'll fix the mic while I am gone. Does that sound good? I'm going to do that quickly. I'll be right back. Hold on. Ooh. Be right back, folks. Hello. Okay, that's fine. And we're back. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Sorry it took me a second. Apologies for leaving you for a little while. Hopefully you're all okay. Can you still hear me? I'm going to bring it a bit closer. Hang on, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I went to go get a drink. Feeling much better. I also got to put some ice in my my air conditioning machine. It's like one of those ones you put ice in. I couldn't get I haven't got really a window to do the aircon ones. I am back. Hello. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you were too bored in my absence. Oh, we actually have some footage of FARAGE Fest. Wonderful. Let's have a look at that.
Welcome to FARAGE Fest. I'm just going to ask our cameraman to pan around quickly. You can see we've got a band, we've got a load of marquees. Oh wow, I can see myself on the screen there. There's a Ferris wheel, barbecues, fire pits, marshmallows, drinks. There's even dozens and dozens of tents for people who are glamping. The security is through the roof, but it's quite incredible. But one man who is still recovering from his experience is our political editor, Christopher Hope. Alex, if you could bring him into shot. I think he's just about stopped. Have you stopped shaking yet?
I'm fine now.
Tell us about the terrible welcome to...
Look at that. I cannot imagine a place on Earth I would least want to be. That sounds absolutely dreadful. What was I going to say? This would be really funny if they set all this up and then FARAGE lost. Imagine they had this big celebratory, FARAGE festival in the middle of Clacton, and then he loses. That would be very funny. There's no one there. There's like 25 people. It does slightly give, there's like weird cults you'd come across in the forest. Oh, they have marshmallows. I'm on my way. Average age 82. Yeah. They went for the free food and booze. To be fair, free beer is a tantalising offer, but if it meant having to hang around Lee Anderson, I think I'd have to pass. Imagine idolising a politician. It's one of the things I've never understood about American politics, is when they buy merchandise for politicians. I mean, you even saw a couple of them there with their Reform football t-shirts, and I'm like, I just find it so weird to... It's a deeply American concept, making merchandise out of politics. It's such not to sound like anything particular, but it does sound like it is a very capitalist mindset. Even our politics has to have merch. Do you know what I mean? That's going to end in a punch-up, isn't it? Well, apparently the security's good. For 5 million quid, you'd hope so. Oh, wait. Farage has said he's won the Clacton by-election. Feel like you're not supposed to say... Also, they haven't been counting that long.
You haven't yet. Have you won?
Yes.
You have won?
Yeah, very convincingly. I've managed to...
Fairly convincingly. Interesting turn of phrase.
...beat the establishment candidate.
You can't seriously keep calling BINFACE the establishment candidate, bro. You can't.
You haven't yet seen off the threat of an inquiry into this gift you had from a crypto billionaire. What's the point of all this?
Who cares? Who cares? The voters of Clacton don't care. Look,
that's not really a fair. It's not really a fair judgment considering you had no competition. That's why this doesn't work.
Labour, Lib Dem and Conservative canvassers have been out for BINFACE. You know, they're not going to win. The Unity Party aren't going to win. They will not call a second by-election here. They'd be stupid to do so.
No, they wouldn't. It'd be entirely reasonable to do it. Also, it's not up to the individual parties to call another by-election. It's down to voters. If 10% of voters in Clacton wanted it, then another by-election would happen. Like a recall petition would be sent out, and if 10% of voters back it, then another by-election happens. So it's not actually up to them either.
Have you won?
Yeah, I feel like saying you've won this early in the day is kind of crazy, unless like it's really obvious. But I'm like, I don't know. He even said fairly convincingly. I'm definitely taking up crime in Clacton. Nobody cares. Yeah. Clacton isn't the country, is it, Nigel? Exactly. It's like it proves nothing. It proves your popularity in a small part of the world that was already heavily Brexit voting and old, which is the portion of the country that you were always going to do well in. His arrogance is astounding. It's not surprising though. It's not particularly surprising. It's obvious after the first rough count. Yeah, I mean, I think we all knew that BINFACE isn't going to win. The question is by how much. Okay, this is interesting. I just saw this tweet. Let me get it up. From my eye over the shoulder analysis, so not necessarily a the scientific method. From my eye over the shoulder analysis, Reform getting 2-1 the votes BINFACE is getting. So like that would be like what, like 66-33-ish? 2-1 would be pretty bad for FARAGE. Obviously, that's not a full thing. 2-1 is not good for FARAGE. It's good for us, because that proves that BINFACE has actually got quite a large portion of the vote. Yeah, there's no exit polls for this election, otherwise I'd be the first to show you. But so we can only really go off of estimates at the minute. Estimates and guesses. Do we know if the first count has concluded? I think they do postal votes separate. 52% BINFACE. I would love to see 30% or higher. My dream would be 40%. I mean, my dream would be him winning, but I don't think that's ever been that likely. But 40% would be like the absolute dream. Anything above 30% is like still an incredible result. Yeah, I know all the ballots were in by 11:30, but do we know when they'd finished counting? Like what the result? I know as in like all the ballots had been delivered by 11:30. Manchester Evening News is live streaming the count. Just stick it on one of your tabs and mute the tab. Yeah, I think I am going to do that. I had one open earlier, but I think I closed it because my computer was slowing down with all the tabs open, so apologies for that. I'll put that in the side tab. No Justice is streaming. I saw that No Justice apparently is subscribed. It'd be funny if we could do a thing. Oh, I'll mute that. There we go. Mute it, but keep it playing. Oh yeah, the loonies have arrived. Hang on, you can see there. You can see the head of the Monster Movie Looney Party there. For some reason, the chat is like weirdly condensed down. I want to see what they're saying. Doesn't look like I can, unfortunately. BBC update. Oh, there is there. Hang on. The last one I saw was turnout higher than some expected, which, yeah, I mean, like, that's true. I think we've spoken about the turnout enough, though, to be fair. That Performer basically saying that, oh, you know, they've turned out for us. That shows that they love us. But it could be that, you know, BINFACE is slightly overperforming, which, from what I'm hearing, what I'm hearing, also what we are reading, seems to be the case. Letterbox chat, man. How do I get out of that? You can tell I'm not used to doing live, and I'm more used to doing pre-recording, can't you? But maybe I should do more regular live, if that's something you guys would be interested in. We're almost at 7,300 subscribers now. It's insane, because before this morning we hadn't reached 7,000 yet. It's insane. Like, thank you all so much for the support, genuinely. Blows me away. Blows absolutely... Oh, I've just leaked my analytics. Oh, there we go. But yeah, the channel support has been absolutely insane, and I can't thank you all enough for it. More live shows, please. I think I will. Maybe I should live stream the second one of these, the second Clacton by-election. If there's any other like big by-elections, if I was doing by-elections, if I was doing live streams for by-elections at the time, I probably would have done Makerfield. You know, thank you so much for being a mod as well. I probably will I'll probably put a couple of more mods on there as well. We should probably vote a totalitarian dictator. BINFACE is a totalitarian dictator. Good coverage of an interesting event can make a channel. Well, I was sort of thinking about this the other day. I was sort of saying to a friend months ago, like when this channel, because I started this channel in January, and I sort of said what I need to happen essentially is a big event to come along so that I can cover and sort of be in on, and one came along. In some ways I kind of owe Count BINFACE because I mean, for context, this time a month ago, just to give you guys some context, we are the 13th today. On the 13th I was on 4,368 subscribers, so we have gained 3,000 subscribers in about a month. Like, that's insane to me. That's mental to me. Like, I'm not used to that level of growth at all. For context, I have another channel, which some of you might know me from, which is Theories, which has 30k subscribers, Doctor Who channel. And that took me, like, years to get to where it was, you know what I mean? I've never had anything like this. Yes, I did see that the results of the winner will be announced on the floor of the Clacton Leisure Centre rather than the usual stage. This is because all the candidates cannot fit on one stage. Yes, that's very true. Martin Bell was such fun, he won. That's true. It can happen. It can happen. Just subbed. Thank you. I think if you subscribe, it means that you can chat. I think I've made it sub-only just because the chat was going a bit too quick. So it's your fault we've got this chaos? Oh, what do you mean the universe gave me an event to cover? Maybe. But let's be honest. It has been an all-time fun event to cover. Like, it's just a really funny bit of political history. That, like, Britain's preeminent populist figure had to contest a bin, and it was seen as somewhat, like, tight. Yeah, people are saying 43% is low, but honestly, 43% is a lot more than I expected. I thought that before, like when we first saw it, I was like, wow. Like Farage will win, yeah, but that's not the point. The point is to make him look silly, which this has already done. I said to you when you first talked about getting 7K for the election, and we did it. We did it. What's your favourite BINFACE policy? Now we're getting into... Now that's a good question. I think the 99 flake at 99p is very close to my heart. And I also mentioned, you know, I'd love to see him introduce like a £1 cap on Poundland. I think that'd be very good. So that's up there. One affordable house. I love that as a piece of like a policy and as a piece of satire, because every government always overpromises house building commitments and they never deliver it. So I think just having one say, I'll build at least one is very funny. I really like the one that was from the kid, which was the fossil fuel company should pay for solar panels for everyone. That was from a child. I'm not Nigel Farage. It's a very good policy, yeah. The anti-speaker phone in public is my favourite. Yeah, I like that a lot as well. BINFACE getting interviewed right now on Sky. Is he? Hang on. Let me see if I can get it. Does Sky post their stuff to YouTube as well? It looks like they might. Hang on. Oh my god, they are interviewing him. It's the same guy. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta go back. Everyone quiet. Ugh. I'm gonna go forward a bit. Where is it? Oh, it's gonna lag. No, come on.
From feeling it too. Katie Barnfield, Sky News in Rotherham.
Well, let's return now to our top story.
How do I get rid of
is
the
underway in the Clacton by-election, where Nigel Farage is hoping to retain his seat. We can cross live over to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who is with one of the candidates, Count BINFACE.
Yes.
John Craig, take it away.
Thank you, Mari. Yes, Count BINFACE, who I interviewed at Makerfield a few weeks back. You got 95 votes at Makerfield. I think you're going to get more here, but I don't think you're going to win.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that, John. Firstly, yes, it's lovely to see you again. We meet again at last. Last time, you didn't even know who I was. Have you worked it out this time? There's 34 names on the ballot. Have you figured out who I am?
Yeah, I have now, yes.
Excellent. Well, then we're on a good start. There we go.
Good start, yes.
And you mentioned Makerfield. I got 0.2% in that election. And let's just say, speculate that I managed to keep my deposit, which would be a nice start. 5%. I make that a 2,500% swing to BINFACE in 2 months. I think that's the greatest swing in British political history, but you probably know better than me.
I'm not sure about that. Anyway, why did you stand here in Clacton?
That's where the election was, John.
Right, but why? I mean, is it a publicity?
Can you see?
Yes, I can see that. Is it a publicity stunt, or did you really hope to win?
No, that's a bit mean. No, it's about taking part in celebrating British democracy, like in our chat in Makerfield. Isn't it wonderful that if you wanted to, you could stand in election? Any of these lovely photographers, anybody in Britain can stand for election, no matter what you believe or what you look like. It's brilliant. So I want to do that with my fully costed manifesto, and I'm on the up. I mean, who was I to think in Makerfield that I would suddenly become His Majesty's official opposition? But here we are.
You mentioned the manifesto. I read your manifesto. It looks a bit more serious than the last time. Tell us, what are the highlights of your manifesto here?
Yes, well, thank you for reading it, John. That's fantastic. that makes a change.
Well, I had to after you ticked me off for not knowing enough about you.
Well, I think I was a fair ticking off, to be honest, don't you? But, I make a series of fully costed important policies from...
The election is a publicity stunt. Yeah, no, exactly. There's only one man who's done a publicity stunt out of this, and it's not Count BINFACE.
99 flakes and 99p, to retaining my pledge to build at least one affordable house. But tallying that with Clacton-specific measures, such as improving Walton Pier and making sure that MPs who resign mid-Parliament without changing parties are barred from the resulting by-election, which would save the taxpayer a lot of money. Plus, of course, energy companies, oil and gas companies, to pay for solar panels for everyone, a policy from Jack, age 10. How about it?
You're getting quite serious, though, some of these policies, aren't you?
Well, why not? I mean, I think nationalising Adele is as serious as it gets, because...
Have you spoken to her?
Well, I'm hoping she might reach out to Sky News. I mean, why not? I mean, the Exchequer needs a hit. And I think to back Adele before she releases her new album would be huge. But, of course, look at this here. You just said at the beginning of this interview that Nigel Farage is claiming victory. But
he is.
Well, in that case, it's going to be a two-legged match, like the Carabao Cup or the Cold War. Because we're going to be back again in a few weeks, aren't we? Well, so we'll see what happens then.
He says if they forced another by-election, the establishment, as he says...
You mean me?
Yeah, well, he calls you the establishment candidate. He said in the last half hour or so, at some party he's having with his supporters, that he's beaten the establishment candidate. I assume he means you.
I find it really funny that BINFACE is the one staying for the count, and Farage is, like, sodded off. I think that's really funny. Like... BINFACE genuinely values the democratic process more than Farage does.
Interesting, isn't it? Because one of the candidates was a sitting MP, formerly an MEP, architect of Brexit, one of the most significant British politicians of the last 20 years, and reputedly a member of the East India Gentlemen's Club, which to this day does not admit women. Now, if that's not the establishment, I'd like to know what is, because I'm a lone wolf space warrior.
You went to Oxford University, though, didn't you? That's a bit posh.
I've parked above it in my spaceship, but I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'll tell you what, I haven't plagiarised any research. How about them apples?
Well, you mentioned the bus fare cap. Andy Burnham's done that. Did you steal that policy from him?
No, I upgraded it. He went £2. I think the people of Clacton deserve better. £1.99. Funded through a windfall tax on cosy crime novels written by celebrities. It's perfect.
Tell us who your colleague is. Your assistant, your spin doctor?
Yes.
Who are you, please?
I'm Recyclone B. I'm the strategist.
A strategist? And does she give you all your policies, or they're yours? What's your role exactly? He called you a spin doctor a little earlier.
Yeah, well, I have many, many talents.
Yes, and I can activate her within 45 minutes, just like any spin doctor.
Not on live TV, thanks.
Not like that. Cheeky, John. Cheeky. Getting into the swing of it, I like it.
Yes. So, I mean, you're going to have a long wait for the result here, aren't you? And you're going to get hot in that costume.
And you're going to get hot in that beautiful suit of yours.
Well, it's not that beautiful.
It's very dapper. I mean, you going to have a cold shower halfway through?
It's hot up here, but actually in the press room it's very cool. So
you lucky man.
Oh yes.
The fourth estate. You see everybody.
Now you're going to say we're the establishment.
Well, exactly.
So you agree with Nigel Farage? He's been hitting out at newspapers like the Sunday Times and others that have criticised him over his what Kemi Badenoch calls his fishy finances.
Yes.
Are you saying that we journalists are the establishment, like he does?
Well, I mean, you're called the fourth estate. It sounds pretty established.
No, I've always thought that was a rather silly term.
But it is true, though, isn't it? So that's pretty establishment. But why shouldn't the Sunday Times look into his £5 million donations? What's he hiding? It's interesting.
What do you think about the fact that he's got this inquiry by the Standards Commissioner and then the Standards Committee?
Well, the thing which makes me curious, and I'm interested to get a journalist's view on this, is that there was a report in one of the papers, I believe, a speculation that the Reform UK strategists believed that by calling this by-election preemptively, it would avert the need for a by-election after the result of the Parliamentary Standards Committee. Now, I'm a space warrior from Sigma 9 with a fixation for CFAX and Lovejoy, but even I knew...
Lovejoy, that's going back a bit.
Exactly, but even I knew...
Dennis McShane.
Lovely.
No, not Dennis McShane. He was the MP, wasn't he?
Ian McShane.
Ian McShane,
Come
yes.
on, John. It's nice, University Challenge. But, you know what I'm saying is that even if I knew that wouldn't work, how would a putative government in waiting not know how Parliament works? I find that fascinating.
Well, you're right about that, because the fact is the rules, and I've studied them, say that if a person leaves Parliament for whatever reason, illness or whatever reason, it's paused, the inquiry suspended. But
they push him harder than Farage. No, genuinely, they offer him more media scrutiny than they ever offered Farage. It's kind of insane. Well, there was that one interview, wasn't it? I think it was on Newsnight originally, wasn't it? There was like, will you bin off the bin and reveal your real identity, Jonathan Harvey? And it's like, bro, why are you treating the bin with more scrutiny than the action, you know, like, the guy that you've all been hyping up as the next Prime Minister for, like, the last year? It's insane.
Then if they get back into Parliament, it's resumed.
Exactly. So hold on to your popcorn, everyone, because the second leg in Clacton, which I prophesied, I said to the people of Clacton, vote BINFACE and you would save approximately 350 grand on a second by-election. So I reckon, how about this? He said Reform would pay for the second one. Maybe Nigel could pay for it out of his 5 million. That'd be nice.
Mr Farage has said this week that if there was a second by-election, that would be silly, and tonight he said it would be stupid. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad he's not saying that this by-election's silly, which of course it isn't. It's a very fair and positive campaign between two rival candidates to rule the country. I mean, next time you'd have all these silly novelty parties like the Liberal Democrats involved. I mean, who needs that?
But, yeah, what do you think
It's true. I've often said, what do the Liberal Democrats do? No offense to Liberal Democrat voters, but it's like,
the fact there are 34 candidates here.
Well, I mean, you might think that that is a circus, but A, it was predictable. I mean, I've done my research. I saw what happened to David Davis in 2008, before my time. But
I remember it.
Yeah, you go. Were you there?
No, but I remember it.
Why not?
Because I'm not sure, somebody else must have covered it. I can't remember now.
Oh, I see.
But he got, let me get this right, the turnout there was 34%. It's rumoured to be about 43% here. And he got 72% of the vote, Mr Davis.
Yes.
I mean, Mr Farage may get something
the
like
funny
that.
thing is, David Davis now is seen as completely politically irrelevant after that.
Here, mightn't he? I mean, if he gets a big thumping majority, say he gets over 70% of the vote, then that's a good victory for him, isn't it?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, that's up to you, I think, to the journalists to say. I mean, and indeed all the populace. If, for example, even if I got to 12%, so 1 in 8 people in Clacton would rather vote for a space warrior shaped like a bin than Nigel Farage. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
No matter what the percentage is, it looks embarrassing. If it's 1 in 8, 1 in 5, it just, like, that will be printed on newspapers for the rest of the time. 1 in 5 people, 1 in 4 people, however many it is, would prefer a bin over Nigel Farage as their MP. Even that, even if it was a big win, would still completely undermine his notion of being this uber popular guy who's going to, like, sweep the country. Because he's not that popular with most of the country. He's popular with a very specific demographic of the country, but not most of the country.
If it goes higher and higher and higher, it says more about what the actual population thinks about Nigel Farage than maybe this election. Remember, there was a national poll just a few weeks ago in which I defeated Farage as to who would make the better leader by the favourability poll, 33% to 21%. What do you make of that?
Well, you seem to suggest just now that 12% for you would be a good result. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the way I say it, John, is 1 vote is beautiful. I would take that, you know. 1 human choosing me, fantastic. Apparently there's a few more than that. 309 would be my greatest ever score in a parliamentary election.
Where did you get 308?
That was in Richmond and Northallerton against Rishi Sunak.
Rishi Sunak, yes.
Obviously. And you knew that.
Yes.
Yeah, of course you did.
I do now.
Yeah, there we are. And then, I mean, 5% I get to keep my deposits. We could go out for a curry. How about that, John? That'd be nice.
You paying?
Out of the 500.
How do you eat a curry with that on?
Well, I can't eat, but I'd watch you. It would be delightful.
Listen, I'm being told that we've run out of time.
What a shame.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
You too, John. Nice to have you back. You're the pinky to my brain, the wise to my Morecambe. It's a pleasure to talk to you each time.
That is an honour to be called the wise to your Morecambe.
Absolutely.
Well, we might talk again when we know the result.
Let's do. The cannon to my ball.
I could have watched that for another, like, hour.
Okay, all right. Great talking to you. Shall we shake hands?
We should.
Good.
Good man.
Nice talking to you.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Well interviewed.
Thank you for talking to Sky News. That's been live.
Lovely. Love you all.
Okay, thank you. Well, there you go, Mari. There you go, Mari.
I love it so much.
BINFACE. I think you seem to be suggesting that 12% might be a good result.
Well, John, that is an iconic interview. Pinky in the brain, going to try and take over the world. Isn't that the quote? We will be back after this short break. But we
See, Sky News takes breaks.
will also be giving you a little bit of a hint of what's up next on Sky News, which, of course, will be more on that Clacton by-election with Count BINFACE and, of course, the favourite to win, Nigel Farage.
I just find it really funny that that BINFACE has stayed for the count and Farage has left. Obviously, Farage will win, but it's just the fact to me that he is more engaged and interested in the count than Farage is that I find really funny. I would love to interview BINFACE. I did inquire to him some weeks ago, but back then, like I say, this channel was tiny. It had like 3,000-4,000. He probably didn't even read it, to be fair. He was getting, you know, international requests from every news outlet going. So I imagine, you know, it was quite a difficult pull for many people to get him. But I would love to interview him one day. Maybe if this channel gets big enough, I would love to get the Count BINFACE interview. I would love that. The Count and the Coup. Yes, very good. It does seem weird that Farage just said, like, I've won this early. Like, I know that they normally indicate... There's normally an indication of who's won earlier on than expected anyway. Like, I've watched enough of these to know. But it does seem quite a bit earlier than I was anticipating, considering they're not... You know, they might not be done counting until, like... until 6, 7 o'clock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Has Count BINFACE ever stood? I don't know. Do we have any other count? As far as I can tell, no. I don't think we will properly until the early hours, unfortunately. Has there ever been fan art of like BINFACE and like, but with like, you know, Recycle on B? I feel like that there's definitely a. This is interesting. Nigel Farage got 46% of the vote in Clacton in 2024, when Reform got 15% nationally. They are currently polling at 25%. Therefore, whilst this is on the downward trend, you should expect Farage to win significantly higher than 46% tonight. It's just common sense. Crude national figure from 2024, 75% to 80% of the vote, especially as he's not running against any of the other major parties and their government operations. Or their ground operations. And so would that mean then, though, that by that logic, anything less than this would be quite bad, really? I would say so. I would say anything, to be honest, I would say anything less than 80% is bad. There's not really a good outcome, but I think anything less than 80% is bad. I think anything less than 70 is terrible. The Count has a brilliant podcast called Trash Talk, and his book is a very good read. I will have to give it a read. But yeah, no, I would love to talk to the Count. I could sit and talk to the Count for a while. I would love to do that. But thank you as well for the £5 super chat, Flint Reed. Thank you very, 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 very much. At this rate, I'm going to be able to have my own £5 billion. At this rate. He's going down the pan. Yeah, I think there's no real way that they can spin this really. Sub to join the chat, yes. I put it on subscriber only just because it was a bit too fast. I mean, it's slowed down a bit now, but I feel like as soon as I turn it off, it's going to go insanely fast again. But yes, if you subscribe, you can join the chat. To be fair, it's a good incentive as well. I do regular politics videos, not just on Farage, but on a wide range of matters. But obviously, Farage and BINFACE has been like the big thing that's kind of boosted this channel. What would you use £5 million for anyway? I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't buy Ferraris like Farage said he could because can't drive. Good question. What would I use £5 million for? Nice house, probably. Don't know. Holiday, perhaps. It's actually genuinely hard to think about how to spend that much money because to normal people like us, that's just not an amount of money that you ever really comprehend having. Thank you, Flint Reed, for the £2. Don't spend it all on Ferrari's, Thomas. I promise I make no promises. Do they do Ferrari wheelchairs? I don't know. Because that's the other fun fact, I guess, is that obviously I'm in a wheelchair as well. So I think that's part of where my like passion for politics comes from. Is I think you notice I'm not subscribed and can chat. Well, you've cheated the system. And quite frankly, no. You're safe. I'll allow it. But I think that's part of where my passion for politics comes from is when you are part of a group of society that isn't really prioritised or thought about as much, you really notice these things, I think, more so. And they affect you more so. Obviously, especially with how much, benefits and all of that gets villainized, I should say. BBC updates, yes. Is there BBC updates? Also not subscribed. Well, you've all snuck through. Yeah, I just find the phrase fairly convincingly to be an interesting one, because fairly convincingly doesn't sound like, he didn't say stonking majority, did he? Thank you, the Cozy Platypus, for becoming a council member of this, or councillor, which is the channel member name. I thought of because I wanted it to be politics related, and I thought councillor worked. Johnny English was a masterpiece. I mean, I agree. The first one's the best one as well. Pascal Sauvage is such a good villain, genuinely. I remember thinking when Charles's coronation happened, I'm not particularly a royalist in any particular way, but I remember seeing the clips of it and thinking, when does Rowan Atkinson come in and steal the crown? I would have liked that. 10k on a fancy off-road wheelchair. Subscriber mode isn't on. Oh, okay. I swear I turned it on. To be fair, the chat slowed down now anyway. It's just at the start of the stream it was going insane. Let me check my settings. I probably won't change it now if it's not on. Community moderation. Yeah, I've still not really got the hang of this yet, so you have to bear with me. Like I say, I normally do videos, generally speaking. Comments on. It's not comments I was looking for though. It was I don't know how to change it now. I don't know. I'll figure it out one day. Yeah, the Reform lot will try and spin this as a win regardless, though. Farage will pull a Trump if he loses. Said he's already won too early in the count. Goes to bed, wakes up to loss and declares vote rigging. Ooh, that would be fun. I don't think he'd get away with that in quite the same way as Trump. Unfortunately, I think it's unlikely now that he's lost, but I mean, I think that was always unlikely to begin with, but the point was just to make him look silly. absolutely love seeing Thomas with all of a sudden having to realise how to deal with us. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've streamed before, but I think, with the exception of maybe once, where I had like quite a few viewers for the Doctor Who videos, like, I'm usually around the kind of max, like 300 odd viewers mark on average for like a live thing. So, you know, to be obviously now, I think it's gone down to about 700-800. But, you know, at its peak, it was at like, you know, 1,500. I was like, I don't know what to do. What's his equivalent to the Capitol riot? Storming Clacton beer? Yeah, storming the Clacton Leisure Centre. Stop the count. This is brilliant. Win or lose, we win. Exactly. Exactly, Multivasi. Thank you for the £5, and thank you again to Floaskis for the £5 as well. Very much appreciate it. What about that project in Croydon that built 2 houses for 200 million? I think all you need is the one. You know, Count BINFACE, let's not get greedy, you know? I still find it crazy that I have learned more about Clacton from Count BINFACE than I have Farage Days Tower, for example. Exactly. Genuinely, like... The thing is, it's sad, because like, I do genuinely think that... beneath all the jokes, BINFACE would be a better MP than Farage. I genuinely believe that. You know, to be fair, I don't think it's difficult to do a better job as an MP than Farage did, considering he was never bloody there, but nonetheless. There's a lot of bins in the Manchester Evening. I did have that open in another tab. Maybe I refresh. Oh, there are a lot of bins there. Oh my god. Guys, look. It's family voting. Oh my god. They're watching. They're trying to corrupt the count. So you know, whenever thinks about that, where do all the votes go? They go to into little plastic bins. How do we know it's not rigged? The bins could be planning it all. Our new benevolent overlords could be trashing our democracy. Thing is, I said that as a joke, but that sounds like your average GB News slot, to be honest. Thank you, Flint Reed, for the fight. Well, Flint Reed, you are very generous. Thank you very much. Rebellions are built on hope, but recycle rebellions are built on heaps. Yes, very good. BBC now? Is he being interviewed on the BBC? Let's have a look. Yeah, no matter what happens, if you think about it, all votes end up in the bin in the end. Speak to the microphone, I'm sorry. What was I going to say? There was something that... yeah, BBC. Let's have a look. Was it on BBC News? Oh, yep, he is on BBC News.
Comes from
okay.
Jack, age 10.
In cinemas and scrapping VAR in football. Well, let's go live now to our political correspondent, Harry Farley, who's standing by. And Harry, votes are being counted. An important election, of course, for Nigel Farage. What's the latest?
It's laggy, no.
Yeah, that's right. Votes being counted behind me. I think we're in for a long night, not least just from practical reasons of how long it's taking the people behind me to unfold each ballot paper. Normally they're sort of about the size of my notebook here, but these ones are nearly a metre long, about as long as my leg. And so they have to be unfolded, look through all 34 candidates to see who has got a cross next to their name before they can be piled up. So I think we're in for quite a long night. And the other reason for that is that turnout is actually higher than some had thought. Around about 43% of the eligible voters in this constituency of Clacton-on-Sea have cast their ballots. Reform UK argue that is good for them. That shows that people are wanting to send a message to what they call the establishment. They believe that they would have won north of 70% of the vote here, and their hope is that that sends a message to the about those questions about Nigel Farage's finances, whether he declared, or whether he should have declared rather, that £5 million gift from a crypto billionaire. Their argument is none of that matters, the people have spoken. But if Nigel Farage wins today, assuming he does, those questions, that parliamentary investigation that he was facing, will start up again. So whatever the result tonight, those questions aren't going away.
Harry, just briefly, have we heard, I mean, okay, 34 candidates, we haven't heard from them all, but have we heard from Nigel Farage so far tonight?
Where's BINFACE?
Yeah, he's been speaking. He's been actually at a party up the road at the moment, what's called a Farage Fest that Reform UK have put on for some of their supporters. He said that he believes he's won. He did, interestingly, give a little bit of a suggestion that he might think that he has actually broken parliamentary rules. He said he hadn't done anything criminal. He had done nothing wrong. He said, I might have not filled in a bit of paper.
Oh my God, look.
An indication there that Nigel Farage
Someone's
isn't as
BINFACE.
confident as he might be.
It's a mini BINFACE.
That parliamentary investigation is going to go his way. We're expecting him to arrive shortly before the vote here in a few hours' time.
All right, well, we'll continue to check in there in Clacton with Harry Farley as
where's
those
the
votes are being counted.
BINFACE bit? Am I too far behind?
With Harry Oxford, I know.
Quite salt.
I must have got too far back.
That is battle Starfleet. Comms Act reported on this story last month, and she told us what she's been hearing.
Serious policies.
Yes, let's just say.
Partner CBS, and the ship is operating in a highly contested environment
stories,
where traditional
right
supply hubs in the Middle East were disrupted by combat operations. In response, what she's
All right, let's back to the Essex coast. Well, with me is Count BINFACE, the man who many people have described as Nigel Farage's main rival for this post. Count, welcome to the BBC. Thanks for joining us. Nigel Farage has called you the establishment candidate. Are you?
What do you think?
No, I'm asking you. Do you have had the backing of Labour, the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats? Are you the establishment candidate taking on Nigel Farage?
Well, it's in a way it's a compliment to. I mean, how many? 8 weeks ago, I scored 0.2% of the vote against Andy Burnham in Makerfield. Nobody was calling me the establishment then, and now, just 8 weeks later, let's just say I get 5% of the vote. That's a 2,500% swing to BINFACE. Hashtag swing bin. And so suddenly I'm the face of the establishment. However, I would argue, Harry, that someone who has been an MP, been an MEP, who is one of the chief architects of Brexit and one of the dominant figures in British politics over the last 20 years, and is reputedly a member of the East India Gentlemen's Club, which apparently does not admit women, I would say that's arguably slightly more establishment than a lone wolf space warrior with a CFAX fixation. But you know what? It's up to you.
Whoa, was that a £50 super chat?
It's a global audience.
Hang on, sorry, I'm going to pause that for a second. Sorry, I will continue the count in a second. Never lose your passion and stay curious, Thomas. Thank you for your coverage. It is appreciated. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness me, you're making me emotional.
But I'll carry on. Yes, as you say, 99 flags to be price capped, but also bus fares in Clacton to be price capped at £1.99. Take that, Andy. I will also pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will fill potholes with copies of the 2024 Labour manifesto. Any MP who calls a by-election without changing party mid-parliament should be barred from the resulting by-election. Any MP that crosses the floor should be forced to face a by-election. And of course, the pièce de résistance. Oil and gas companies to pay for solar panels for everyone. That one comes from Jack, age 10, because it's their planet and mine, not yours.
So there's a mixture of comical and slightly more serious policies there. I mean, I suppose there is a serious point. Are you making a mockery of democracy by standing in not just this by-election, but the countless others that you have done? Is there a danger that you trivialise what is ultimately quite a serious exercise?
Well, I appreciate the question. I'm very happy to answer that. I would argue that the reverse is the case, that British democracy is unique in the entire world, that anybody, you, any of the viewers, even me, no matter what you believe or what you look like, have a right to stand for election and, so importantly, stand on a stage, or in this case the floor, alongside the Prime Minister or a Minister of the Day or a far-right leader, whoever it is. You have a right to do that. It's the great leveller. And I would say the mockery is being made by those countries that don't have democracy, like China, Russia and North Korea. So my job...
Damn, he just called out all of the... he just called out all of the... He just called out all of the dictatorships in the world.
Is to celebrate. If it helps people have said they enjoy what I do, that's fantastic. But I think it's also really important that in the coming up to the mid-21st century, that Britain celebrates something that it actually does better than the rest of your planet. How about that?
Very, very good. Thanks, Count BINFACE. One final question. This is probably your best, or at least most high-profile by-election so far. What would be a good result? What are you expecting from tonight?
Well, I mean, it goes without saying that an actual victory would be the best. Just in case that happens, I brought with me the declaration form. Just if I was to get a £5 million donation, it must be filled in. I don't know if you know that, but I would make sure that this was filled in. First thing I do, basically, that and increasing the size of the door frames in Westminster. But, you know, one
brilliant.
vote is special.
Please tell me, Count, you're not watching this, but if you are, please stand there with the declarations form whilst they're declaring the result and whilst Farage is giving a speech or whatever. Please do that. That would be so...
309 would be a BINFACE record. 5% I get my deposit back, and then after that, it's for you guys to crunch the numbers and work out what percentage of humans would rather elect an alien with a Lovejoy fixation than Nigel Farage, who wants to be the next Prime Minister. I'll leave that with you.
And if Nigel Farage does win, there is a possibility that we could be back here in a few months' time. Will you be standing there again?
Well, that's the curious thing, isn't it? I said that in my manifesto. Vote BINFACE and you would save an approximate £350,000 from another by-election. Maybe that could be paid out of Nigel's £5 million. But, you know, what I think is that far from being an FA Cup tie, like a final, it might just be that this election is the start of a two-legged match, like the Carabao Cup or the Cold War. And that might mean we're back here, and all I've got to do is not ship too many goals too soon. You'll know that, Harry. The game isn't over yet.
Count BINFACE, thank you very much for your time on the BBC. Really appreciate it. Carl, that's perhaps some of the more eccentric elements of British democracy here. Count BINFACE, one of the main rivals to Nigel Farage here in Clacton.
Yeah, I think fair to call it maybe one of the most bizarre by-elections in recent political...
I love that they're covering US politics as well, so the US political correspondent has to, like, process all of this. I love that. Incredible. Look at his face. That's the face of a man who's like, it's 1 AM in the morning and I went to bloody university to do this. I love it though. It's great. I did love that he literally held out the declaration form for the 5 million. He should do that. It's like, oh, there was a guy, wasn't there, back when it was Theresa May as Prime Minister, who, like, waved a P45 in her face. Do you remember that? It was around the time that, like, Theresa May looked like she was on the way out, and he just waved a P45 mid-speech. That would be the equivalent. The declaration form, that actually really made me laugh. Did you see the interview with Cam BINFACE after issue? I did, yes. That one was good too. I particularly liked it when he corrected Alistair Campbell over Latin. That was funny. Oh, we got a few Canadians in the chat. Hello. It's lovely to see people from not the UK taking such an interest in British politics. Because one of the things I noticed, because I watch a lot of political coverage outside of obviously doing it. That's why I decided to do it, because I watched a lot of it and was like, I kind of want to talk about. I got opinions on stuff, but I would notice that a lot of politics online, not all of it, obviously, you have plenty of others, but I think a lot of political coverage in the on YouTube is very US centric, which makes sense. It's a US website, and the US is the preeminent sort of world superpower. But it's nice to see, people take an interest in British politics. I mean, after all, Britain is is it the fifth largest economy, something like that, fifth or sixth. I think we sort of go up and down. And G7, like, we are an important part of the world, I guess. Obviously not to like the same extent as like obviously a US or a China, obviously, but yeah, I think it's just nice to see sort of coverage of other countries that aren't the States, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? And that's no disrespect to the States, of course. I just find that generally speaking, internet content in general, but specifically political content, can be very US centric. Letters of her sign fell off. They did, I remember that, yeah. Clacton is as important as China. Did you see the odd thing they were doing with the count due to the number of candidates? Do you mean with the stage? Or do you mean with like how long the ballots were and they were folding up the ballots? I still find it really funny that BINFACE is like taking more interest in the count than FARAGE is. I just find that really funny. P45 guy did an interview with ITV News recently. I think I heard about that. Basically apologising because all the Tories who replaced her were worse. I mean, that is true, yeah. To be fair, though, he probably wouldn't have known that at the time. To be fair to him, I'll give him the slight defence there. And I mean, at the time, that was a mess at the time. I mean, it largely still is. Brexit largely still is a mess, and one of the main people who caused it was Nigel Farage. If you want to know who won, I think it's pretty obvious Farage won. If you want to know who won, the question isn't really who wins so much as it is how much of the vote does BINFACE take. Length of the ballot papers added an extra £150,000 to the cost of the by-election. So it's now costing 500,000. Is it? No. Do we have confirmation of that? Not that I don't believe you, of course. As of the latest count updates, Farage is leading with 62% of the vote for 14,796 votes. Do we have a source on that? Again, it's not that I don't trust any of you guys. I just love to know myself so I can get them up on screen for you guys. Thomas Harris, with the count itself, it's they're splitting it into a pile for being a pile for Farage and a pile for other to be counted later. That's why you only see 3 markers on tables. Oh, okay, interesting. It's so funny to me that BINFACE's lot is big enough that he gets his own section. Obviously, it would be because he's the main challenger, but it's just a really funny. Man, look at this, right? I want to show you the difference in humility between leaders, right? Farage has declared on GB News that he has won the Clacton by-election. Count BINFACE, the main contenders, Nigel Farage in Clacton by-election, said he'd be happy with one vote. One of these people has humility. The other is a massive egotist. Which one's which? It's taking so long because there's so many candidates. At least 30, that's an electoral record. Exactly, yeah. I mean, the thing is, even when we get to the results, they're going to have to read out 34 names. Check the BBC website for like 3 updates. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. What has this Clacton campaign look like? I think we looked at most of these. I think most of these are kind of the last one that I think is of note is obviously Farage won convincingly. I just like that BINFACE has more humility and like grace than Farage does. Yeah, I mean, and then an event named after himself. In fact, I did pin for later. There's more footage of that Farage festival. 8 minutes of it. So here we go. Jesus Christ, look at it. Look, there's even high-vis security people. It looks like there's about 12 people there.
This is insane. I've been to Glastonbury once in my life. This is a political Glastonbury.
Jesus Christ. If that's what Glastonbury is, I don't want to... I've never been to Glastonbury, but if that's what it is...
In the middle of Essex, it's called FARAGE Fest. I'll just show you around what we're seeing here. There's some marshmallows to be roasted on these fire pits. There's GB News up there. I'm about to see ourselves on that screen. That's a huge 40-foot high screen. If you come this way with me, Alex, over Alex's shoulder, there are about 50 yurts here. People are going to stay the night here.
What's that line in Toy Story? There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anyway. I shouldn't joke, but it's hard to not make the jokes.
A sleepover with Farage, by all accounts. This is utterly bonkers, quite unlike any political event I've ever been to. There's Jenga here, if you can see this, Patrick. This is the...
Oh, bloody hell, Jenga. Oh, that's off the wall, that is. Next, you'll be getting out the Scrabble. Battleship? Connect 4? You know, let's not get too crazy here.
Fire pit. Now we're going to keep walking now over to one of these teepees where there's fires burning. It's like a kind of a weird...
I've seen livelier funerals. Well, to be fair, they might be doing, the pre-show for quite a few of them.
Is that a pop concert, a political concert? Hello, I'm Christopher Hope from GB News. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
What's your name?
Caroline.
Why on earth are you here?
To support Nigel, of course.
What is going on? This is not a political party. This is like Glastonbury or something.
I just said that to my partner, actually. It's more like a music festival, but it's fantastic.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll leave you to take your weight off your feet. Thank you for joining us. We're going to go over to the next year. Okay. Now, there's a big game of Connect 4 going on here. Oh
my god, I literally joked about Connect 4 as a joke, and they literally have it. Blimmin' heck. Oh, it's wild. Oh, I hope there's a bowl for people's dentures somewhere.
This is because there's a by-election happening. I mean, in normal life, about half an hour away in the car, there's a count.
I don't know much about Glastonbury, but I don't remember there being... Jenga
going on in the Clacton by-election. Reform have given up on that, it seems, and they're here. I just wonder, Patrick, whether Nigel Farage is even going to go to that count. He clearly, once the counting has stopped, they've splurged. It must be tens of thousands of pounds on this event. Here's the bar. Let's see who's at the bar. Hello, sir. Sorry, but I'm from GB News. You're live on GB News. Would you? Can I have a quick chat with you?
Yeah, sure.
What's your name?
I found one young guy. One relatively young guy.
Hi, Perry Jones.
Hi, Perry Jones. What on earth is going on? Why are you here?
I'm here to support the great Nigel Farage, who's in the middle of trying to save our country.
Sorry, I just threw up a little bit.
And you're drinking beer from. Can I ask you that glass, sir?
I'm not drinking beer.
The drinking beer. It says. Can you see that, Patrick? Farage Fest.
Oh God, it's so cringe. Oh God.
This is where we are. This is Farage Fest, live on GB News. This is not what we're expecting. We've been queuing to get through the gate for about half an hour with better people. Hello, sir. What's your name?
My name's Graham. This is Claire.
Hello, Claire.
Hi, Craig.
You're live on GB News. This is Patrick, the legend that is Patrick Christus. Say hello, Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Hi,
how are
Patrick.
you? Good to
Why
see
are you both here?
Support Nigel.
Yes, always support Nigel.
Yeah, we were out early, knocking up.
But this is not a normal event. I've been to really boring political events. This is insane.
Yeah, but Nigel knows how to run a good party, doesn't he?
This is a big party. Is it?
To be fair, he's got the money for it. He's got the money for it.
Is it a free bar?
Oh, it is. It is.
You'd bloody hope so with the amount of money that they've been doing.
Reform party, isn't it?
We're going to keep going, Patrick. You bear with me. Hello, nice to meet you. This is not cheap. Hello, how you doing? What's your name, sir?
I'm Anthony Owen from Hertfordshire County Council.
Anthony, you're live on GB News.
Thank you very much.
Patrick Christus, give him a wave.
Thank you very much. Hi.
And are you enjoying being here? This is not like a normal party, is
Well,
it?
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, or they might get they might start playing charades in a minute. Pretty crazy.
Fantastic.
And some of the millions given to the party being spent on this, do you think it's a good way of spending money?
No, it's all my money. It's all my money.
It's like fucking Disneyland for racists.
Don't worry.
We haven't. I mean, I think Lee Anderson is somewhere nearby. We'll try and find
He is.
him.
I saw him earlier.
Okay.
He's looking for the Guinness.
Right. See you in a second. Guinness on tap, it seems, at the Farage Fest, and we'll go a bit further on. There's your show, Patrick, live on the screen. There's a Ferris wheel. You see here. There's more flames there. Hello, sir. Hello, I'm Chris Oak from GB News. You're live on Patrick's show. Do you want to be on?
Welcome to my domain.
Yeah, how are you doing?
You like what I've done with the place?
Look at this. It's there's comfy chairs, there's sofas for political chat about reform policy. What's all this for?
This is a big thank you to all the volunteers we've had today. I think one of the biggest get out to vote events this country's ever seen. So no one has
Against a bin. Against a fucking bin. Jesus Christ.
done it to this scale before. So this is a really big thank you to all the volunteers.
It really
everyone
is.
who's
There's a
helped out.
band over there playing.
Yes, they're good.
I can't lie, they don't sound that good to me. But
I mean, it's not called Reform Fest, it's Farage Fest.
Yes.
Reform is a party of people, but it seems a bit focused on one person, Nigel Farage.
Well, it's his by-election, isn't it? You know, he...
Yeah, but that's because Reform is Farage. It's one of the same. It's like how MAGA is Trump. It's the same.
actually put his neck on the block and said, look, I'm stepping down.
He's put his neck on the block by valiantly costing taxpayers £250,000 to hold a vanity by-election to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. What a hero!
You need to re-vote me back in, and you know, when we get the result, we'll know if the two fingers have actually gone up to the establishment or not.
And you expect him to have won, are you?
Oh, without a doubt. The only thing we don't know at the moment is by what degree. You know, obviously we want more than the amount Burnham got, but you know, we're hoping for what the polls have been saying, which is over 70%.
Yeah. Wait and see. Thank you for joining us, sir. I'm going to go over to the band. Come this way with me, Patrick. I hope you're enjoying this, by the way. There is an immense photograph of Nigel Farage over here. It must be about 100 foot long. Let me go and find it for you.
Oh my
This
God.
is the Ferris wheel. As things stand, not working. Look at this. It says, greetings from Clacton-on-Sea. And there is the candidate who wants...
Jesus Christ. My eyes. It's hideous.
to be the MP again for Clacton. Of course, the ninth time of asking. This way too. I'm also going to look at the band before I throw it back to you, Patrick. I mean, I'm a boring old political journalist, Patrick. This is your kind of world. This nightlife. It's not for me. This is quite extraordinary. I've never known anything quite like it. It's clearly spending a lot of money on it. Of course, it's under fire, under pressure over this £5 million gift from the Christopher Harbour, the crypto millionaire. Has some of that money gone on this? We don't know that.
Look at all the empty seats, bro. Look at them all. There's no one there.
Again, it's just getting started. You'll see the big band here playing. You can charge your phones over there at Farage Fest. There's a band. You have a dance if you like. This is an enormous, great. Well, it looks like a big marquee, Patrick. And hello, sir. You're live on GB News. Why are you here?
Because I love Nigel Farage and he needs to be the ruler of this country.
The ruler of this country. Oh my god. Ugh.
Is it a party? What event? What is this place?
It's the Farage Fest.
Farage Fest.
It's to celebrate him being back a member of Parliament again.
Okay, well we're gonna get this way now. Sorry, Patrick.
How desperate do you reckon that band were for gigs that they took Farage Fest? Like, you have to be pretty desperate, right?
There's a football shirt manufacturer over there. And just finally, before I go, there's some more... there we are, lots of these I'm voting Reform UK says there. Patrick, it's quite extraordinary. I'm going to move away from the music so I can hear what you're saying.
These artifacts are going to be incredible when this party dissolves.
But this is over...
It's going to be like the ruins of an ancient civilization that you know, fell.
There, I can see there, you can see over there, they're printing Farage.
Except in Reform's case, it will have never achieved anything.
Football t-shirts over there. Patrick,
Chris, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm hoping that you can hear me, but what I'd really like is for you to get on that Ferris wheel at some point.
Well, let's try and end on the Ferris wheel. Come with me, Patrick. Let's try and get on the Ferris wheel. So, there's no queue for it. We might as well get on it. So, and you'll see that the channel is playing. I mean, obviously he's under fire, Nigel Farage, over his £5 million donation from Christopher Harborne. That's being investigated by parliamentary authorities. This seems to me like a gigantic attempt to show people how he wants to spend the money. Hello there.
I will say,
what
Chris,
are you doing here?
I've spoken, I've spoken to Nigel quite a bit, as you would imagine, and he's quite unashamed about how he thinks that we do need a little bit more fun in politics and a bit more fun in the world and everything. And look, obviously, there's incredibly serious stuff.
You've been talking about how a bin is the establishment for like the past 3 weeks
going on, and you know, every political party needs to deal with that. But you know, this is part of it. They say he does nothing for the people of Clacton. I don't know. He's put a festival on tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah. As a vanity project, there's a giant fucking portrait of him.
Well, he put a party on for them, and this is a thank you to the people who campaigned for him.
Also, there's security, so you can guarantee it's not open to all residents, it's just Reform supporters.
In this by-election. You know, he's rewarding them. The party has taken a lot of money in from donors. Some of that from, of course, he got a gift to him from Christopher Harborne. We don't know who's paying this, if Reform is paying for it, if Nigel Farage is. I'm a bit gobsmacked, frankly. It's not what we're expecting. We've been keen to get into this field, this aerodrome in the middle of Essex for about...
I like how even GB News are baffled.
About half an hour.
I am going to quickly go have a little break, if that's all right. Not as long, hopefully, as the last one. So give me just 2 minutes and I will be back. Be right back, everybody. Hello, everyone. I think we're back. Hold on, let me get the headphones back on. Oh, there we go. Apologies for the delay, folks. I appreciate that it's a one-man show here. So I also wanted to shout out Metal Rocks Me for the £1.99 super chat, who said absolute cringe fest in regards to Farage Fest, and I completely agree, 100%. What an absolutely embarrassing state of affairs for Reform UK. There's been 2 updates on BBC News, but nothing important. Did someone say that the count was interviewed on Sky again, or did I misread that? Because I was checking on the chat whilst I was away. We live in interesting times, very much so. 2 minutes by us. Apologies. It was a bit longer than I was anticipating. But I think that should be the last break for a little while now. To be fair to me, in my defense, even Sky News have breaks. And I'm a one-man show. It's all me. It's all me today. So I'm not used to doing it this long. I've currently been streaming for about 4.5 hours. So I hope you don't mind a little bit. Oh, they just repeated the same one. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, nothing too exciting's happened then. Thomas, how about merch on the channel? Maybe. I'd have to know how to set it up. You missed someone telling you the countdown started? I thought the countdown started a while ago. You're doing well in this show, good sir. Thank you. I want to say I really appreciate you all coming out. I wasn't expecting a response like this, you know. Or are they doing the second count? In fact, the Manchester stream's still going, isn't it? We'll check that. Oh, by count, you mean they've gone away from they're doing the non-BINFACE or FARAGE candidates because they've split it into 2. I would not like to be these people, man. Someone in their chat said, "Are all the bars still open? Let's get BINFACed tonight." It is insane. Look at it. Look at how long those lists are. Again, though, all votes eventually lead to the bin. Oh, look, it's the stand-up maths guy who's adjudicating the BINFACE votes. I'm pretty sure that's him, isn't it? There's Recyclon B, isn't it? Oh my god, there's the what's his name? Everyone is God party guy. Should we watch the video on Everyone is God party? Because that's one of the other candidates that's insane in this election. You guys fancy watching that in the downtime? I don't think any major BINFACE stuff has happened yet. Would you guys fancy watching that? Also, if I'm speaking a bit softer, it's mainly because obviously it's late and I got neighbours, so that's the main reason. Please not? Okay. £20, don't apologise, you'll do that. Oh, thank you so much, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I was quite nervous to start with because I wasn't quite expecting, this level of like, oh my god. The fact that like for a while, I think it's gone down now, but for a while we were the top stream for this by-election is insane to me. Genuinely insane for a channel so small and so new. I must have done something right. Hell yeah. Okay, most of you are saying yes. I guess majority vote. I guess that's democracy. I guess that's the spirit of democracy. Let me find it. I think it was on an account called... It's the same guy who used to work for Politics Joe. I've been democratically outvoted. Yeah, I have to follow the will of the people. Let me get it on another tab so I don't get rid of the Manchester account, actually.
Contains discussion of
Here we go. I'll let the warning play.
This video contains discussion of rape and child sexual abuse, including a personal account of abuse.
I want to A, prove that I am God, and I literally mean it. Click your fingers and create another universe, then prove to everybody else they are also God.
That's Marcus White. He wants to be the leader of a world government. He believes his partner could channel the voice of God. He believes that everyone, including sexual assault victims, is responsible for everything that's happened in their life. He wants to ban
oh god. Sounds wonderful.
rudeness, and he wants to be MP for Clacton.
It is a very unusual by-election. A record 34 candidates are standing.
This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
He's the leader of the Everyone is God party. His partner Rosie is the party's human relations ambassador. They're the only two members. When they're not running their own political party, they're at home in Dorset, where Marcus is a life coach and Rosie is a sex therapist and sex worker. They have policies on
Everyone is God, human darkness, sex and psychology, transparent banking, education policy, following your heart policy, everyone is intelligent policy.
Supreme Law's policies.
Supreme Law, yes.
And they make it very clear on the website that they're not a cult. They've had stories in the tabloids and Marcus thinks their life would be right for a reality TV show.
1 minute, they're talking to a paedophile who says he wants to rape babies, and then the next minute, I'm sat there in my physics book.
It's not clear.
Sorry, I don't know whether it's just that it's nearly 2 a.m. That sentence was insane.
Clear to me why someone with such radical, revolutionary beliefs would want to do something as conventional as stand in a parliamentary democracy. So I've come to Clacton to meet them. Are their beliefs genuinely held, or are they just trying to drum up some business?
I'm not a faith person.
And I'm curious to see what happens when they take their ideas out of the metaphysical world and into the real one. Do you think you'd be better off?
This is the Everyone is God party, one of the other candidates for the Clacton by-election.
A cult than running for parliament.
The thing is, these are more insane than any of the Leany candidates or BINFACE. Definitely, 100%. Well, like, that's the thing. The guy, it does, yeah. You guys keep doing what you do. Thank you, Multivite. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm not, then feel free to correct me.
Who's your political hero?
It's going to sound terrible, this. I'd have to say myself.
You.
Oh, God. Okay.
Believe that everyone is God, and from my understanding, that means everyone is responsible for everything that happens in their life.
We believe that everybody creates their entire reality. So, and that includes all the events that happen to you.
On your website, and in our conversations before I met you, you have explicitly said a woman is responsible for her own rape. And I'm quite conscious that you are
Jesus Christ. Wow, okay. You did ask for it, to be fair. So, hang on. By this guy's logic, I'm just trying to understand this logically. By this guy's logic, am I responsible for my own disability existing? Genuine question. Make it stop. But maybe we won't watch the whole thing.
around saying that.
You know, I've been a victim of different things in the past. I don't like that word victim because I find it
Is it me, or does it sort of feel like he's, like, the way he's looking at her, like he's instructed her what to say? There's a weird power dynamic going on there, 100%.
disempowering. But now when I look back, I can absolutely see how I created it from my subconscious belief systems. I was in a situation when I was 1 year old where my childminder's husband section.
I think I'm going to leave that there. I think it's a bit too full on for 2 o'clock in the morning. I hope that's all right. But it's an insane watch. Maybe we'll come back to it. Yeah. There was one bit that was very funny that maybe I'll skip to later, but yeah, I might leave that for now. I might leave that for now and come back. I'm scared. I'm scared. Good dearie me. Okay, I think we have actually had an update on the by-election actually, and BINFACE. So let's take a look at that. The turnout in the Clacton by-election is 44.37, so actually a little bit off. Thank God you stopped it there. Yeah, I think, you know, I think see where it was going, and I thought, yeah, maybe not. Bit full on 2 AM in the morning, isn't it? Yeah, 44.3% of the vote is pretty good, actually, turnout-wise, for what is essentially a farcical by-election. That's more than I would have expected, to be fair. Why was she signing help to get me out of here? There's definitely like a power dynamic there, 100%. Hundred percent. Someone said that oh, interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a big win. On 33% turnout, Sky prediction, about 34,000 votes cast. Farage needs just under 62% to beat his 2024 total of 21,225 votes. Given Salvation, have him at 73%, him at 69, another 69, that's a low bar. Anything above 62% tonight is a big win. Someone just said in the comments, are you really trying to spin a win against a bid as a big win? Yeah, it's insane. Realistically, he should be getting like North Korean levels of support, considering he has no serious challenger. I say that with all due respect to my beloved Count, but you know. When will the results be? I think still early hours we're expecting, so probably a few hours away. Do we have any more updates on... Because I saw someone say that BINFACE turnout was looking good. It's 63% when it's 43% turnout, so it's 44% turnout. So what does he need to get? What percentage would be the same as his 2024 result, if that makes sense? Do we know? I am not good at maths. It's not my area. We have actually had oh, here's some stuff on the ballot paper. Let's have a look.
Absolutely. You just caught me reading the ballot paper for the Clacton by-election, and it's absolutely massive, putting it mildly. I mean, it's 3 foot long, and it's got 34 candidates on a 3 foot ballot paper. It's the biggest in history in terms of number of candidates, and it's the longest in history, so much so that they've had to double up on desks. There are now 2 desks next to each other so they can lay the ballot paper out. The list of candidates all here. You've got Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick from the Monster Raving Loony Party, Count BINFACE, Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick. You've got Woke Trump Kazi, if I sort of do that. You've got Nigel Farage. You've got Lawrence Fox, the actor turned activist. Remember him. You've got...
Activist is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Prick would be a better description, I reckon.
Got Alan Howling Lord Hope, who's the leader of the Monster Raving Loony Party. He's actually the longest serving party leader. He's done it since 1999.
Fair play. You know what? He's been committed to the bit since the 90s. I respect.
He's 84 years old. It's his 36th parliamentary election. You've got Kai Stevens, British Democrats. John Stevens, no relation, used to be a Conservative MEP. Baron von Thunderclap, another Monster Raving Loony Party. Pamela Walford, who at one point was a Reform candidate. And Marcus White from the Everyone is God Party. So a very normal sort of by-election here in Clacton.
They've just had a Farage interview on GB News. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look on the competitor live stream. Other live streams are available. Yeah, I was going to say activist. Bloody activist. Is this the interview? Wait. Was it this one? I mean, it seems like they're only showing it in bits, which is annoying. Was it the one? I think we saw the one earlier where he said he'd won fairly convincingly, but I can have a look on. Was it live just now on the GB News channel? See if I can get it up. Well, we've still got the remnants from the Sky one. GB News. We've almost got more viewers than them again. Come on, we can make it back.
The other parties think
oh,
that
Robert
this is a
Jenrick's being
stunt.
interviewed.
I mean, Rachel Reeves said that Nigel Farage is going to spend the summer.
Oh, is that an old clip?
That inhabit the Labour and Conservative and Lib Dem, the pious Lib Dems.
Oh yeah, no, maybe that's got to be new. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. Okay. Ugh.
Well, tonight, Nigel Farage has told us at GB News exclusively that he's confident he has won this by-election.
Joining me now is Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage, what on earth is Farage Fest?
It's about fun.
It's about you, is what it's about. I'm going to close a couple of tabs just to keep the stream stable.
You know, we're serious people, we care about the country, but unlike, we're serious people, we care about the country, but unlike the boring so-and-so.
I'm going to close a couple of things. 1 second, just because it keeps lagging. It's probably because my computer's not used to doing stuff for this long. Probably the heat also probably didn't help.
That inhabit the Labour and Conservative and Lib Dem, the pious Lib Dems. We're real, we're having fun.
The pious Lib Dems?
Even got a Ferris wheel.
Have you been on it yet?
Oh, yes.
And you like it?
It's superb. I dare you to go on live and film it on GB.
I've done it. I got stuck at the top on Patrick Chris's show. But I got stuck at the top.
To be fair, a sleazy fairground operator does fit his vibe quite well. Do you know what I mean? He sort of has like a bit of a P.T. Barnum sort of quality to him. Do you know what I mean?
Chris's show. But so this is a thank you, is it? You've got tents over there.
Yeah.
People have bought camping chairs. What's going on?
So 2,000 people in Clacton agreed to put signboards in their garden. I had people going out, leafleting, canvassing. This is my big thanks to them. Come along, have a fun evening. And if you want to stay in a tent.
I'm going to ask you, who's paying for it? Donors? People who've your own money? Who's paying for this?
These guys have all paid to come.
Have they?
They've all paid to come.
How much?
Whether they've covered the entire cost is a separate question. But you know what?
God, they were charging for tickets? Bruh.
We're only here once.
Yeah.
We've got to have fun.
Yeah. It's unlike any event I've ever been to politically. There's a by-election count happening 12 miles away.
Yeah.
Have you won?
Yes.
You have won?
Yeah, very convincingly.
Okay, this does feel like the
beat
same one.
The establishment candidate.
You haven't yet seen off the threat
I think
of
this is
an
the same one,
inquiry
but...
into this gift you had from a crypto billionaire. What's the point of all?
Also, I still can't get over that he's calling BINFACE the establishment candidate. Like, I still can't get over that.
Who cares?
Like, do you realise how insane that sounds to anyone normal?
Who cares? The voters of Clacton don't care. Look, Labour, Lib Dem and Conservative canvassers have been out for BINFACE.
A thank you that you have to pay for, yeah. Thank you to Ewan Murray 153 for the 199 super chat. Thank you very much.
You know, they're not going to win. The Uniparty aren't going to win. They will not call a second by-election here. They'd be stupid to do so.
But they might do, and they might be difficult for you if they challenge.
Also, they wouldn't be calling it. It's down to the voters. They get, you know, they get a what's called a recall, and if 10% of the voters sign the recall, then yes, there has to be a second by-election, but it's not ordered by the parties.
Since you were going with a proper candidate rather than a novelty candidate, it could be hard to win.
Well, then we'll win even bigger.
Is that what you think?
Oh yes, absolutely.
The turnout's quite high, 43%.
Given by-election turnouts in recent times, it is. Look, this is an overwhelming endorsement of me. I have had enough of being
an overwhelming endorsement of you. You won against a bid, pal.
Judged by mainstream media, being called a criminal. Do you know, if I've made one sin, it's I haven't filled in a piece of paper. I've broken no.
So you admit that you didn't fill it in. So you admit that you did technically break the rules. Cool.
I've broken no tax law. I've taken no public money. I don't even own a motorhome. All right, and you know, maybe I haven't filled in a piece of paper.
You should be in the Leany Party now. The Leany Party have like higher standards.
I'm confident I'm right. We'll see where we go. I put this to the people of Clacton, said you decide my future, and tonight they will.
Why is turnout so high? Is that for not BINFACE or for you?
No, BINFACE is backed by the three biggest parties in Britain historically. He is the establishment candidate. He's the Uniparty candidate.
It just sounds like nonsensical to like anyone normal. Like this, I think this is where he loses normie voters. Because this is the thing: to win an election, you have to appeal to like normal people, as in like people who aren't that particularly politically engaged, but just sort of go by vibes. Because that is how a lot of people vote. That is just how a lot of people look at it. You know, that's why a lot of people voted for Boris in 2019. They would go, "Oh well, you know, he's funny, and it looks like I could have a drink with him." That's genuinely how a lot of people vote. But if they see someone being like, "I'm being witch hunted by the establishment bin guy," do you know what I mean? It stops being a normal bloke then. It just starts being a bit odd and weird.
My voters are ordinary folk. In many cases, working people who get up early in the morning, go to work, and are sick of the way this country is going, and see me as somebody, as a champion.
He looks weird. I don't know what it is about his tan, like why his nose is more tan than everything else. I don't really get it. Did he got sunburn, or did he apply it wrong like Trump? I don't know.
You called this in anger, didn't you? This resignation as an MP. You were angry. Are you still angry with the establishment, with the way you've been treated?
If you threaten my family, threaten the safety of my daughter, drive another member of my family into hiding, am I angry? I'm very angry.
Ooh, you're hard. Again, I would like to remind you all that one guy showed up to a registered house that he had, that he was registered to vote at in 2024. Asked if Farage was in. Someone answered the door, said no, and then they left. We've seen this footage. That's what he's talking about.
That dialed down since you've been campaigning?
Enormously. How interesting. The attacks on my family have dialed down enormously. And actually, even much of the mainstream media commentary has dialed down as well. I was right to do this.
The commentary's dialed down because they can't cover you without giving equal coverage to the other candidates. And and with respect to all of the candidates standing, no news outlet wants to cover Baron von Thunderclap in the same level of detail as Nigel Farage, or that everyone is God Party that we just looked at. Do you know what I mean?
Finally, Nigel Farage, will you turn up later at the count? There's rumours you may not even go to that.
Are there? You'll have to wait and see, won't you?
Okay.
Well, that was Nigel Farage.
Now, I believe that there was also an interview with Robert Jenrick. Yeah, there it is. I haven't seen this one.
this is going to run all night long. But yeah, there is a by-election going on, isn't there? We're about half an hour away from it, and I'm joined now by former Conservative Minister, now Reform Big Beast, Robert Jenrick.
Big Beast. Bloody hell. Why is he dressed like a member of the mafia? Nigel made me an offer I couldn't refuse. He offered me a position in the future cabinet. And I lost the leadership to Kemi Badenoch. I know it's not a very good accent, I tried.
Turnout pretty high, actually. What do you think that means? Nigel Farage is confident he's won pretty conclusively.
Well, look, we don't know what the result's going to be. We're going to wait a few more hours. But I thought the turnout was very encouraging. It suggests to me that a lot of people here in Clacton have come out to vote to support Nigel.
It is a bit Scarface, isn't it? Say hello to my little friend. His little friend being Christopher Harbour, or George Cottrell, I suspect.
To stick two fingers up, frankly, to the establishment who wanted to play judge, jury and executioner for him. It's not for a committee of our opponents in Parliament to determine who represents the people of Clacton. It's for the people here. And thousands of them have come out to vote. Bodes very well, I think, for the result that Nigel is going to get later in the night.
Well, all the other parties think that this is a stunt. I mean,
you know what's crazy is they're celebrating like they've won a general election. You've won back a safe seat against a bin. They're acting like they've just won a war. Like, what is this?
Rachel Reeves said that Nigel Farage is going to spend the summer arguing with a bin. Kemi Badenoch wrote to constituents here. I mean, they have got a point, haven't they? There was no need to do this. You don't even know that there would ever have been a by-election.
Well, look, forgive me, I'm not going to take any advice off Rachel Reeves. Look, there's no such thing as a fake election. Every election in our democracy...
There is such thing as a stunt election, though, which is exactly what this was.
Is an opportunity to put up a candidate, to make an argument, to fight for what you believe in. And the fact that Kemi Badenoch and Keir Starmer, now Andy Burnham, didn't put up candidates.
He's prepping to be a Reform leader candidate. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah.
It suggests to me...
I've said for ages, it wouldn't shock me, because they keep saying that a Reform source is leaking to the media. It would not shock me at all if it was him. I'm just going to say...
that they knew that they couldn't defeat Nigel Farage at the ballot.
Or that there's going to be another by-election and they didn't think it was a good use of their time.
Well, sure, but then they prejudged the whole thing, haven't they? And that only makes Nigel's point for him. In fact, you're right, Kemi Badenoch tweeted the other day that she's not going to put up a candidate this time, but she will in the next by-election. But how does she know there's going to be another one?
Because he's obviously guilty as fucking sin, you moron.
The old parties that failed this country for a very long time.
I feel like the way I address politicians is what everyone shouts at their televisions. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, everyone wants to shout that at their televisions, and I'm the one that says it out loud to you guys.
Trying to get Nigel out of politics because he represents change. And we've seen time and again over the course of the last year that they think they cannot defeat him at the ballot box because people want change, so they'll try every trick in the book. Remember, they cancelled the elections in May. Nigel had to go to the High Court to get almost 5 million people their vote. They're trying to change the law so you can't give money to Reform. Now they're trying to push Nigel out of politics with all
They're not changing it so you can't give money, it's just that, like, you can't not live in the country and give money, which I think is a perfectly... like, you can't not be a citizen of the country and, like, not live in the country or contribute to the country in order to donate, which I think is perfectly fair.
Stuff. It's not going to wash. I think what you're going to see in a few hours' time is that the majority of people here in Clacton, maybe the overwhelming majority, support him, want him to be back in Parliament representing them. And then, you know what, on Friday he can get on with the job that's ahead of him, which is making the case to the British people that Reform is the only way to deliver real change in this country. You know, get their wages up, bring their bills down, stop the small boats, bring down migration, get this country going again.
Can a Reform politician go 30 seconds of making their pitch without bringing up small boats? No.
And there are some people who've said, oh, well, Clacton's a one-off. Trust me, the people I've met on the doorstep are just like my own constituents. They're veterans, they're small business people, they're tradesmen, they're pensioners, they're people who are sick of seeing this country...
I mean, the last bit is accurate. They are pensioners.
...away.
I believe that bit.
and they want a big change. That's what Nigel represents, that's what reform represents, and you can see here tonight the incredible energy that there is.
One of my favourite clips of all time is Robert Jenrick going, "Where are we now? 6 months later," and someone just goes, "You're in a different party." I love that clip.
Around this party, there is not a single party in British politics other than the Reform that could put something like this on, and no.
Yeah, I know, but to be fair, the Scrabble table is going to go crazy.
Would come if they did. Reform is the party which is the future of this country.
I'm not being funny. If you see the Lib Dems, he's on log flumes every 5 minutes, Ed Davey. This is the exact sort of thing they'd put on, to be honest.
And I very
difference is, I don't think they'd act like they're some sort of badass, you know? I don't know.
much hope and expect that in a few hours' time it will be Nigel Farage MP once again, and he can lead this party, and we can see him going through that door in number 10 in the years to come.
But when he stood down, I mean, this is the most right-wing seat in the country. If you put together the Conservative vote and the Reform vote in the 2024 by-election, there's more votes here than anywhere else in the country. He knew he was going to win. It's cost £250,000. Can you honestly, hand on heart, say that is a good use of very scarce taxpayers' money?
I like how even GB News are questioning how ridiculous this is. I do think there has been a shift in the right-wing ecosystem, and I'm not the first person to observe it, of them kind of realising that Reform might not be the vehicle for a right-wing government come 2029. I think they've started to realise that, because you've started to see Spectator, The Telegraph, The Mail, all of the sort of like main right-wing leaning sort of publications in the country all start to hedge their bets towards Kemi Badenoch. They've really been hyping up Kemi Badenoch recently. I don't know whether you've noticed this, but it seems to me like they are making the assessment that Farage is not the guy to lead the right come the next election. I don't really think that Badenoch would be either. I think Badenoch's terrible in a number of ways, but she's largely gone under the radar because of how much like Farage has imploded. But I think what I'm saying is I think they're hedging their bets somewhere else. I think they've started to hedge their bets somewhere else.
Firstly, Reform offered to pay the money.
You know how the rules work.
Well, look, we offered to pay, but that's...
Yeah, but you know that doesn't work. I love how even GB News is like, yeah, that's just bullshit. Kemi's not changed, the media has. Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. Kemi is 100% the same. Kemi is, like, you know, almost as bad as Farage is. It's just, what I'm saying is the media have definitely shifted their support more in her favour of recent months. Largely, I think, because of Reform's implosion.
It's not really the point, is it? Because you can't put a price on democracy. The point here is this. All our opponents are trying to do Nigel down.
Well, you can put a price on democracy, especially when it was entirely unnecessary.
They're throwing all this mud at us. And Nigel said, I think perfectly reasonably, I'm not going to be a victim. If the ultimate sanction that our opponents can throw at us is a by-election, bring it on. Let's test the will of the people here in Clacton. And from the people I've spoken to on the doorstep, their voice is very clear, and I suspect we'll hear that in a few hours' time. They want Nigel as their Member of Parliament. And as I said, I don't think Clacton is a unique place. It's not a one-off. There are millions and millions of people across this country who want Nigel to be our Prime Minister. Turn this country around.
But polling out recently, 50% of people like the new Prime Minister Andy Burnham. Only 25% of people like Nigel Farage. That's a problem for you, isn't it?
Well, look, let's see. I think that the gloss will come off Andy Burnham very quickly. People are going to see through this man. The Burnham bounce, it barely exists. There's a poll out today where we're like a couple of points behind, and there's a poll out where we're a couple of points ahead. It's neck and neck. So there isn't a Burnham bounce. We're in a
I mean, hang on.
Fight now, basically.
1 second. There isn't a Burnham bounce here. Oh. No Burnham bounce here. The math ain't mathin'. Someone done that up, Robert. Where's he gone?
where the people of this country have got a choice. Who do you want to lead us? Do you want more of the same, basically, with Andy Burnham? Our country continuing to decline, their wages stagnating, the small boats continuing to cross? Or do you want change? I know where I stand on that. That's why I joined Reform. That's why I stand by Nigel Farage. I know where my constituents stand in Nottinghamshire. They want a big change as well. And that is only going to happen if we get Nigel into number 10. And tonight is just the next step on that road. Get Nigel back into Parliament, end this nonsense. Look, if there's another by-election, that will just look silly. It will all be over.
Oh yeah, because this looks so serious right now.
And Nigel can concentrate on the challenge ahead, winning the next general election.
Just finally, though, you were consistently ahead in the polls for a year and a half. There's been several polls now have put Labour in front. You must be a little bit concerned that possibly you have peaked. I know Nigel is ferociously popular here. Clacton is not the country at large.
Look, for a long time now, people have said, oh, Reform's peaked, it's all over, it's a bubble that's going to burst. It's not happened. Look what happened in the May elections.
Yeah, but the fact that you have to go back to May and can't indicate anything since then is sort of indicative of the problem. Yes, you did very well in May, although I would actually argue that by some estimates you actually underperformed, relatively speaking, to what expectations were. But in any case, yeah, okay, you did well in May. But ever since then, every single by-election, with the exception of this one, which is not really an achievement at all, every competitive race that you have said that you seek to win, Makerfield, Gorton and Denton, you've lost. And you've not just lost a little bit, you've lost very, very badly. The Manchester mayoralty, I forgot about that one. You've lost very, very badly.
Saw off the Conservative Party in its greatest heartlands, like here in Essex. Remember, the Tory Party was getting 70% of the vote not so long ago in Clacton. Now they can't even be bothered to put up a candidate because they know they'd be embarrassed. We were winning towns.
I reckon it's an element of sunk cost fallacy for Generic. Like he's hitched his wagon to this party now. He can't really change again.
Places that have been Labour bastions since the beginning of the Labour Party. We're second in Wales. We're second in Scotland. Reform is here to stay. We're just getting started. And you can see all around me the incredible energy that there is around this party. It is a movement of working people who want to fix this country.
Just finally, is Nigel Farage going to be at the count standing with the 33 other candidates? Or maybe if he doesn't show, is it because that would be a quite embarrassing photo?
Well, you have to ask Nigel, but Nigel is a very courageous politician. He's probably the bravest person I know in politics.
I had to laugh a little bit.
A lot of things have happened over the course of last year. Hundreds of death threats. You know, someone is in prison literally for coming over on a small boat and trying to kill him. So look, I defy anyone to question Nigel's courage. And what he's going to do, I'm sure, one way or another, is
nothing screams courage like calling a by-election to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. How courageous of him.
His constituency in Clacton, speak to the country later today. And then next week we'll be down in Westminster. We'll be announcing substantive things about the future of this country, and we'll be getting going again.
Well, we will be there. Robert Jenrick, thank you very much.
The thing is, I feel like if he doesn't show up for the count, that's worse. Like, I can't be the only one that thinks if he doesn't show up for the result, that's worse, right? Like, that is worse. God, he really does waffle on, doesn't it? Yeah. He is arch waffler in chief. He bravely ran away. I mean, you'll know if Farage loses because he'll be straight out of Clacton. Because that's always what happens in Caerphilly. I remember it like, oh, Nigel Farage has left. You know what that means? They ain't won.
TV News. I think I quite fancy a quick boogie. Pretty good the music here.
Maybe this is me over-analysing here. Obviously, I know that they've set up this event beforehand, obviously it's been pre-planned. But I feel like if the mandate was that big, I'm talking 80-90%, he'd be over there gloating. I feel like he would be, because he even said to the guy earlier, he said, I think we've won pretty convincingly. Again, I've said this before, that's not the side of someone who thinks they've won, like, by like a Putin-esque majority. Do you know what I'm saying? Putin being a very pertinent comparison in many ways. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if it was like a massive, massive victory, he'd be over there basking in it. I mean, on some level, regardless, it's not a massive victory against a bin, is it? Maybe that's why. Maybe on some level he subconsciously knows, or consciously, and just isn't saying it, that it's not a big victory to beat a bin. So he's not trying to celebrate it at the actual count. Do you know what I mean?
I have to say, I didn't expect when I packed for this by-election, I thought I'd be in a media centre, in the leisure centre. I didn't think I'd be in the middle of a field. It's a bit nippy, but yeah, I think.
There we go. Wow, Farage! Look at all these party animals. It looks absolutely wild. I feel like this live stream has been more action-packed than that. It's just been me saying. Thank you all for the support as always. We are approaching 7,350 subscribers. Unbelievable. This morning, well, I say this morning, yesterday morning technically, but you know, I haven't gone to sleep yet, so for me it's still the same day in my head. We were at 6,900 odd subscribers, so we've gone up by about 400 subscribers in one day, which is insane. Thank you all so much. Genuinely, this has been an insane couple of weeks for this channel. It really has just exploded, and I could not be more happy. Oh, hang on. Oh, interesting. Sky News and update from Sky News and John Craig. Oh, hang on. Hang on. There's actually a good update from Sky News. 1 second. I hadn't seen this. I think it's got to be this. Apparently, BINFACE has gotten more votes than expected. Apparently. That's what I just read just now. Let's take a look at the clip.
John, just give us a feeling in the room. I know you've been speaking to BINFACE, but who else have you been talking to?
Well, I've actually just been talking to the man whose voice you can hear. That's the returning officer, Ian Davidson, who's bringing us up to date. What I can tell you, Mari, is that they've just started counting. As you know, at a count, first of all, they have to verify all the votes, then they start counting.
Okay.
They're speeding things up by just counting the Farage votes and then the BINFACE votes, and then they're lumping all the others together because they've accepted it's a two-horse race, really. Now, people who've been studying the piles down below me think that perhaps Count BINFACE may have won a few more votes than we initially thought. Nigel Farage has been boasting about how he's had a big victory here. He says he's beaten the establishment candidate, who he regards as Count BINFACE. I can't hear everything that Mr. Davidson is saying. I don't know if my colleague can. I have a message here. So there are 35,401 verified votes. Now, that we can probably work out the turnout from that, I think, can't we? Because I think that is probably the electorate is just under 80,000. So I think that. Oh, here we go. There you go. Breaking news.
44.37, yeah.
Breaking news, Mari. 44.37%. I was about to say it's going to be about 45%.
And John, that's almost very, very similar to what was predicted, right? That's really close.
Yeah, at the beginning of the evening, we were told roughly 43%, so it's slightly higher. So that is the official figure from the returning officer, 44.37%.
Someone in the chat said they predict 30 to 40%. I think it will be somewhere around there as well, I think, for BINFACE. And that would be a huge win for BINFACE, and an absolutely terrible look for Farage. If Farage gets less than 70% of the vote, that's rough. That's rough. I'd say, to be honest, I'd say anything less than 80% would be a disappointment. Less than 70% would be. If you get into the realm of, you know, BINFACE getting close to 40% of the vote, That's embarrassing. 40% of constituents would rather the guy with the bin on his head over you. That's an embarrassing thing. Thank you for the $4.99 super share, Balthazar228. The greatest loss will be felt by the air-fried patrons in the restroom of suffering indeed. In the... Is it the Uxbridge? The Crown and Treaty pub in Uxbridge, I believe. 52.48. That would be funny. That would be very funny if it was 52.48. For those of you who don't know, perhaps international viewers who might not know, that was the exact numbers for the Brexit referendum. It was 52.48. That's one of the other things that's really funny about that whole thing, is everyone always goes, oh, Britain's so stupid for Brexit and all of that. It was basically 50-50, essentially. There weren't much in it. Patel be sweating. Yeah, anything above 30% for BINFACE is genuinely insane. 20% is great, you know, but 30% or above is that's insane. Yeah, 44% turnout. Is that not a good turnout for a by-election? Who were these hyped up people? Hard to say, but if I was there, I'd be very, very enthused to vote for BINFACE. Our Reform vote is enthused right now. I think the general consensus is the turnout is higher than expected. It's especially considering it's basically a race of one man and a bunch of joke candidates. It's higher than expected. The question is, who is it higher because of? Is it higher because Reform voters have been galvanised to support Nigel, or is it higher because people have been galvanising around BINFACE? From what they were saying, looks to me like there's more votes for BINFACE than initially anticipated, which would be a huge thing. Brexit was a huge mistake, real, don't get me started. I was too young to vote in that referendum, and it pisses me off to this day. Pisses me off to this day. That's the thing, so many in my generation were screwed over by a referendum we couldn't partake in, and it is annoying. Obviously, that's not the fault of, you know, anyone who particularly voted, but it is like, it does just kind of show the age gap, like the age divide in this country being even worse. Oh my god, we have to get 52.48, that would be epic. Farage is going to fail bigly in spirit, if not in numbers. Me too, I was too young. How old was I in 2016? About 13? Thing is, it never made sense from my perspective, even as a kid, because I was like, what, so we do all this trade with other countries, and then you want to cut off that other this kind of union we're in, this kind of like block we're in of trading. For what reason? And to this day, I still don't really know the reason. But sovereignty, and Britain. It's like, I still don't really know what benefit it has. Oh, we got blue passports. Wonderful. Balthazar with another $4.99. Thank you very much. Just a matter of weeks before it'll be another election and a BINFACE win. That would be nice. Imagine if he loses the first one but wins the second one. That would be funny. Thing is, if like 40% of Clacton voted for BINFACE, or like other, basically, so BINFACE plus all the others, that means that like they can say forever almost 40% of your constituency would rather a bin over you. What does that say about you? You know what I mean? Like that's a powerful bit of what's it, like, political communications. Flint Reed with the £2. Thank you again, Flint Reed, very generous. And also, I think Balthazar, that was your second as well. Thank you very much. BINFACE is galvanised, it stops the rest. Check the Manchester feed, a table just got out. I will have a look at that now, but we just got another super chat in. If Farage gets the same number of votes in 2024, that would equal 61% of the vote based on a 44% turnout. Thank you for that. I was actually wondering that. So he needs to get 61.2%. I think that would be a pretty devastating result for him, to be honest, because that's not an overly glowing mandate in an area that's so Brexity and so, like, right-wing. That they've been saying it's literally the most right-wing voting constituency in the country. Let me get on the Manchester. Yeah, let me check the Manchester feed because you said that the table fell over. Let me refresh and I'll go back a bit so we can watch it in live replay like an old You've Been Framed. Oh my god, no justice. Please turn on live redirects so I can send my views to you. Okay, how do I do that? How do I do that? Right, hang on. One sec, I gotta do a technical challenge. Does anyone know how to do that? I'm not used to doing live streams. Right, 1 second. Let me just do a quick bit of R&R. Live redirect. Let's have a look. Customization? I don't know. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. Live chat replay, live reactions, redirect. No. There's a button that says redirect, but not live redirect. What do I do? I actually don't know how to do it. That's so annoying. That's like the Twitch thing, isn't it? I don't know how to do it. Wait, hang on. Let me try something. That's just really annoying when you don't know how to do something. I think it's this one. Okay, I think I did it. I think. Fingers crossed. Okay. So I've also figured out how to do slow mode, so I'm gonna do that. I'll make it anyone can participate, but I'm gonna put slow mode on. Okay. I fixed it. Everyone, I figured it out. I'm actually figuring the stuff out. There we go. I won't make 1 minute. 1 minute's a bit slow. Do 30 seconds. Yeah, that's a bit too slow. Hang on, I'll make it 30 seconds. That's better. Okay, I think that should work now. I think Helene is your real name, isn't it? I keep calling you No Justice, which feels weird. Feels strange to do that. Hopefully that works. What were we gonna do? We were gonna look at the table falling over, weren't we? That's what we were gonna do. I'm probably a bit behind now, but let's see if I can find it. Yeah, I didn't mean to do 1 minute. I think I allowed your video to be added as a as one of the like redirects, as in like your stream is one of the redirects. I think. I could be wrong. I think I did it right, but live. But I would love to do something with you. If you fancied it, I would love to do that. Customization. I'll double check. So it says that your video, a redirect allows you to keep viewers engaged across multiple buttons. Okay, so I think. Okay, so no, I think I added your video to my redirect. Okay, so I figured out how to do that. Right, now I've got to do the other way around. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick Google. Google is your friend, everybody. Google is your friend. Bear with. Settings, community, moderation. Okay, hang on. Ugh, I'm terrible on the fly. Settings, community, moderation. Scroll to live redirect. Okay. There is no live redirect. What do you mean? There's no button for it. It's lying to me. I feel like I'm being lied to. You might hear a tutorial for a second. Okay.
Users. No, you.
I feel like I'm being gaslit. This button.
User management.
Okay, hang on. I think I've figured it out. We need like a tech support jingle. Live redirect users, all live. Okay, I did it. It's done. I did it. Whew. I feel like I just defused a bomb. There we go. I figured it out. Okay, it should work now. Hello to people if you come in. Hi. We are gonna be. I am gonna be staying until the end of the thing. When was this table drop? It was probably ages ago. I probably like missed it now, like ages ago. Oh, hello. Okay, that did actually work. Oh, hello. Every 30 seconds. Should I make it a bit quicker? Should I do every 10 seconds? Hang on. We do make it every 10 seconds. I've been fiddling about with settings. There we go. About 8 minutes ago, okay. Woohoo, we made it, thank you. Hello, everybody. Hi. Oh, this is exciting. This is like the thing they do on Twitch. I didn't even know this was a YouTube feature. I thought this was just a Twitch thing. There we go. Hello. Right. Let me just change the settings so I can make the chat a bit more not slow. I'll turn off slow mode. I think we're quiet enough to where I think I can manage. He says, and then it explodes again, but should be fine. In the event that it's not fine, I'll make a disconcerting noise. Okay. Customization. I figured it out now. I'm gonna turn off slow mode, so everyone prepare. It's coming off. You are unshackled. How many weeks until Farage calls a second by-election for another 300k? Well, the thing is, if the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner concludes that there's like he is guilty, then a recall petition will be signed. A recall petition will be called, and if 10% of constituents sign it, which they almost invariably would, then that would guarantee effectively that would basically effectively mean that there would have to be another one, yeah. Engage maximum waffle, let's go! Thank you all for coming in, and thank you so much to Helena for the raid as well. Very much appreciate it. First raid, I've never had that before. I've never even experienced that feature. Is there anything new? I might have to find the table falling over later. That'd be fun, but I would love if BINFACE got 40%, be hilarious. Did Helena show to the new chatters? Did Helena show you guys Farage Fest? Because that was insane. About 10 now. If you're still looking for table game, I'll have another look. Do you have like a top? Well, actually, there wouldn't be a time code, was it? Because it's live. 10 minutes ago, relative to now. Oh, I found it. I found the table fall, guys. Hang on. She did, yeah, it's insane, isn't it? Isn't it insane? God's waiting room is one word for it. Well, it's not one word, is it? That's like 3. Listen, semantics. It's 3 a.m. I think I'm on the right bit. I just saw it. I may have gone too far back. I'm trying to get rid of the chat in the corner. Their chat, not you guys. The chat for the Manchester Council, Manchester Evening News count. I think I'm near it now. There it is. Oh, that made that jump out my skin. Let's get a replay, instant replay on that. The table sabotaging Nigel Farage. You see that table? That's an establishment table there. It's not just a normal table. It's an establishment table. Probably was personally rigged by Zach Polanski to fall over. One more time. I'm a very easy man to please. Instant death. Oh, I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man. I can't believe the comrade table, the sleeper agent table, some small boats. What's the count at? We won't know. I mean, like, we know that there's been about 34,000 votes and 44% turnout. There is suggestions that BINFACE's vote is higher than expected originally. I just imagine that woman saying, "Oh dear, oh blooming heck." And what was the next to the table? Is a bin. Well, I did say that the bins, you know, that these bins here, you know, they're family voting over here. And, you know, where do the votes all go? They go into bins. How do we know the bins aren't, you know, aren't rigging it? We don't know for sure. How long till the results? My best guess would be another, like, 3 hours, at least. But I'm in it for the long haul. I've been here since 9:30, and it's currently 3. I take it Helena was like, I ain't staying up the whole time, which I respect entirely. The only reason I'm doing it is because I committed now. Do you guys like my my BINFACE poster on the vodka now? Don't blame me, I've still got Pepsi. But that's because I don't really drink much. Like, I would do it socially, but it feels weird to sort of do it. I mean, technically, there's around 800 of you with me, technically. But do you know what I mean? It sort of, it feels weird to sort of drink on your own, watching a by-election. 5 a.m. Okay, that's not too bad. That's like 2 hours. That's not too bad. Bless you, you're doing the Lord's work. Thank you. Insomniac. Oh my god, no, that just reminds me of, like, oh, who was it at the Reform Party conference who sang that? Which one was it? She was like, I'm an insomniac, and she went in with like a big, like, sort of like a sparkly dress. I have a distinct memory of this. There was like a person at a Reform conf. I can't remember her name. Was it Andrea Jenkins? It might have been. I would be drinking with 800 people, yeah. The biggest pub. That would be like one big pub in a way. I'm a binsomniac. Very good. I liked that. I do just find it really funny that Count BINFACE is actually at the count. Oh my god, Alexa's listening. Jeffrey, fuck off. I'm watching by-elections. Leave me alone. It is Andrea Jenkins. Should we get that clip? Actually, I'll see if I can find that clip. It's an oldie but a goodie. And by oldie, I mean about 2 years ago. But in politics, that's like the Neolithic era, basically. See if I can find it. Oh yeah, I found it.
I'm an insomniac. I'm an insomniac. Staring at the ceiling. Waiting for my phone to switch off. Yes, I'm an insomniac. I'm an insomniac. And all I can hear is the sound of that clock. The sound of that clock. I'm an insomniac.
It's a no from me. Apparently Nigel Farage has made another statement about the votes, so let's take a look. Breaking: Nigel Farage has won far more votes in the Clacton by-election than he did in 2024.
I called this by-election because I wanted the people of Clacton, the voters of this constituency, to be my judge, not the mainstream media in Britain and the political establishment who paint us out to be criminals and bad people every day. So I asked the voters of Clacton to be my jury. And the verdict has now come in.
Not how it works, but sure. It's not how it works. They don't have the full access to the information, and it still doesn't stop an investigation. It's not how it works, though, is it?
You haven't heard it yet. And the verdict is in. And it is a convincing, overwhelming win with more votes.
Convincing, overwhelming. More votes is not really an achievement when, like, you're the only parody candidate on there. But more votes does imply a higher percentage, so at least above 62%.
Please, I'm very shy.
I just love that they're celebrating like they've won an election. Like, you've won Clacton, which is the most right-leaning constituency in the country, which you already had, off of a bin.
On the hottest day of the year, in the middle of August, in holiday season, we have secured far more votes than we got in the general election of 2024. And in doing so, we have beaten the candidate for the Uniparty.
How can you say that with a straight face?
Yes, there were Liberal Democrats, Labour and Conservative canvassers out canvassing for Count BINFACE.
I just don't know how you could, like, say this all with a straight face.
What an upside down...
Someone just yelled Dusty Bin.
...world it is, where Count BINFACE is now the candidate of the establishment.
This doesn't work for anyone outside of Gabbins. I'm sorry, this just doesn't translate to normal people.
I mean, you literally couldn't make it up. The count is still going on because there are 34 candidates, and I doubt we'll get a full result, until 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow.
6, 7, sorry. Had to do it.
Morning. But there's no question about the result. I've explained that to you already. I really feel that we've not been forgiven for May the 7th. On May the...
Oh, piss off. You're just a corrupt piece of shit. It's got nothing to do with that.
7th, here in Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, we crushed the Conservative Party. Crushed them entirely. In the north of England, we wiped out the Labour Party.
until Bakerfield and Gorton and Denton.
In Wales, we became the official opposition.
But you didn't win. And you lost in Caerphilly.
In Scotland, with a joint opposition.
Because you got in on list voting. No one in first past the first voted for you.
And they decide.
I feel like I'm just adding in the little disclaimers, you know, after each one.
If they couldn't beat us by fair means, they'd try and beat us by foul means.
They tried to investigate me for my dodgy finances. And I wanted to avoid it.
Today, the voters in Clacton have stuck two fingers up to the entire political establishment.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like BINFACE is gonna win. Unfortunately, I would love it if we did, but it's I think it's been pretty nailed on for a while. But the question is, how well has BINFACE done? Because the better BINFACE does, the more tragic the victory looks. I know, I can't call it yet. I'd like to hold out hope. I'd love to believe, but we could just, like I say, we just pretend that like BINFACE won anyway. I reckon we just lie. We say it was rigged. I'm locking in 43% for BINFACE. I don't think it can be if he's won more votes than in 2024, right? Because to win more votes, than 2024 on a turnout of 34,000, he has to have at least won like 62% of the vote. So that implies that BINFACE is sub 40. I'm trying to do the maths, but unless it's not actually by that much more, I don't know. Yeah, we just say it's rigged. We say that, you know, I don't know. They imported geriatrics from other part of the country to vote instead. I don't know. Isn't that what they normally say? What? Sorry. Update. Breaking. Nigel Farage says he will not attend the Clacton by-election count after advice from the police. Fuck off. There's an organised campaign to disrupt and degrade the result that will take place in a few hours' time. Fuck off.
I had to say that after 33 years of being a candidate in active politics, I've been advised tonight by Essex Police that there is an organised campaign to disrupt and degrade the result that will take place in a few hours' time.
Translation, I don't want to be made to look a tit by standing next to Count BINFACE, fucking Nick the Incredible Flying Brick, and Baron Von Thunderclap. That's what that is. Got nothing to do with threat. Sorry, I don't buy it. Sorry, you have more security guards around you than the fucking president. Like, fuck off.
And once again, it shows you the sheer intolerance, the sheer loss of fundamental democratic principles that those that went before us fought in world wars to fight for and preserve.
I feel like if the victory was that thumping, he would go. To me, this implies that it's not as impressive as he's making out to his faithful. He may have won, but
This shows you why the battle that we're engaged upon in this in this great party, in this great movement of ours, is to get this country back to the values that it needs to be.
And this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause.
And so I regret to say, and by the way, I'm not scared of these people, far from it. But I'm damned if I'm going to stand on a stage having won a resounding victory, a ringing endorsement of all that I've tried to fight for and you try to fight for, and be demeaned and humiliated by nobodies. And I will not, sadly, be attending the count, which means I'm going to be here all night.
Pussy, 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 pussy. The brave Sir Nigel ran away. I think that's honestly more pathetic than him having to, like, stand there. That's definitely more pathetic, right? I really wanted to see him stood next to Count BINFACE, but in some ways, him not showing up is even more tragic, to be honest. It's amazing when he doesn't want to do something, isn't it? Or like something that he doesn't like happens, and all of a sudden it becomes a security threat. Oh, you know, I can't do constituency surgeries. Security threat, I'm afraid. Oh, I can't sort out your bin collection. Security threat, I'm afraid. Oh, I can't visit Clacton. Security threat, I'm afraid. I am just going to tweet right now, quickly. This is on my account, @Fairy'sYT. Had to be done. Had to be done. It's an insecurity threat. I like that. That's good. I feel like it's closer than he wanted it to be. I think that's the real reason. If you want to ask me, I think that's the real reason he's not showing up. I feel like that's such a part of British elections, though. Like, the fact that every other Prime Minister has stood next to all the parody candidates. And, like, every other party leader. Fucking Rishi Sunak did it, Theresa May did it, Boris Johnson did it, Andy Burnham did it. They all do it. But Farage, because he knew how pathetic it would make him look, didn't do it. Let me. There's a couple of super chats which I will read now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Hold on, I'm waiting for it to. I'm waiting for it to refresh my page. I'll just read it off my phone, I think. $2 from P. Walker. Farage could be snuck in by a catering can. And then Jutin. I've definitely butchered it. Translation: if needed, my backers have paid up disruptors and agitators at the ready. I have plan in place for the election is stolen and BINFACE gets more votes. Do you reckon that could actually be the play? Is he gonna try and fucking January 6th the Clacton fucking buy up? No, surely not. That would just be pathetic. Now, imagine if he did pull a frankly we won this election and then fucking BINFACE won. Is there such a thing as a sore winner? I mean, yeah, they absolutely would pay to disrupt, but I feel like doing the whole January 6th thing in the Clacton Leisure Centre would just look so pathetic. I feel like, in many ways, the aura loss from this is so fucking catastrophic that even if he's won, he's basically lost. I mean, that we've all thought that for a while anyway. But the fact that fucking he didn't even bother to show up because he couldn't bear the thought of being made to look like the absolute clown that he is. Like, that's... Yes, the right wing, true. They will win for like 20 years and go, Man, the issue is, it's too bad all these lefties have been in power, and it's like fucking Liz Truss. You know what I mean? To be fair, by Reform's logic now, the fucking, like, the Spectator is fucking lefty. So, it's just fucking mental. I love how he's not beating the I'm never in Clacton allegations because he can't even show up to his own fucking count. You know what? Even fucking even Liz Truss, for all the shit we give her, when she knew she was going to lose in 2024, she showed up to her account. How does fucking Liz Truss have more fucking respect for the democratic process than you, bro? The woman who's convinced that the Bank of England were a secret cabal that fucking brought her down, she had more fucking dignity and defeat than this. She stood there and took it. He couldn't even be asked. And he's probably won. Although the fact that he's not showing up, maybe there is a chance. Maybe there's still a chance. Never tell me the odds. That commie, Michael Gove, yeah. What time is it there? It's 3:16 a.m. BINFACE has won despite how the numbers end up. Oh, especially now, with him fucking pussying out of the count. 100%. The aura loss, because that's the thing, these populist leaders thrive on their ability to look cool and in command, and fucking fleeing Count BINFACE is about the most pathetic thing you could possibly do. Do you remember when there was, I think it was in America, there was like, people got really mad at like Keurig for doing like a woke ad or something. Quote unquote woke ad. And then all the right wingers started like burning their Keurig coffee machines. Do you reckon if BINFACE won, they'd all start like vandalizing their bins? Out of like, you know, oh, that'll teach him. He mirrors Animal Farm so well. He looks like one of the fucking animals for Animal Farm as well. I don't like to normally do appearance jokes, but I think he'll allow me an exception at 3 a.m. It's so shit that he's not going to be standing next to BINFACE, though. I would fucking love to see that. Oh, yeah. But I think... So then, does no one give a speech at the end? Or does he send, like, a reform... Because normally they give a speech, don't they, if they win? So does he just send, like, fucking Robert Jenrick or one of the other, like, underlings, like the minions, in to do it? Or do they just not do one? I don't know. Is it like if you get an Oscar and they don't show up, so someone else, like, on your behalf I don't know how it works. That's not the pyramid, it's Cardiff Bay. That's Cardiff Bay, that is. See, right over there you can see the Millennium Centre. It's Cardiff Bay at sunset, because I'm a Welshman. I'm a Welshman. I feel like there's something going on here. Yeah, it does feel weird, doesn't it? Something not right. Is he going to pull the I've won, and then if he hasn't, claim it was like stolen? is that going to be the play? I don't know. He's hedging his bets, he's scared. I mean, like, okay, there's two options as I see it. Either he's won, but by kind of an embarrassingly close margin, or he's lost, and he's trying to, like, claim that he actually won by a huge margin, like what Trump did. Either reality is very bad for him, but one is objectively worse, which would be the second one. GB News saying, please advise him not to go to the count. The trouble is, I just struggle to believe GB News and Reform and Nigel Farage, you know what I mean? Maybe he was genuinely advised that, but I don't know. Maybe he was genuinely advised that, but I don't know. They even said they had, like, we looked at that Farage Fest. There were, like, hundreds of guys in, like, high-vis there. I'm just not convinced by it. I just don't buy it. Well, that's the thing. You know, GB News would parrot the Farage line. That's why I struggle to believe it.
The count is still going on because there are 34 candidates, and I doubt we'll get a full result, until 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But there's no question about the result. I've explained that to you already. I really feel that we've not been forgiven.
Okay, there's a bit more to this. I know we've seen a bit of this, but
on
there's
May
a
the
bit more
7th,
afterwards.
here in Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, we crushed the Conservative Party. Crushed them entirely. In the north of England, we wiped out the Labour Party. In Wales, we became the official opposition. In Scotland, we're the joint opposition. And they decided if they couldn't beat us by fair means, they'd try and beat us by foul means. Today, the voters in Clacton have stuck 2 fingers up to the entire political establishment. I want to thank all of you, my beloved People's Army, for going out there and doing what you've done. I want to thank Tendring District Council for running this by-election so
who I've made waste money for no reason.
well and so efficiently in difficult circumstances. But I also want us to remember, in a solemn moment, the fact that yesterday was the funeral of Anne Widdecombe. God bless her. God bless her.
Oh god, it's like fucking it all just feels so insincere. Like the whole thing. You know, I don't like to say that someone's reaction to a death is insincere, but it does feel like that. I mean, how many times is he going to mention Anne Widdecombe's death in relation to himself? I've lost count at this point. It just feels like insincere and opportunistic. Oh, he's 100% trying to turn her into a Kirk moment. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Thing is, I don't even think we really know the full story there. I still don't think we know for definite whether it was a politically motivated thing, do we? I could be wrong, but I swear we don't know the full context. I don't know, it just freaks me out, man. Yeah, BINFACE is definitely over 30%, which is insane. Like, that's insane. He's either not shown up because he's embarrassed, which is definitely possible, and like BINFACE got more than he was expecting, or he's actually lost. I think that one's less likely, probably a bit conspiratorial. $60, 35% for other. I think yes. Well, I mean, logically, if with the 30% figure, if he's saying he won more than 2024, let's take Farage's word for that. If you won more than 2024, that basically guarantees at least 61% of the vote. Potentially more than that, but it's probably, it's looking likely that BINFACE would be around 30% if you just sort of do the maths. It's not official, it's just sort of like, I'm just sort of guessing, basically. I should clarify that. I just think it's such a cowardly thing to be like, no, I'm not showing up. I just don't know whether I buy it. It was safe enough for every single prime minister in the country to stand on a stage and do it. Every single high-profile politician in the country ever has stood on it. What makes Nigel Farage so friggin' special? It's all pointless, there'll be another by-election anyway. I wonder if he'll show up to that one. Yeah, I was saying earlier, 48-52 would be very funny. Oh, God, it's been so long. I have been streaming for nearly 6 hours now. Thank you all for sticking with me. I really appreciate it. We're almost at 7,400 subscribers. It's absolutely insane how much this has grown. Yep, I'm still here. Still clinging on, 6 hours in. Ugh. I told you I was committed.
You haven't yet seen off the threat of an inquiry into this gift you had from a crypto.
We've really seen that.
Billion.
I am thinking he couldn't be stupid enough to do the election was stolen thing, could he? Not against BINFACE, sure, no, it can't be. It's the right-wing persecution complex, yeah. If any god should bless anyone, it's you. They stopped the count, have they? I'm going to refresh the Manchester page, hold on. They have stopped counting. Is that normal? I've just got it on screen. The count has stopped. Are we going to get an earlier result than expected? I hope. That'd be nice. The announcer said he won't comment on security matters, and there is no problem completing the count tonight. Yeah, see, I just don't buy it. It was paused for an announcement. Oh, okay. Oh my god, why is it reset back to the beginning? Is it reset? Am I crazy? Do you know what there needs to be the background music? You know what this count needs to be set to? Hang on, let me get some music. 1 second. I'm gonna do a little fun bit. See if this works. Hold on. I'm preparing a bit. It's probably not gonna be that funny. But, yeah. Hold on. It's probably not gonna work, but fuck it. Okay, hang on. Refresh. Go. I'm looking for a certain bit. No, wait. I'm sure it's at that bit, isn't it? Oh, this is it. Yep. I think you probably figured out. Maybe you haven't. I don't know. It's sort of bizarre of a choice, but like, my brain is gone. Hang on. I just feel like this fits. I don't know whether my brain just melted. I think this just sort of fits the tone. I can just imagine it being so monotonous. I'm definitely going to get copyrighted for that, so I'm going to stop playing that. That probably was not worth the wait for the bit, but there we go. Clip this. Yeah, I was going to say careful of copyright. I'm definitely... That is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, yeah. No, this is the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the 2005 boat version. DMCA, but oh yeah, that's definitely... I might have to edit that out of the edit of history. I know. I am definitely going to get hit with copyright. Almost definitely. That's definitely happening. I don't think I'm going to avoid that. Is there any major news? Not that I can see. The whole by-election is basically this. County BINFACE. Behold, by avoiding electioninator. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything major at the moment. If there is, I will update you there. And I'm sure you guys will update me. You'll probably find it before I do. The countdown clock theme. I don't know how many more themes I can get away with. I got another idea actually. I can do countdown. 1 second, hold on. I can do that, but I've also got another idea. I know what song I'm thinking of, but I can't think of the name. Here we go. Okay. I've had another idea.
It's a race against time. I've gotta do it. I've gotta do it.
Hang on. You probably guessed where I'm going with this, but
It's a race against time. I've gotta do it. I've gotta do it. I've gotta beat the clock before the chime. I've gotta sort it. I've gotta sort it. I've gotta do the job on time. Like a busy bee, I'm gonna beat that gong. I'm gonna finish this job before I finish this song. Do we think she's going to do it?
Count all the ballots in time.
Will she know how to fix it? Will she
34 candidates on the ballot.
I'm gonna do it.
I think the late night might have got to me a little bit. Beehive with the £5. Can we watch K-Eater's MS Now interview with Cam BINFACE? I think so. Yeah, let's do that. That's probably more in line. It's 3:30. I think you'll forgive me a little bit of what's her name? Cat Eaters. Is it this one? I think I watched a bit of this earlier, but we'll watch the whole thing. Why not?
Joining us now is Count BINFACE. He is running against Nigel Farage and more than 24 other candidates to represent the town of Clacton in UK Parliament. Count BINFACE, it's really good to have you. Just first question up top. What made you become Count BINFACE over Lord Buckethead? What happened to Lord Buckethead?
Well, good question. Firstly, it's lovely to meet you, Katie, and all your fantastic viewers. My goodness me, you have a lot of adverts in America, don't you? And I should just say at the start, this is definitely the hollow deck on my starship, not a budget hotel in Clacton-on-Sea. Let's just make that absolutely clear. Also, here's a little scoop for you. Due to broadcasting rules, I cannot talk on British television until 10 p.m. UK time. It's currently just or nearly 8 o'clock. So through a lovely little loophole, I can talk to America first. How cool is that? But as for the old Buckethead snafu, yes, well, when I first came to Earth in 2017, I thought if I came down like this, I might freak out the humans. So I adopted a disguise of this Lord Buckethead, a title that had lain dormant for 25 years. And that went very well. I ended up on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. But then there was an unfortunate battle on the planet copyright, so I respawned in my true guise. And Katie, I'm the first politician in history to feel better after kicking the bucket. How about that?
I like Planet Copyright. That's a good one. All right, let me put up on the screen your flow chart about winning, because I think this is worth looking at again.
We saw a bit of this
so you
earlier,
asked who won the election. Count BINFACE? Yes, then you win. If Farage wins with fewer votes than 2024, yes, we win. With fewer votes, no. With less of a majority, yes, we win. And regardless, it'll take you, I can't read a flowchart. Regardless, it'll take you back to the investigation into his conduct. Tell me why you believe that Nigel Farage deserves to be under investigation.
Well, I mean, that's not for me to say, Katie. I mean, firstly, that's not my flowchart. Yeah, I found that online. Some human did that. But
wow, the youngsters are useful for once. Genuinely, though, they've been pretty good with the coverage of this.
I agree with it entirely. The fact is that I've won either way. It's checkmate to BINFACE, and if Nigel strikes me down electorally, I will become more powerful than he can possibly imagine. Because, of course, then, yes, the parliamentary committee will look into, again, his interesting finances. For example, this £5 million gift, an unconditional gift he was given, which he says he could spend on Ferraris if he wants, but he didn't declare it to the correct committee. And I tell you this, firstly, I would not accept such a donation on Earth. And if I did accept it on any planet, I swear to you, I would fill out the proper forms. It's very important.
What does it say that his chief rival in this race, there's a number of them, but the chief rival is an intergalactic trash can warrior?
Well, I think there's a slight tone of sneeriness there, which is unfair. I would say to you that my path is on the up, and it's a natural point in my career to become His Majesty's official opposition. So, this is a natural point for me, and we shall see if I can take control of Clacton in due course. But I know where you're going. The point is, why have the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, the big parties, the Liberal Democrats, well, maybe not them, but why are they not bothered? And it's because they're scared of my magnificence, or maybe both, they think that Nigel is pulling a cunning stunt. And I use those words very carefully on live television. And I think it's a bit of both.
A cunning stunt. I like that, because this is American TV and we have a different set of standards out here for what words we use. One other question for you.
I didn't know you got a telephone call midway. That's really funny.
One other question.
So sorry. I don't know.
What has his politics done to the UK?
No, I'm just going to pause that for a second. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I hope you're talking to me and not the phone. What has Nigel Farage's politics?
Can you imagine trying to deal with turning off the call? That would be my worst nightmare. I wouldn't be able to see.
Done to the UK.
Yes, I will tell you this. I do apologies for those awful humans, but I would say Nigel Farage's politics. The beauty of democracy, as you've discovered in America, Katie, is that, of course, different views can have strength at certain times. So, of course, it is humans' right to vote for Nigel Farage, or indeed it's their far right to vote for Nigel Farage. But, I am offering a sane alternative. Now, I know that might seem strange, but in this day and age, I am the voice of sanity and moderation. And on that note, I wonder whether American viewers would like a little bit of BINFACE in your politics, eh? Democrats, Republicans, BINFACE. Who's going to win that battle, I wonder?
I have to tell you, you might win. Our politics, people are sick of everybody, so come on over, take your chances.
I actually think a novelty candidate like BINFACE would do very well in America. Genuinely. I think you might have to, Americanize it a bit. Trevor Trash Can, maybe? I don't know.
You might not do so poorly. Count BINFACE, it has been a pleasure, a distinct pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Formerly Lord Buckethead. Again, the pleasure is all mine, sir.
No, the honor is mine, and God bless America.
A lot of tables are getting empty now. It's looking like it might be close to being done. Okay. Let's have a look. Ooh. You're not stealing Gimmy's. That's true. Only Britain gets to steal national artifacts, not the other way around. Americans aren't witty enough, yeah. Now, maybe I'll let them try it. They can be witty occasionally. It still looks like they're going pretty strong to me, but... Oh, is that what they're doing? They're counting the non-BINFACE candidates. I just find it so funny that that's a sentence I get to say. What a life! What time to be alive! Well, I mean, I think Americans are quite used to novelty candidates. Imagine a reality TV star with a really shit orange tan, and then imagine if he became president. That'd be crazy. I love that you can see the monster raving loonies over here. Is BINFACE still around? You got the media here talking to people. I'm trying to see if I can spot any of the other candidates. I haven't seen Lawrence Fox. I hope that he gets like 2 votes. If he gets like really pathetically bad. Would it be like, do you know, like, obviously, you know, fucking Jeremy Clarkson's an asshole now. Well, he's been an asshole for a while, but I won't lie, I was very partial to Top Gear back in the day. Would it be like American Steak? Is that what it would be like? Like Count BINFACE's cousin? Like American BINFACE? Returning offer to talk about Farage on BBC News. Okay, let's pop over there. Ooh, do.
To complete this count effectively.
Turn up.
I'm going to go back a little bit just so we can get to the beginning.
We can see there those very long, 34 candidate long ballot papers are still meticulously being counted. Harry, I believe you've got someone interesting to talk to now.
Yeah, well, the ripples of that announcement from Nigel Farage that he's not going to be attending, those ripples are sort of going around the room. And one person who we can talk to about it is Ian Davidson. He's the chief executive of the local council here, also the returning officer, so in charge of running this election. Ian, Reform UK spokesperson has told me that there was a credible threat against Nigel Farage. Did you know about that?
So all I'm going to say to you is today is we work very closely with Essex Police. We have done throughout the process of the election. The Essex Police have appointed an assistant chief constable as Gold Command. A very senior officer is here, and including plainclothes police. So I am very happy in terms of completing this count safely, and we will continue. It is up for any candidate who does not want to attend. That's entirely up to them. And I won't comment on whether they do or they don't, but I will continue, and I've reassured my staff.
It's gone to 180p for some reason. BBC iPlayer is so annoying because it'll occasionally just like, it'll go from 1080p to like 1p in like 2 seconds for no reason.
And all those who are attending, but I will complete this election safely and declare as and when the count's finished.
So when you say you're
this does feel like a translation, like the politest way of saying he's talking utter bollocks. Am I the only way? Like, look, you gotta have a British politeness translator here. What he's saying effectively is Farage is talking at a shite. There's no security threat. I'm going to refresh this so it's not in like 2p. 1 second.
But overall, I think perhaps people are going out earlier to vote because of the nice weather, rather than perhaps doing the normal 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, which is often the time people do. And of course, children are not at school, so it's not waiting till the end of school to go and vote. So.
And if you had to put money on it, what time do you think we'll get a result here tonight?
Good question. I'm hoping around 6 o'clock.
6
o'clock.
Very good. Ian David.
I thought we were getting close. The fact he isn't coming is I know. Well, if you want to support my suffering, feel free to subscribe. We're almost at 7,400 subscribers, so any support's appreciated, everybody. No, I have actually really enjoyed it, and it hasn't quite hit me just yet. Like, I'm still relatively awake, but I reckon it will in, like, a few hours. No, I'm staying. I'm sticking it around. I'm sticking through. I've got Pepsi, that's what I've got. That's what we're working with. We're here together. We're working through this together. Do you know what? You know what's gonna get us through it? A bit of the national anthem, the new national anthem. 1 second. Not the Dave Andrew Jenkins, by the way. I'm not playing that again. Jump scare for a second. Yeah, long name's Cramping Face. And I've heard the race for Clacton MP. I'll spend more time with you than I promised to do in Washington, D.C. Unconditional gifts with a curious whim. It's a mystery. One thing isn't in doubt. If you vote those guys out, we'll make history. And everybody say, yeah. Uh-huh. Alright. We're going to make England needs a new home. But country's coming so good. The Wales. Now the spotlight's here. Jake, Wheatley and West. Every center said this could be your year. This election's a free, but your chances unique. Tell them loud and clear. You want somebody new who will stand up for you and choose hope, not fear. Everybody says, yeah. Uh-huh. Alright. We're going to make Clacton free. Tomorrow belongs to you and me. If you're red, green, yellow, blue, there's still something you can do. Clacton is a special place because you vote for me. I'm coming back. Banger. Oh. Here, dog, get some coffee. Hey, thank you, Lenny Johnson. Thank you to Sean for the £5. Here, to get a McDonald's breakfast. Not a bad show. It's not a bad show. I might do that. Thomas, you're a fucking nut for this YouTube and stuff. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. BINFACE is live on Sky News YouTube. Okay, we're going over there. Brace for impact. New count BINFACE content. Yeah, I'm going to take a hydration break while you're listening to our Lord and Savior.
Have had less impact than initially.
This isn't BINFACE. Maybe I missed it. Was it an old one though? Like they might have repeated. Or is it new? I can't find it. Has it just come on?
Have Dimitar Berbatov.
Well, that ain't count BINFACE. Romford MP talking about majority on GB News. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to go through between all these different things. Bloody chaotic. GB News. The rival channel. Oh my god, we have the same number of viewers. Okay, we're gonna go back up.
That's what's really happening. So this is the people making a decision.
Okay, I'm going to go back
and
to the
Nigel's
beginning of this
given the
bit.
people of Clacton that opportunity.
Well, he's incredibly popular.
Let
in
me pause.
Clacton, of Reform have won Farage through Rosendale. Andrew, thank you very much for talking to us this evening. This Farage fest is quite something, but Nigel Farage a bit earlier saying he's confident that Reform have won pretty conclusively. How conclusively are you expecting?
So Nigel Farage is the only serious candidate in this by-election.
How dare you?
And he's got a plan for Britain. And I think the people of Clacton will unite behind him in this by-election, and tonight we'll get that result. I think it will be very, very clear that Nigel is the only person that anyone has any confidence in, and he will be re-elected as the MP tonight.
But he's the only candidate, isn't he? Because it's quite likely that the Standards Committee will find against him, and there might be another by-election, and the other parties are going, well, what's the point in this one? We should just wait for the second one.
Well, I think it'll be a total waste of time, because after tonight it'll be very clear that the people of Clacton want Nigel Farage to be their Member of Parliament. So if they trigger another by-election, and of course the Standards Committee would have to decide that, but then 10% of the people of Clacton would have to sign up to that. Frankly,
which they almost certainly would if, like, I don't know, let's say 30%, 20%, 30% voted for BINFACE, for example. They almost certainly would.
We really want another by-election if Nigel has won.
But
yes.
It's because of Nigel Farage that you're having this one.
Not really.
I mean, this was his
Yes, really. No, objectively, yes, he called it.
It's because of rules that make no sense. So in normal circumstances, if there is something that needs to be declared late, you rectify that by a simple declaration. There is no need to go through this horrendous bureaucracy.
Yeah, but he hasn't. But like the thing is, he didn't make the declaration after. He still hasn't made the declaration now.
Bureaucracy that the parliamentary authorities have created, and I think that it challenges all of that as well. Ultimately, if you don't declare something in the time that you should have done, and we've yet to hear if that has actually happened in this case, then a simple rectification process is all that's needed. You don't need by-elections. You don't need to actually chuck
No one has ever expressed an issue with this until now. I want to make that very clear. Absolutely no MP I have ever heard or councillor from any party has ever expressed an issue with this until now. It's an issue for Reform. And why? Because they know he's guilty as fuck.
He's out of office over a minor technicality, and that's all this is.
But my point is that the Standards Committee was still continuing investigation. You've got no way of knowing they would have found against him.
They're wasting their
They
time.
might never have done. There might never have been a by-election. You've inflicted this on everybody for nothing.
Catherine, it's more than that. So it's not just about that. Reform UK is under attack in so many areas.
Fuck off.
The Labour Party and the Conservative Party are terrified that we can win the election next time, and they are trying to do everything they can to drag Nigel down. This is not just about the Standards Committee investigation. This is about politics being on a level playing field in this country, and that's not happening because the parties that have
The mental gymnastics are. It's like you can see him trying to calculate how he's going to like explain this.
in this country for so long are coalescing to stop a Reform government. That's what's really happening. So this is the people making a decision, and Nigel's given the people of Clacton that opportunity.
Well, he's incredibly popular in Clacton, of course, and obviously he wouldn't have called the by-election if he wasn't confident he would win. But I mean, this is the most right-wing seat in the country. The combined vote.
Have you been to Romford?
The combined vote of the Tories and Reform at the last general election were higher than anywhere else. So it might be, yes, he's king here, but across the country, 70% of people do not want him as Prime Minister. That's a problem for you.
So I think you're going to be very surprised. I think that Nigel has support across the country in every constituency.
He does. Okay, that is objectively true. It is objectively true to say there are people in every constituency in the country that support him. The issue is they're not the majority, and there's a bigger slice of the pie that will vote for anyone else who isn't him, pretty much. As tonight proves by BINFACE.
To my constituency in Romford, huge support for Nigel, as we saw in the local elections where we won every single council seat. And it's not just in places like Essex, it's across the country where people realise that Britain is in a bad way under failed Conservative governments and a disastrous Labour government. They want serious change, radical plan to put the country in a better place. The only person with the backbone to do that is Nigel.
But you've got somebody now in number 10, Andy Burnham. 50% of people say they like him. Only 25% of people say they like Nigel Farage. Aren't you a bit worried that you're a bit too effective with your vote reform, get Starmer out? You've got Starmer out, and now you've got somebody in number 10 who connects better with the public.
That is actually a very good point. Holy shit, did a GB News journalist actually make a good point? Or is it just the 4 a.m. actually psychosis kicking in? No, that is genuinely a good point. Like, they campaigned on getting rid of Starmer because Starmer was horrendously unpopular. Starmer's gone now, and for the time being, at least, Burnham is, connecting better with the public. Now, whether that lasts, I don't know, but it is true. They benefited massively from Starmer being in office, and now he isn't. And someone, at least for now, more likeable and, let's be honest, I think more politically competent. Even if you don't agree with his politics, I think you can argue he's more effective, at least, reading the public mood and going, yeah, maybe let's not do digital ID or scrap jury trials, all these things that are just universally unpopular for no reason. Let's not cut with it, you know what I mean? Like, he has better political instincts, if nothing else, even if you don't agree with them. And so now, like, they're not running on basically the easiest opposition.
Look, he's only been in a couple of weeks. We don't know where it's going to end. But the fact is, his ideology is wrong. The problem with the Labour Party is that whoever they put in as Prime Minister, and Andy Burnham doesn't have a mandate. He wasn't even an MP at the last election. He wasn't elected on that manifesto. The reality is that Labour have the wrong ideology.
Neither do half of your MPs by that logic, because they're all voted in as Conservatives.
For this country. Socialism simply doesn't work, and we need to get away from that. The woke
Question, when has Britain ever actually been socialist? I don't think Burnham's actually a socialist, but when has Britain actually ever been socialist? Genuine question.
Agenda, the net zero agenda, the high tax, high borrowing, which we've had under both Conservative and Labour, and nothing about immigration to deal with the mass immigration that nobody voted for. So there's so many issues that Andy Burnham has no answers.
The votes are down 40%.
He may come out with gimmicks, but that's not going to win him the next election. What people want,
your entire party is gimmicks
for the United Kingdom, and the only potential Prime Minister, I think, that's got the courage, the backbone and the vision for Britain is Nigel Farage.
Well, time will tell. Andrew Rosendale, thank you very much for talking to us
somewhat
tonight.
Before Thatcher. I mean, maybe, but even then, I'd say it's more like social democracy, like more than like social. I don't know, like.
News, thank you. Thank you.
Like, like social. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Because I still think there's a capitalist element, and I guess there's a, like, do you know what I mean? I don't think it's out and out socialist.
Well, there was Catherine.
No, Burnham isn't close to socialist. I think Burnham can loosely be described as like soft left. I think is probably the best way of describing him ideologically. Oh yeah, we have got more viewers than GB News. Good, good. Thing is, I actually don't think that cramping down on immigration is like that good of a strategy. Like, obviously, like I would want more safe and legal routes. I don't want people to get hurt, trying to come here. But by like trying to cut down on immigration, we're shooting ourselves in the foot because we've got an aging population and we're not having enough kids to replace it. So where does that leave us? You know what I mean? It doesn't actually make sense. It's like with fossil fuels. It's just it's short-termist, which is what a lot of our politics is. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything else major at the moment, but if you guys see anything major, let me know. Look at the US. Anything for the people is now called communist. I mean, yeah, true. Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. Like on Iran, yeah, I think yeah, more returning officer on Sky regarding safety. Okay, I will go on to there. Go back to where are we going? Sky News. Reform just want to bring back the days of Maggie Thatcher, like they ever really left, to be honest. Like, when did they leave?
My job is to make sure that we complete this count. It's a very
I'm going to go back a bit.
Of what has been said, or what has been, or what that threat is.
And then he said, towards the end of his speech, he said, I'm not scared of this people, but I'm damned if I'm going to stand on a stage having won a resounding victory, a ringing endorsement of all that I've tried to fight for, and be demeaned and humiliated by nobodies. Well, the man who's got to sort all this out is Ian Davidson, who is the returning officer here, the Chief Executive of Tendering Council. What's going on? What is the threat to Mr Farage?
So we have been in close contact with Essex Police, as we have been throughout this process. Essex Police have assigned an Assistant Chief Constable as a Gold Command. A Detective Superintendent is here. We have been in close contact, and we believe that we will have a safe and secure election, and we will be continuing it and completing it tonight.
But what is the threat that Reform are talking about?
So it is up to as to whether individual candidates wish to or do not wish to attend the count.
Oh, I've just realised I wasn't sharing screen. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I will go back and
successfully and safely.
I will go back and start that again. Apologies. Apologies.
I'm not scared of this people, but I'm damned if I'm going to stand on a stage having won a resounding victory, a ringing endorsement of all that I've tried to fight for, and be demeaned and humiliated by nobodies. Well, the man who's got to sort all this out is Ian Davidson, who is the returning officer here, the Chief Executive of Tendering Council. What's going on? What is the threat to Mr Farage?
So we have been in close contact with Essex Police, as we have been throughout this process. Essex Police have assigned an Assistant Chief Constable as a Gold Command. A Detective Superintendent is here. We have been in close contact, and we believe that we will have a safe and secure election, and we will be continuing it and completing it tonight.
But what is the threat that Reform are talking about?
So it is up to as to whether individual candidates wish to or do not wish to attend the count. But as far as we're concerned, we will be able to complete this count successfully and safely for all the candidates, for my staff here, and for all the visitors. I do believe that in terms of any information which candidates have got, I'm not aware of what has been said, or what that threat is, but I will be continuing the count tonight, and expect to, and in conjunction with Essex Police.
Returning officer avoiding answering correctly. Answering directly. I would assume it's because he can't say that it's bollocks, because that would be seen as being politically biased, and as a returning officer he can't be seen to be biased. So all that he could say is he's basically in the politest way having to say, there's no fucking threat, what are you on about? That's basically translation through the politeness.
Completing it safely.
that suggests
Yeah,
to
no,
me
it's literally so without getting myself in trouble, it's bollocks. That's exactly what it is, Kieran. 100%.
you don't think the threat was serious enough, obviously, to call off the count or postpone it.
Working with Essex Police, well, I don't believe that there is any threat to serious enough to be able to call off the count. I'm not going to talk about individual security issues which we've had and over the course of the election the last two to 3 weeks. However, I do believe that our count will be completed safely and securely for all candidates.
Has security been stepped up, or is it the same as it was a few hours ago?
So the security has not been changed in the last few hours, although we do meet regularly and closely with Essex Police, and indeed I have done since we heard that announcement.
You said the Assistant Chief Constable, or an Assistant Chief Constable, had been, deployed? I mean, what's happened exactly? I've seen this Chief Superintendent here.
That's right, and the Assistant Chief Constable is the one who's Gold Command. Gold Command doesn't attend here. Gold Command is centrally based, and we're in close contact with him as well.
I mean, you have covered many election counts. I can't recall, I don't think, a Gold Command Assistant Chief Constable being called in at a by-election count. It's very unusual.
It is very unusual, and I think that reflects in terms of the notoriety, the presence of the count, the amount of people who have been involved, the diversity in terms of the number of candidates. It is an exceptionally unusual election generally, for everything from the number of candidates, the size of the ballot, the way in which we've had to organise it, but also in terms of different security issues which have gone on during the course of it. But I do not believe that tonight I need to stop this count because I think that we can...
Nigel saw someone drinking a milkshake at the counter. My arch nemesis. The vanilla milkshake. The only greater threat than Count BINFACE.
Complete it safely.
Mr Farage made his announcement at a Reform UK rally. Did you know before then that he was not planning to attend this count, or was that the first...
I will look at the BINFACE interview on BBC News just after we finish this. I'm going to let this finish because I think it's interesting.
You heard of it?
No, I didn't know. No.
You didn't?
No.
So he didn't say to you earlier on, I've had this threat, please, is it okay with you if I don't come to the count? No, what happened exactly? You just saw, or you were informed,
yes,
that at his event, his victory rally, as he would put it, he said he wasn't going to attend.
Yes, I wasn't aware that he wasn't attending.
How do you feel about that?
So I think that I'm not going to comment on individual candidates, but what I would
because
say...
he can't, because he literally can't, because his job is to stay politically neutral. So he can't. I don't really blame him for that. Like he literally definitionally can't.
Is that going back to saying is what my job is to make sure that we complete this count. It's a very complex count, unique, and my job is to make sure that it's completed safely and also is completely and open transparently, and we declare the winner as and when we can.
When Mr Farage talks about an organised campaign to disrupt and degrade the result, is he talking there about other candidates making a lot of noise? What's he talking about there?
I don't know, you'd have to ask him.
Okay. And he talked about he didn't want to be demeaned and humiliated. I mean, I've been at counts where you get some of the more minor candidates, shall we say, make a lot of noise when the winner is trying to make a speech. You've presumably seen that and heard that once or twice as well. That's not a reason for a person not to attend, surely, is it?
What I would say to you is that I'm not going to comment on individual candidates. We've got a few.
It feels pointless keeping asking him this when he obviously can't say anything.
Be here tonight.
A few?
Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 who are not attending tonight.
And what reasons have they given?
They were not attending, and they were not attending. It's not that they at last minute have not attended. They're not attending.
So, presumably there will be no victory speech from the platform. You're not going to let...
This is really sounding like a Jan 6 setup. Again, I don't want to sound too conspiratorial, but it does give that vibe, doesn't it? We've won by a lot, but I'm not going to show up because there's a threat.
The runner-up speak, are you?
No.
No. I mean, I can remember, I've been to some council calls where there are about half a dozen speeches, if not more.
We'd originally said that only the winner, because we had 34 candidates, only the winner was going to make a speech.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'd been here for probably another hour and a half if all the 34 wanted to speak.
So you will announce the result?
Yes.
And then what will happen after that?
And then we'll say thank you very much indeed for coming.
I see. How do you feel about all this? Is it embarrassing for you?
I think that one of the key things for us is that actually it's really good to welcome you all here today, because it gives me the opportunity to tell you what a great place tendering is. and
Okay, so
indeed
yeah,
how-
so they don't, like, if Farage wins and he isn't there, they just go, oh, thanks, bye.
What a fantastic area it is, and actually we have a lot of challenges as well as a lot of opportunities. Our air show's coming up for a 250,000 people
Not the
visiting
air show
there.
again.
Thank you. You know I'm going to get that in as many times as I can. But on a serious note is that we do have serious challenges, and actually whoever becomes our MP, we will want them to work really hard for us.
I was going to say, I mean, you're a great PR man for your borough, as I would expect. Obviously, expect nothing less from the chief executive. But when you eventually get to bed later on this morning, you're going to say, "Oh gosh, that's the worst count I've ever been in charge of."
Do you know what? I'm not, and I'll tell you why I'm not going to say that is because it has been the most complex count I've ever done.
Because of the numbers.
Because the numbers and because the ballot papers, and I've had a fantastic team who's actually managed that and made those size of ballot papers look.
If he won by a landslide, he'd be boasting right now, 100%. I think if he'd had a thumping result, he'd be there. Either it's closer than he wanted it to be, or he's lost. I think it's probably more likely that it's closer than he wanted it to be that he's lost.
Normal. And I would say, actually, I'm going to be very proud of this count because of the way it's been conducted. We actually verified, which is where you ensure that you've got you've got the number of votes in the box tally with the number the presiding officers say there are, within 25 minutes of when we did the general election. So when you look at how big the difference between those ballot papers are compared to when we verified, I'm immensely proud of our team. So no, when I get to bed, I'm actually going to be proud of the way our teams work.
Do you think you told us that you didn't know about Mr. Farage not attending until you were told about what he'd said at his rally?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it was a bit discourteous of him not to say, "Look, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Returning Officer, but there's been a credible threat against Mr. Farage"? Do you think perhaps he ought to have told you rather than just announce it at a rally without telling you?
So I'm not going to comment on that. What I say is that when we did hear that, I spoke closely with Essex Police to ensure we felt that the count was safe. And regardless of what other announcements or what others have said, I wanted to make sure the people here are safe, and I'm confident that I can complete the count safely.
You paused the counting for a while. Is that going to delay the result?
No, it was only for a few minutes because people were clearly hearing the message that he wasn't coming and the reason why, and I wanted to make sure all my staff felt safe and secure, as I did all the visitors here. So I wanted them to stop and everybody hear that's what I felt in order before we carried on.
4:10 now. What time do you think we'll get the result?
I'm hoping, originally I said 7 o'clock, I'm hoping perhaps 6 o'clock.
6 a.m, okay. Thank you for taking the trouble.
2 more hours,
to explain
baby.
all that to us.
Well, a little bit less. A little bit less. Hour and 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis.
I am quickly going to go do a pee break, if that's all right, because it has been a very long time. So I'm going to go for a pee break, and I will return shortly. See you in a minute. Ooh, I pressed the wrong button. Hang on. I think it's that one, isn't it? It is. Be right back, folks. I am back. I have returned. Have I missed anything important? Let me know. Oh, I know that there was a BINFACE. Was it BBC that was on? The last one. Also, let me know if you can hear me now. Welcome back. Okay, good. You can hear me. Good. Yeah, it's BINFACE now. What was it? BBC. Just to make sure I got the right place. BINFACE 1 in our hearts. What do you mean? Don't do that. Don't threaten me with a good time. BINFACE declared victory, Jacob. Don't mess with me. I don't like seeing that door open. It's because, like, air. To be fair, I could technically close it, actually. I'll close it later. It's fine. BINFACE declared winner. I feel I'm being trolled. Did just BINFACE say that he won? Just to say it? We all know he's won. Oh, I'd love it if he was. Right, let me get the BB. Let me get the. It is BBC, isn't it? So have you seen the translate? Oh yeah, translate. It's 100%. Obviously. Anyone who says otherwise is a fucking moron. Anyway, what we do, BBC. I'm probably a bit behind, but I'll see if I can find it. Whenabouts was it? Relative to now? I don't know whenabouts it was. I'm scrolling through BBC's coverage and I'm struggling to find it. I'm like just scanning through. Was it pre 4 p.m.? Because that would appear to be the last time they talked about the by-election. I can't find it. BINFACE. They should make it be the runner-up that makes a speech. That's what they should do, yeah. Yeah, I cannot find that BINFACE interview for the life of me. If anyone can help me, then by all means. But I am struggling. No doubt Farage will make his speech from his lame fast true. Oh. I think he'll show the declaration form on the stage anyway. I know Farage already made his victory speech, yeah. Yeah, I heard him say he didn't want to be humiliated. Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what it is, Secret Dansby, but I think it's Farage decided not to attend, knowing the result is a lot closer than anyone expected. I think that's what it is. I don't think he's lost. I think it's just kind of a humiliating victory. I think the investigation restarts as soon as he's re-elected, I think. Gonna look up Camp BINFACE, see if I can find it. It was longer at the turn of the hour and is no longer viewable on iPlayer. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. The betting markets were going heavy on 10 to 20%, and they've been backpedaling since the count started. What for BINFACE? So implying that it's more than they expected. Interesting. Yeah, I've always said I think they might have slightly underpriced him. Because again, this is the same country that made Bertie McBoatface a thing. Never forget. There will be some people who vote for him out of sheer novelty. There will be some people that do that. What are the betting markets saying? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Oh god, I'm too hallucinatory to fucking to figure this out. Clacton by-election betting odds. I literally clicked on Clacton by-election. Give me that. Unless I can't bet on it anymore, I don't know. Someone else might have to look up what the market's saying. 20% is great for us, 25% would be wild. I think it'll be more than that. Damn, I'm a night owl, but even now I feel a bit tired. The sun rising, I'm powering through on sheer excitement. Yeah, I think I have definitely hit the wall. I was feeling fine circa 2-3. When it hit 4, that's when I started to wobble a bit. But I'm powering through. I've made it this far. I would vote for BINFACE as protest for Farage causing this waste of money. Exactly. I think a lot of people would do that. I'm thinking 35% to 45%. 45%. Imagine that level. That would be mental. It's clearly got to be higher than they wanted, otherwise Farage would be there. If Farage had got an 80% plus, there's no doubt in my mind he would be there. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. I need more caffeine. I know. I'm gonna drink some more Pepsi. It'll be fine. Yeah, 43%. Anything in the range of 40 would be insane. He'd be spouting non-stop. Exactly. There is no doubt in my mind, if he'd won big, he'd be there. It's clearly closer than he wanted. Nigel Farage on GB News. Thank you. Okay. That I should be able to do.
And of course they didn't take us up on it, and of course Labour didn't offer when they called a useless by-election not too long ago. However, if we were
Where is Farage? Where is he? Is this an old one? Because that Andrew Rosendale one was old. Is the stream delayed? Because I'm up to date with the stream, but they are not interviewing Farage right now. Oh, it's very brief, okay. One minute ago. Well, yeah, it must have been brief. Oh, hang on, there we go.
On this Votes 2026. Now, this is what Nigel Farage said himself about a second by-election.
Labour, Lib Dem and
Oh,
Conservative
I think this was an old clip, I think.
canvassers have been out for BINFACE. You know, they're not going to win. The Uni Party aren't going to win. They will not call a second by-election here. They'd be stupid to do so.
But they might do, and they might be difficult for you. If they challenge you again with a proper candidate rather than a novelty candidate, it could be hard to win.
Well, then we'll win even bigger.
Is that what you think?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was an earlier clip. Yeah, I said earlier, so no worries. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's okay. No worries. No, you've been very helpful. To be fair, everything covered. I understand. Not on screen. To be fair, it was an old clip anyway. So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can put it on again if you want. But it was an old clip.
Labour, Lib Dem and Conservative canvassers have been out for BINFACE. You know, they're not going to win. The Uni Party aren't going to win. They will not call a second by-election here. They'd be stupid to do so.
But they might do, and they might be difficult for you. If they challenge you again with a proper candidate rather than a novelty candidate, it could be hard to win.
Well, then we'll win even bigger.
Is that what you think?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Nigel Farage saying it would be stupid to have a second by-election.
Thing is, as well, though, right? If Count BINFACE could take 40% of the vote, do you know what that proves to the other parties? Do you know what I'd be thinking if I was the other parties? That proves that there's appetite for a non-Nigel Farage MP. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not impossible that someone with... It probably would be the Conservatives, realistically, but it's not out the realm of possibility that, like, someone could snag it if they got enough momentum. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, I really want a Conservative, but over Farage, probably. Why is he shaking his head no when he said yes? Mentally, he knows. Yeah, because I don't think exactly that a 60-40 split or something similar to it would really prove, like, oh, there's no need for another by-election. It was a stonking majority, like, was it? Doesn't he look tired? Yes. Turn on the bin signal. We have hit 7,400 subscribers, by the way. So thank you all so much. Every subscriber that gets added, that's a bit more of my life force retained. there's no results, but the implication I'm getting, and I think a lot of chatters are getting, is Farage has decided not to turn up to the count, citing security concerns, despite the returning officers suggesting there were no security concerns. So that would suggest to me, I think he's still probably won, but it's a lot closer than he wanted. How about someone like Hal Mortimer or Gary Lineker? Oh, imagine if Gary Lineker did it. Now that would be interesting. If the bin gets a really high percentage, like 35-40%, does that complicate the dynamics of the second by-election? The worst result would be splitting the vote and letting it win again. Yeah, maybe you should let BINFACE do it again. A recount, if you will. You have the makings of a wonderful future in election analysis. Congrats. Well, thank you. That means a lot. Not sure I'll get used to these all-nighters, though. You might suddenly be missing part of it, do you? Yeah. Oh, let's see if there's anything else. You know as well when you've been in the same position for too long, and it's starting to have its impact, you know. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything massive with regards to the election right now. Check Sky again. Yeah, not seeing anything massive there. We'll go back to the count for a bit, as in the Manchester count, not the count BINFACE count. You know, not the count BINFACE himself. You know what I mean? There's too many counts. Quite a lot of starts with C, ends with unts. There we go. But look at it. It doesn't look like they're counting at the moment. Are they stopped, or are they doing the? Are they doing the other candidate? It looks like they might be doing the other candidates to me. So I'm guessing that's the podium where the results are going to be delivered over there. How many votes do we reckon Lawrence Fox has got? I think it should. I hope it's like pathetically small. I really do. Get up and stomp about a bit to clear your head. See, I would, but I'm in a wheelchair, so barring some sort of Grandpa Joe-esque miracle, it'd be a bit of a challenge. But maybe if Count BINFACE won, that's what would you know, that would do it. You know, that'd be like my golden ticket moment. I just learned that there's Count BINFACE fanfiction on. I'm gonna get 67 votes for Fox. Yeah. Oh. So, do you guys come here often? Ugh. This is such a Doctor Who moment in British history. It does feel like there should be a Doctor Who episode about like an alien that just wants to become an MP. For no other reason than they think they'd be quite good at it. Like, it's not nefarious, they just think they'd be quite good. But like, no one wants to vote for them because they're an alien. And we're all a bunch of racists, which we definitely, the human race definitely is. No, that's okay, Henry, you're fine, don't worry about it. I was only messing about. Do you think we still have a result by 5 a.m. or closer to 6 a.m.? But the way it's going, it's looking like it's going to be closer to 6. No, that's okay, Henry. You're fine, honestly. Don't worry about it. Honestly. I thought, I just used it to make a funny joke. But yeah, no, absolutely. Don't worry about it at all. That's why, I don't know whether you can see, there's a little handle. It's got a horn, actually. Do you want to hear it? I don't know whether you could hear that, or whether my mic cut it out. Is there a live count like there is in the US? In terms of votes, no, we do have to wait until the whole thing, because it's not done, it's all done by paper. I know you've got those machines, haven't you, that Trump hates, because he thinks they're all conspiracy or something. All of ours are done by hand, and we have to wait until everything is done until we get a result. So that's why it's taking a while. Yeah, the entire result is declared at once, which is why it's taking so long. I mean, an alien running for an MP would be an amazing episode of Doctor Who. Yeah, I don't think they'd be nefarious though either. Like in my head, it'd be like they just want to like be a good MP, but like humans are just such dickheads that they're like, oh, but you're an alien though, and the Doctor maybe helps them. I don't know. Checking spoiled ballots. Oh, is that what they're doing? Okay. It's done by paper in Australia too, but we get a live count like the US. I'm not sure why we don't have a live count, really. Also, thank you for the $2 as well, Xenical, for that question. Thank you very much. Yeah, is there any particular reason why we don't do a live count? I'm not going to sleep till I hear the numbers. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. If you want to kill some time, look up the election ballot for the battle with a Crowfoot in Canada. Yeah, I could do that. Tradition, I expect. Okay, that is one thing that annoys me about the UK, right? Actually, you've made me remember something. I think the UK as a nation is far too obsessed with tradition to the point that it borders on madness at times. Like, I understand that to a certain extent, the traditions and all of that is part of like tourist appeal, I guess. Like, it's why a lot of Americans like to come here to see like the royals and like all the old cars. I get that, but the fact that like you couldn't address Parliament or raise a point of order at the Houses of Parliament unless you wore a top hat until the 90s is insane. The fact that like you have to swear on a holy book to be considered MP and swear allegiance to the king before becoming an MP is insane. Like, there's so many little things like that. The House of Lords, generally. Like, I think Britain is just too... Is traditionalist a word? I feel like it is. I feel like we're way too traditionalist as, like, a country. I'm not saying scrap all the traditions, but I'm saying that I think we get too precious about some of them. And I think it kind of inhibits growth as a nation. I think one of the benefits a lot of European countries have is a lot more of their institutions have fallen historically, which has led to them kind of rebuilding their societies, whereas a lot of British traditions have lingered largely because we've never really had to reevaluate them. Because, you know, we've frankly always been on the quote-unquote winning side, you know, throughout history. That's just an observation I have. I feel like Britain is sometimes a bit too obsessed with its traditions to the point that it borders on badness. I think you can choose a holy book to swear on. Like anyone in the UK plays a basketball, biggest AL generated gymnasium vote count ever go BINFACE. I mean, to be fair, I think we do play it. It's just not really like, I know like school sometimes people play it, PE and stuff. I don't think it's as big over here though. Britain never had a full social revolution. Well, exactly. And I think it does alter the character of the nation somewhat. Because you look at France, for example, they're obviously used to having revolutions. It's a joke that they have one every 5 minutes. But what that leads to is an incredibly engaged populace. And, it gets to the point where if, like, their government, like, tries to raise the retirement age by 1 year, they riot. Do you know what I mean? And maybe that has its own downsides in its own way. But I think because Britain has never really had a popular uprising, at least not in recent memory, to the same extent, all of our kind of institutions have kind of just reformed rather than being overthrown. And I'm not saying, we should cause a violent overthrow now. That's not what I'm saying. But I think it has created a different cultural attitude towards traditions in the UK, as opposed to even other European countries, seeing them as these immovable facts of life rather than like things that can change if you want them to. Does that make sense? I might sound like I'm waffling. It sounded alright to me, but here's to BINFACE's victory and FARAGE total collapse. Cheers. Thank you very much. And thank you. What is that currency? I need to make sure I get it right. 30 PLN. What's PLN? Yeah, Cromwell's probably the last example, and Cromwell wasn't exactly what you would call recent, historically. Also, the problem is Cromwell wasn't liked. And I know you could say that technically by the end people like Napoleon weren't liked, but they had like a period of being popular, you know what I mean? Yeah, 1381. That's what I mean. It's so far in the past. Whereas, a lot of countries had to rebuild their societies as recently as it's around £6. What is PLN? What is that currency? I'm gonna Google it. PLN currency. Oh, it's a Polish zloty? Am I saying that right? Probably not. But I tried. Cromwell reinforced the system, probably. Yeah. In many ways, yeah. I think that's one of the main things it's the reason why Britain is the way it is, and it gets so sort of stuck in its own ways. I think it does have some benefits, though. Like, I do think one of the slight benefits to our weird traditional politeness culture is I think it makes it more difficult for the likes of Trump to really gain a footing here. Like, obviously, we have Farage, but I think even Farage comes across as a bit, like, petulant and pathetic to a lot of the UK population in a way that I don't think it really does in the US. And I think, well, I'm not saying that Trump doesn't come across to a good portion of the US population, they do. I think the point I'm making is just that I think there's a kind of etiquette kind of factor that is kind of valued more, if that makes sense. Like, I remember watching Question Time and Zia Yusuf was on it, and he was somewhat condescending to someone who asked him a question, like an audience member who asked him a question, which, I could be describing any time he was asked anything, because it's Zia Yusuf. But the audience all gasped and went, "Oh, how rude." Whereas I feel like if that was Trump, they'd, everyone should be like, "Yeah, that's just Trump." Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think it probably has benefits in other ways, but it has detriments as well. Will you do a results recap video tomorrow? Definitely. Well, yeah, manners, yeah, to a certain extent. But I think as well, there's like British people really value not being seen as being uncourteous or rude, We do have a culture in the US of being gleefully rude. I don't think US people have ever been rude to me like directly, but I think it's with British people we're a lot less direct and a lot more like, oh, okay, sure. Like we are the type of people who, you know, if we go to a restaurant and we've had a shit time, are more likely to say, yeah, it was great. Do you know what I mean? That is a very British thing. And I do think it's sort of why I like a lot of, because they've tried to import a lot of the MAGA-isms over here, and I just don't think it really works culturally. I think there's too much of a difference. And it's not to say that a version of MAGA couldn't necessarily work, or like something like it couldn't necessarily work. I'm not saying we're immune in that sense. I'm just saying that you can't directly one-to-one translate it and expect it to work the same way, because I don't think it would. If that makes sense. They're eating the dogs doesn't really play well here. Well, I remember, was it Richard Tice saying like they're eating the swans in the 2024 election, and everyone just sort of like was like, what? I mean, Matt Goodwin tried to say that the Gorton and Denton result was rigged and family voting and all this, and he literally just got laughed out the room, and we never really thought about it again. Hey, us Dutch have a monopoly on being rude, or direct as we call it. I feel like the Germans could maybe give you, the French actually. Am I just insulting the rest of Europe? Now I am sounding like someone from Britain. Damn. Possible counting finish, is it? Is that what it looks like? I mean, it's looking like it's slowing down. I have been having the... I reckon BINFACE would have broken his record today. Brexit shows MAGA works in the UK? Yes, to a certain extent, but even then, it has to be framed through the lens of like a democratic thing, you know. The French are chill AF. I know. I'm just teasing. Ugh. Let me see if the counting is finished. What's people saying? Sky News, do they have anything? Not that I can see. It does look like it's slowing down though on the footage here. That commentator, who I assume is BBC, keeps looking over at the declaration. Is that Chris Mason? Can't tell. Or was that just the same guy from earlier? Probably.
It make a rare appearance. Looks like most of the rain.
How? BBC News.
The Count Centre and joined Simon Dedman, political reporter for BBC Essex. Well, Mr Farage has already claimed victory, but just tell us what's going on at the count at the moment.
Well, at the moment we are coming up to the final stages here. They're looking at a few of the ballots where there's some disputes whether they're going to actually discard them or count them. That's what's being discussed in the background here right now, that we're expecting a declaration around 6 a.m. at the moment. Things have gone perhaps a little bit faster with the count than was expected, not by much but by a little, and of course this is because it has been logistically a lot more difficult by the sheer size of the ballot, which is nearly 1 metre long, and they had to double up the tables here to be able to handle it. And it has been a record-breaking by-election, not just with the number of candidates standing, not just with the length of the ballot paper, but this is probably the first election where the winner is now not going to be turning up, because we heard in the last hour from Nigel Farage that he is not going to be coming here. He said in a speech at an event that's been dubbed Farage Fest, a victory party for some of his supporters elsewhere in the Clacton constituency, where Farage says, "I've been advised tonight by Essex Police that there is an organised campaign to disrupt and degrade the result that will take place here." And he says that he is not going to stand on a stage having won a resounding victory with a ringing endorsement and stand there to be demeaned and humiliated by nobodies. So he is not going to be here, but we are going to be having
Definitely
a declaration
not salty at all.
with many of the 34 candidates standing where I am, hopefully in an hour's time.
Okay, Simon Dedman with the very latest.
I don't know why it went
Clacton
to 1p all of a sudden.
Steve, thank you for the moment. Don't go away. We'll have more coverage of that by-election. You stay with
Oh, the banger.
us on BBC News.
Hey, criticise the BBC all you want, but their sound design is very good. Serious question, how much does it cost Clacton? I think about 350 grand. Yes, I did see the Sky News BINFACE interview. Like the BBC with the new theme slaps. Literally, it's so good. If you get it one more time, hang on. I'm going to play it once more. You won't be able to see the screen, but you don't need to see the screen for the
Moment, don't go away. We'll have
jingle.
more coverage of that by-election. You stay with us on BBC News.
It is very good. I have to give it to them. They cooked for that. Mr. BBC. Mr. Mr. BBC. He cooks for I think it is 350, yeah. I think it costs more in the end because of the ballot papers, right? Boop, 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 boop. I just arrived who's winning. It looks like Farage is going to win, but really he's lost. Is the best way I could describe it. Like, in all the ways that matter, he's lost, even if he's technically won, if that makes any sense. No result yet, but I think we're in the final hour. We're in the final countdown. I did get a haircut. Thank you for noticing. I feel like a zombie right now. I have been going since 9:30 for context. 9:30 p.m. BINFACE is one in the minds and hearts of billions. Nigel Farage really lost, which is waiting to hear the manner of his defeat. Exactly, that's exactly the right way to look at it. You've been winning since 9:30 p.m. True. I have enjoyed it a lot, though. I have enjoyed it a hell of a lot. It's been a lot of fun, even if I am blooming knackered. No, probably not. I probably won't have many other plans today. I probably will make a video talking about the result, later in the day. Probably sort of afternoonish. But your door swings both ways now, just the one way. No joke, I've come around and hoped that one day Count BINFACE actually becomes an MP. I think it might actually happen one day. All the normal people are going to be getting up for, like, work at 6 o'clock in about an hour and being like, bloody hell, are you still here? But we're all still here. No worries. If you want to help me out, feel free to subscribe. That's all I ask. That's all I need. I want to thank Helena as well from No Justice as well for the raid earlier on in the evening. That was really, really kind of her to do that. Gotta be said, he has some legit policies. Oh, BINFACE, yeah? But it's 6 AM over here, gotta go to work now. Have fun, everyone. There you go. Possible new returning officer interview on GB News. Okay, I'll double check the news. Gonna refresh that.
Which is where you verify.
This looks new to me. Okay. Hold on.
With more votes than he secured at the 2024 general election. But has he? It won't be long until we find out. I'm Tom Harwood, and this is Vote 2026. The people decide. For the one
on a resort
story and become the
skip a little bit. No, my luck, I'll have skipped too far, but can never quite judge.
Is I see some very, very large piles of votes in baskets with the words Nigel Farage on them. You can probably see those now just in the centre behind the lady with the grey and yellow top. To the right, also rather a lot of votes for a guy you might have heard of called Count BINFACE. According to Nigel Farage, he is the establishment candidate. What a world we live in. We know that Nigel Farage is going to win. He's claiming that he's going to get more votes than he did here in the 2024 general election. But I'm joined now by the acting returning officer, Ian Davidson. Thank you so much for talking to us this evening on GB News. A very long night. First of all, can you give us any hint of how much longer we may be waiting for this result?
Well, we're nearly there, actually. I'm immensely proud of our staff because this has been the unique election, because it's the longest ballot paper there's been in parliamentary history, with 34 candidates on it, with lots and lots of different technical issues and arrangements we've had to put in place. But our staff have managed it incredibly well, and the verification, which is where you verify the number of votes that are in a box compared to the presiding officer, was only 25 minutes later than was the general election, which only had 9 candidates. So they've done a fantastic job. The count is almost finished. We're at the moment just in the process of totting up, if you like, and we'll be announcing it probably within the next half hour to 45 minutes, hopefully.
That's not too bad.
Very exciting. We were hearing speculation earlier that we might not be getting the result till breakfast, so this is great. Were you surprised to hear that the guy who called this by-election, the reason we're all here, Nigel Farage, has decided not to attend?
So I wasn't aware that he was not attending, but my job is to ensure that I have a safe and secure election. And I have regular meetings with Essex Police, including the Assistant Chief Constable, who is Gold Command for this and has done a great job in liaison. On the ground, we've got the Detective Chief Superintendent and his team to ensure that we have a safe and secure election. So that's why I stopped the election when we had the announcement about Nigel Farage not attending, to ensure that people felt safe here, because I wouldn't continue if I was putting my staff or our visitors in danger.
When Nigel Farage made that comment in the speech, he said that evidence that there would be disruption. But Reform later said that he wasn't coming due to a credible threat against him. Are you aware of any credible threat?
So all I will say to you is I won't talk about individual security matters. However, what we have done is met with the police, and since those statements have been made, to ensure that we are confident that we can deliver the safe and secure election. And I'm very confident we will do that tonight.
Have you any idea how much this is costing the British taxpayer?
Yes, it's in excess of £250,000, we believe.
250, okay.
Reform offered to pay, but that's not how this works, is it?
No, and it wouldn't look right at any one party or any political...
45% turnout is higher than I expected, to be honest.
Paying for an election would look at its bias. It would look
yeah,
at
I don't think it's much different.
Wearing sponsorship shirts and things like that, and that wouldn't happen. It has to be seen to be transparent and not biased in any way, and that's why no candidate or party could pay for an election.
And we don't know that this is going to happen, but it is perfectly possible that the Standards investigation finds against Nigel Farage and there's another by-election. How would you and your team feel about that? Presumably you'd take it in your stride after tonight.
So we are always ready to run an election or a by-election whenever we need to, because that's part of our statutory responsibilities. But there would be a recall petition first, before that, and that means our polling stations will be open every day for 6 weeks as part of the recall petition, and it would only be the outcome of that as to whether if 10% requested the recall, as to whether a further by-election would take place.
Well, Ian Davidson, there seems to be a little bit of a hush falling, so I think I will let you get back to a much more important job. But we really appreciate you joining us, making time for us. Thank you. So there you have it. It sounds like the result is going to be coming sooner rather than later. So worth staying up, all those people who've valiantly been up all night.
Well, I appreciate that, even though you're GP News, I appreciate it.
It looks like, what time is it now? 5:10. Looks very much like we are going to get the result in the next few minutes, perhaps even, who knows, by 5:30.
Well, that would be a very, very good result for you and me, Catherine, because everyone who's gone to bed and was hoping to be there for all the excitement at 7 or 8 in the morning, well, your boost sucks. Well, Catherine, we're going to be back with you, of course, throughout as you get more rumours and sort of...
comes back on, 'cause I think someone said earlier. Did someone say earlier that Sky was saying that he's not doing his planned 10 a.m. speech either? Yeah, I woke up at a great time. Nice for you. I'm dying. Yeah. I'm glad I found each other. Well, I'm glad you found me too. I've had a great time. It's getting bright outside again now. Don't say that. No, it's still dark. It's still nighttime. It's still night. How many other people have live streamed this the whole night? Is it like just me? Obviously, I know like the news channels have been
to discuss this.
Statement from Essex, please. Okay. Ooh, on BBC. Okay, I'll cut to that. I'll shut up.
To the count floor. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand on a stage and be demeaned and humiliated by nobodies. Let's go to the count floor and join our reporter, political reporter, Simon Dead.
This is the biggest development that has taken place here. The police basically saying any candidate who wanted to attend could attend. That does really reiterate what we also...
Essex police have come out and said, yeah, you're talking shite.
I heard from the acting returning officer, Ian Davidson, who said that any candidate who wants to attend here can attend, that this count has been safe. But the count itself, of course, now has finished. We are very close to wrapping up here and to a declaration. We haven't been given a specific time as to when that will be. The candidates themselves haven't been briefed yet by the acting returning officer, which usually happens just before they then announce when the declaration will be. So I think we still have a few more bits of admin, if you like, to take place. I can see the returning officer actually talking to some of the candidates on the other side of the room, and despite the fact that the winner isn't coming here and the winner has effectively, well, he has declared.
It would be really funny if he didn't win. I know he almost definitely has, otherwise he wouldn't have said that, but like, imagine. They were like, oh, the winner's not showing up. Well, he ain't the winner. Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me.
That he has won, even though we haven't had the official declaration yet. But most people are presuming, expecting Nigel Farage to be declared the winner of this by-election here within the hour. We are going to be having a fair number of the candidates actually still coming up, standing where we are to hear that declaration when it does indeed take place.
And Simon, let's just remind people of that breaking news, because the BBC understands that Essex Police has not advised any candidate that they shouldn't attend the Clacton by-election count, which is in that leisure centre where you are standing right now. They said, we have a proportionate and robust policing operation to ensure the safety and security of all participants in the count. I mean, to be blunt, that's at odds with what we've heard from Nigel Farage.
It's almost like he was embarrassed to turn up. But that could be, could it? I mean, to be fair, he even said in his statement, I will not be demeaned and humiliated. That's not really what it's about. It's about, that's really what it's about, isn't it? It's about the ego.
Well, it's certainly different from what my colleague Harry Farley received in terms of a statement from Reform UK, where a spokesperson said there was a credible threat against him. Nigel Farage had said in the speech at this event described as being Farage Fest at another part of the Clacton constituency that he had been advised there was going to be an attempt to disrupt and to degrade the declaration result, and that Farage said he didn't want to stand up here with a bunch of nobodies who would effectively, he felt, be set out to try and humiliate him, and that's why he has said that he is staying.
But every other politician has done that. Stood up next to all those weirdos. What makes him so fucking precious and special? Oh, I'm Nigel. I can't be next to fucking BINFACE. Fuck off.
With his.
How are you going to be that thin-skinned and you want to be fucking Prime Minister? What piss take?
Supporters at this party-style victory rally, which has been going on overnight, as I say, in another part of the constituency where he gave that speech. But yes, Essex Police, in many ways, they're reflecting what the acting returning officer has said, which is that this count is safe, there is security in place, the count could continue safely, and it has done, and that any candidate who wants to attend could attend. The decision not to come is purely on them. So the police and also the acting returning officer saying very similar things.
OK, Simon Dedman, thank you very much for the moment, and it certainly does look like those tables look emptier. It looks like we are edging closer to
edging? Sorry, my brain is completely
a declaration. Well, I'm joined in the studio still by Sir John Curtis, the BBC's elections.
Oh, John Curtis. I'll stay around for John Curtis because John Curtis is good. We like John Curtis.
Expert. A question many viewers will be asking is, how does Nigel Farage know he's won before the result's been declared?
He knows he's won because at the initial phase of the count, the ballot papers are shaken out of each ballot box, and there's a check made or that the number of papers in the ballot box is the same as the number that the person who was running the polling station says there should be. And that is done with the ballot papers face up, so you can see who people have voted for. So as the counters go through and count these ballot papers, if the parties are organised and they've got enough people in the count, they can...
That definitely looks like more than 309 votes for BINFACE to me.
Stand over the tables because they've got the right to be able to see that the count's being conducted properly, but they can also start doing a tally of how many votes...
So John Curtis is like the expert pollster guy that like is like, I don't know how he got this reputation, but he's seen as like the accurate guy when it comes to like elections, basically. Basically, probably because he looks like he's been covering them since about the dawn of time, but he is very, very good. So I take what he says very, very seriously.
Each candidate they think has got as they see the ballot papers being checked in front of them. So if they're doing that operation in a reasonably robust and resilient fashion, then they should be able to come up with a pretty good, accurate estimate of what the final result's going to be. And there's many a by-election in the past when, you know, the party apparatchiks have been able to tell the journalists that, you know, we've won and we've got roughly this, and then, shall we say, there's some circumlocution used in order to avoid breaking the law about declaring the result too early. But yeah, we all get an idea of you know, how it, so for example, in Makerfield, it was pretty clear, at least a couple of hours before the count, from what the various parties were saying, particularly when the parties agree about what they say, that actually we've got a pretty...
No, I agree. He is an expert, no, genuinely.
Now, as
that's what I mean. Like I was saying, like he is genuinely very, very, very knowledgeable.
Coming towards the real count, maybe one thing that might be quite useful to do, given we know the number of ballot papers that are in the count, is to give people a couple of possible benchmarks. So as we hear the result declared, and there's going to be 34 of them, the two people in whom we are interested is obviously how well has Nigel Farage done, and secondly, how well has Count BINFACE done. Now, if not, just so 70% of the votes...
It's still such a wild sentence to say, isn't it?
...are in the count would just be over 24,700. Okay. So if Mr Farage has got much more than that, he may have done somewhat better than David Davis did back in the Horton Price and Howden by-election back in 2008. In the case of Count BINFACE, if he's going to get 20%, which is what one poll suggested he might get, he's going to have to get just over 7,000 votes. So that's a kind of couple of numbers just to have in your head, or maybe write down as you listen to the count, and you can then...
I reckon he's got about 10,000. I reckon you guys are right. I reckon about 10,000.
Even got time to get your calculator out, get a rough idea of, roughly in terms of the share of the vote, what we anticipate are the two leading candidates, how well they've done. What I will also do next time we talk is to work out what 5% is, and then you can work out how many of the candidates have lost their deposits.
Okay, yeah, 500 quid, right?
Yeah, but of course, one of the issues I think maybe this by-election does raise,
I'm sure they'll cut
it's been 500 quid for a very, very long time. And to that extent, it's maybe one of the questions we should be raising is, well, actually, maybe should the amount of the deposit go up because it's not kept up in line with inflation, and this perhaps would help to reduce the extent to which we have candidates who are unserious in the sense that they don't really have the resources to campaign,
let them keep coming
in a significant faction in the by-election.
He's auraphobic, he is.
Yeah, ensure that voters have
the funniest bit about me doing this live stream throughout the night is whenever BINFACE comes on screen, the numbers jump on the view account.
That obviously there's actually legislation going through the House of Commons at the moment, and it's possible they could put a last-minute amendment into that, but I've not heard anybody suggest that's what's going to happen.
And there's lots of unusual things about this by-election. We could write a long list of them, as long as perhaps the ballot paper, couldn't we, John? We discussed some of the political things behind it, haven't we, with our reporters at the count. But in terms of the electoral maths of all of this as well, we're talking about 34 candidates here, and that's hugely unusual. But the key thing is none of the main parties are contesting this.
Yes, no, they're basically within hours of Nigel Farage saying that he wanted to hold this by-election.
I'm staying on the BBC because I get the feeling it's not going to be too long before we...
The parties evidently made the calculation, we're not going to play your game. We're not going to attempt to give the credence of legitimacy that our participation would give to this exercise. And in a sense, therefore, they're trying to say, look, you know, you're trying to anticipate the possibility that there might be a recall petition that will lead to a by-election.
I'd be curious if this was done on first and second preference votes, like how the mayoral election was run. If it came down to obviously just BINFACE or FARAGE, how many people would re-vote and just go, you know what, just BINFACE?
That's right. You should be following the rules and the standard procedures, and you're in a sense trying to bypass them. So they were doing that in order to try to undermine the credibility of the by-election. I think one of the questions they face, from what we already know, the turnout is just over 44%. That's not that much below, for example, what happened in Runcorn and in Gorton and Denton. The fall in turnout from the general election is only around the order of 14%. That turnout, in a sense, does say that actually, by the standards of most by-elections, this is, if anything, slightly more than you would expect. And that extent, at least, it's not entirely clear that voters have taken to heart the opponent's message that this is a bit of a farce.
That's what they say. Mr Farage is celebrating, isn't he? He says he's done better than last time, but of course we'll only truly know the numbers, as you say. I've written it down, 24,700.
That's for him to get over 70%. Remember that what he actually got last time around, which is the benchmark that Reform
I've got it here,
21,225. Yeah.
Yes, you see, in unison we say that.
But that would be about 63% of the vote.
Okay. John Curtis. We'll be back with you in a moment, but let's go back to Harry Farley, who is at the Leisure Centre in Clacton, as we get ever closer to a declaration. So, Harry, how close are we now?
Well, we have just been told in the last minute or so that they are expecting to declare at 6 o'clock, around about 6 o'clock. So what's that?
They're aiming for they're aiming for 6 a.m. declaration
time or so. It has been, I think, fair to say, a long night because of the nature of the counting that John's been talking about, the record number of candidates, what that means, the logistics of how to count, how they've split them into three piles, one for Nigel Farage, one for Count BINFACE and one for everyone else. So there has been logistical hurdles, and it was also a slightly higher turnout than at least some were expecting, as you were just reflecting with Sir John there. And really the result, as we've been saying really since 10 o'clock last night, is not in doubt. But what will be crucial in the hours and days ahead is who wins that argument of what this result means. Nigel Farage and Reform UK will argue that it is a vindication of their decision to call the election, and it will put pressure on those on that standards investigation to at least not potentially, even if they do find Nigel Farage that he's broken the rules, even they found that he has committed a wrongdoing in the parliamentary sense at least, to not issue that strictest of punishments that might lead to another by-election in a few months' time. On the other hand, those other parties will argue that this says nothing. This is a particularly unique corner of England on the Essex coast, and it doesn't reflect wider sentiment. So that debate will rage in the days ahead, and I think that really will be the crucial thing to determine who wins that argument of what we can take from this result that we're expecting in about half
I want to see BINFACE.
Let's talk about the conversation that's happening at the moment, though, about whether or not Mr Farage was told to stay away from the counting centre where you are. We're getting conflicting reports, aren't we? Just take us through
I don't really think it's conflicting. He said one thing and everyone else said something else. I guess it's conflicting in the sense that one person said one thing, but everyone else, if everyone else says the other thing, surely it's the boy who cried wolf. If the returning officer said it was safe and the Essex police said it was safe and Farage said it wasn't, who do I trust? I understand that they have to try and pretend like they've got to be like balanced between these two perspectives, but I really don't think these two perspectives are on equal footing. It's Farage and every other expert. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not, you know, this isn't a case of two conflicting but equal perspectives. No.
Yeah, there's a degree of confusion about Nigel Farage's explanation and rationale for staying away. He said in a speech to his supporters there's been a party down the road for his supporters, and he told them that he had been told by Essex Police that there was an organised campaign to disrupt and denigrate the result, was his words, and he went on to say he didn't want to be humiliated alongside what he called a bunch of nobodies, essentially the other candidates here. So that was his reasoning in this speech. He didn't want to be humiliated. It sounded like there was some sort of campaign to sort of maybe heckle, maybe interrupt any speech that he was going to give here. So he didn't want to be humiliated. But then, in the minutes after Nigel Farage gave that speech, a Reform UK spokesperson, officially on the record, sent around a message saying that Essex Police had advised Nigel to stay away because there was a credible threat against him. And so that sounded more serious. That sounded like there was a security threat, or an issue at least. We spoke to Ian Davidson, the official in charge, and he said that he was confident that it was safe for all candidates. And in the last few minutes, we understand that Essex Police have not actually advised any.
That's the message that needs to get out there. He doesn't want to be humiliated. Yeah, if I was all the other parties, I'd be putting that on billboards, buses, everything. He didn't want to be humiliated.
To stay away from this count. So conflicting messages, a degree of confusion. The bottom line is Nigel Farage is not here, and we think that might be the first time that we can recall anyway, that a winning election candidate has not turned up to hear their own victory result.
Okay, Harry Farley.
Yeah, even that makes history and how pathetic it is.
Centre, thank you very much for the moment. Sir John Curtis, still by my side here in the studio as we approach that declaration.
John Curtis is smiling. He knows how much bullshit that is as well. He's not buying it either. You can tell on his face.
We were talking earlier about the turnout. Just tell us what the turnout is and what that tells us.
The turnout is 44.2%. That's the total number of people who've cast a valid vote divided by the total electorate of just under 880,000 people. I mean, if we first of all compare it with Halton Price and Howden, which we've been saying all night is the nearest comparable exercise, on that occasion the turnout was 34%. So it's clearly higher than that. And indeed, the turnout is, yes, it's clearly less than in Makerfield, but it's not far short of what happened in both Runcorn and in Gorton Denton. And it's actually higher than in the two Scottish by-elections that also took place on the same day as the Makerfield by-election. So by the standards of this Parliament, the turnout in Clacton is perfectly respectable, and you can see why Reform will think that this adds fuel to their side of the argument, that this was not a stunt, that it wasn't a farce, at least in the eyes of the electorate, that in fact voters were persuaded that this was a sufficiently credible exercise, that people wanted to express their view. Now, of course, what's true is they couldn't vote for Conservative, Labour, Liberal Democrat, but certainly the one admittedly relatively small poll that was conducted during the campaign suggested that at least those Labour and Liberal Democrat and Conservative voters who were minded to vote, quite a few of them were, and didn't want to vote for Mr Farage, were minded to vote for Count BINFACE, which is perhaps one of the reasons why in the end Count BINFACE may do relatively well. And his previous best performance is 1%, so he's certainly hopeful of doing better than that.
I mean, there will be some people turning on the TV this morning, John, because they want to know how well Count BINFACE is going to do.
Yep.
It was widely thought that Nigel Farage would retain the seat. But actually, there is another story. It's not the main story, but
Yep.
there is another story, isn't there, about how well Count BINFACE is projected to do. And he's gone from being an eccentric candidate to most likely being second place and getting a decent share.
Yeah, and his success lies in the fact that he stole a march on all the other possible candidates, when in the immediate wake of the decisions of Conservative, Labour, etc., not to fight, Count BINFACE said...
We don't disrespect John Curtis. John Curtis is the goat. He's like the political poll analyst. Like, he's very, very intelligent, very, very smart. We respect John Curtis around here. We respect John Curtis.
I will stand against Nigel Farage. And lo and behold, he was on the Today programme and Newsnight and other august broadcasting opportunities. Never before has Count BINFACE, at least as Count BINFACE, as opposed to being Jonathan Harvey, who is professionally a comedy sketch writer, had so much public exposure. And that then got picked up, not just by the media, but also by Conservative, Labour, Liberal Democrats, to say, look, the only person who's really trying to stand against him is a dustbin, and therefore using that to suggest that this wasn't a credible exercise. So certainly Jonathan Harvey, if he has done as well as we anticipated, is to be congratulated on his ability. There are, of course, a number of other candidates standing who are sometimes regarded as the eccentric or the jokey, and including not least, and I think this is another new record, 3 different candidates for the same party. The party in question, the monster...
I didn't even know you could do that until this by-election, that you could have multiple people running under the same party. I didn't even know you could do that.
Raving loony party, which since 1983 has been adding joy and gaiety to a lot of our elections, particularly Screaming Lord Sutch, who founded the party, did it for many years. More recently, it's been a guy called David Hope, and he's one of the candidates this time. Will be interesting to see whether or not, but did they between them manage to get 5% of the vote? But are they going to all lose their deposits because individually they've got less than 5%? I mean, the rationale for that, I think will probably defeat most people.
Indeed. You mentioned the parties that didn't stand. The Conservative Party describing this as a fake election. Mm-hmm. Labour saying Nigel Farage spent 38 days fighting a bin.
Well, you make my point for me. That indeed they're using Count BINFACE's presence, the relatively high profile has got, to, as it were, suggest that this was not a serious contest.
What does this, if anything, tell us about the national picture?
It doesn't. To be perfectly frank, this by-election is going to tell us very little about the national picture. I think we should also say this before we go on to a bit further than that. Even if Conservative, Labour, Liberal Democrats had stood, the expectation would be that Nigel Farage would win. He got 46% of the vote back in 2024. And given that support for reform is still running 9-10 points higher across the UK as a whole than they were then, we would expect Farage to get over 50% of the vote, which perhaps is one of the reasons why Mr Farage was confident in calling the by-election and why his opponents weren't too keen on the idea. Now, as to the national picture itself, whatever happens now in the wake of the Clacton by-election, 2 things we know is true. One is that in the immediate wake of Mr Farage's announcement that he was going to precipitate the election, which of course followed various allegations about both the funding of reform as well as about his own...
Count BINFACE isn't why this isn't a serious process. It's because Farage resigned to avoid scrutiny. Yeah.
Personal funding.
No, I completely agree.
Support for reform clearly fell in the polls. They were running at about 26 to 27%. Immediately thereafter, they went down to 24%. So either the publicity that these allegations were getting were beginning to hit home, or some people were in...
Nigel, no show Nigel. I like that. Someone put that on a shirt. No show Nigel. I like that.
Disapproving of what Mr Farage was doing and decided that they no longer were reform supporters. So that's one thing we do know. The Clacton by-election, the decision to hold it and the events surrounding that have cost reform support. The second thing we know is that the political world now is different, not just because of that, than the political world as of the time that Nigel Farage...
New Prime Minister now.
Because we've got a new Prime Minister, indeed, and that in the wake of that, the Labour Party has seen its support rise. It was 19% when Keir Starmer announced his resignation on the steps of Downing Street. It's now running at 25-26%. And indeed, Labour are narrowly ahead of Reform in the polls. So that lead that Reform have enjoyed for more than a year is no longer with them. They can also see that the Conservative Party have been slowly rising. They're now only 4 points behind Reform. And of course, they're also facing competition from Rupert Lowe's Restore Britain, about 4% in the opinion polls. All that together means that rather than, as it were, clearly commanding the electoral scene, Reform now find themselves post this by-election in a much more politically competitive environment, and it's whether or not they can regain their lead, whether they can fend off the potential challenge from the Conservatives, let alone Labour, deal with Restore Britain. These are all now the challenges that Nigel Farage faces. So even if he does manage to persuade people that indeed this election victory does indicate that the voters of Clacton, at least, are still happy with him, he's still facing a much more difficult situation so far as the voters of the whole of Britain are concerned.
Okay, so John, thank you very much for the moment. Well, let's replay Nigel Farage's address to that rally of Reform UK supporters in Essex. It happened at around 3 o'clock this morning. Mr Farage claiming victory against what he's described as the establishment.
We're getting a recap.
On the hottest day of the year, in the middle of August, in holiday season, we have secured far more votes than we got in the general election of 2024. And in doing so, we have beaten the candidate for the Uni Party.
I just can't imagine calling a fucking bin the Uni Party, like, with a straight face. It just sounds fucking farcical. Anyone with a brain just looks at it and goes, it just sounds stupid.
Yes, there were Liberal Democrats, Labour and Conservative canvassers out canvassing for Count BINFACE. What an upside down...
I do find it hilarious that someone shouted like Dusty Bin, like it was like a slur. Count BINFACE. It's like a really weird
world it is, where Count BINFACE is now the candidate of the establishment. I mean, you literally couldn't make it up.
Oh. No, that's not me, that's the BBC.
That's Nigel Farage there speaking earlier. And as we have been mentioning, he said he is not going to be attending the count. He said that there was information that he'd received from Essex Police saying, Reform UK saying that there'd been a credible threat against him, and that's why he wasn't going to be attending the count. We'll play you a bit about what Mr Farage said, but subsequently the BBC understands that Essex Police has not advised any candidate that they should not attend the by-election.
I think it's going to be closer than...
Tonight.
The reason he's not attending is because it's obviously closer than he thought it was going to be, and that's embarrassing. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do with the safety concerns, because everyone else has said there is no safety concern. It's squarely because he knows that it's closer than he wants, and he also doesn't want the picture, frankly, of all the freaks next to him, making him look a right tit. But frankly, every other MP and, Prime Minister or, leader of a party has had to stand next to them, so what makes Nigel Farage so fucking special? Get a grip. You called this by-election. You deal with it.
By Essex Police, that there is an organised campaign to disrupt and
any excuse not to go to Clacton, true.
Degrade the result that will take place in a few hours' time. And once again it shows you the sheer intolerance, the sheer loss of fundamental democratic principles that those that went before us fought in world wars to fight for and preserve. And this shows you why the battle that we're engaged upon in this great party, in this great movement of ours, is to get this country back to the values that it needs to be. And so
let's be very clear. BINFACE hasn't won, but I think it's closer than Nigel Farage wanted, which is almost as good.
And by the way, I'm not scared of these people, far from it. But I'm damned if I'm going to stand on a stage having won a resounding victory, a ringing endorsement of all that I've tried to fight for and you try to fight for, and be demeaned and humiliated by nobodies. And I will not, sadly, be attending the count.
Yeah, see, the last bit's the giveaway. Demeaned and humiliated. That's what it's about. It's got nothing to do with safety concerns. It's expressly because he doesn't want to be humiliated.
Which means I'm going to be here all night.
Who cares, Thomas Nigel won? But what does that prove, though? He won a seat he already had against a fucking bin. What does it prove? Like, what are we... What, well done? What do you want me to say? It's like if, like, I don't know, like an adult won, like, a kid's egg and spoon race. It's like, yeah, sure, you won, but, like... What, do you want a medal? Like, do you know what I mean?
Nigel Farage there at a gathering of Reform UK supporters in Essex, dubbed Farage Fest. He's not going to be attending the count. Well, let's hear from journalist Tim Burrows.
I'm gonna catch up a little bit because we are a few minutes behind, and if they do call it early, might be worth me just skipping ahead a little bit. Thank you all for staying with me this whole night. I do appreciate it.
Lord Such and Count BINFACE as well.
Oh, they're all there.
So I'm able to spot them from the distance. Not Lord Such, though, but the Munster Raving Loony attire, shall we say. So what's happening now then, John?
Well, I guess that the returning officer is advising the candidates of the result, which, given there are 34 of them, albeit one of them is not there, will take a little while. And if I'm correct in that, then assuming that nobody successfully calls for a recount or anything like that, maybe because they're close to saving their deposit, then we should proceed to a declaration. But that could still take at least another 10 minutes or so.
Okay, I'm just being told, actually, that there was an announcement in the hall just before we came to you, John, that the returning officer, as customarily they do, gathered all the candidates and their agents to that little huddle in the corner. I should say little huddle, it's actually a huge huddle for a by-election, a record huddle, shall we say. A record huddle because of the number of candidates, but also a significant huddle because there's one missing.
Indeed, yes, Mr. Farage. In a sense, the story of the night has not been the count that's been going on and we can see before us. It's been Mr. Farage's announcement that he wasn't going to turn up to the count, and there is now seemingly a degree of controversy and disagreement about whether Mr. Farage was or was not advised not to attend the count. But
indeed, on one hand,
he is not there, and that's made the story, at least for the last 2 or 3 hours.
Indeed, let's recap our viewers on that, because on one hand, as we played a short while ago, we heard from Mr. Farage saying that Essex Police had told him that there was what's the quote? He'd been Essex Police, that there'd been an organised...
I'm going to quickly mute just to say, I want to just quickly say thank you all for the support this evening. Genuinely has meant the world to me. Over 1,000 of you watching right now. I covered the entire thing. If I sound a bit tired, like I say, it's because I've been up for about 8 and... Well, I've been doing this since 9:30. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for tuning in and supporting this. Really appreciate it. At multiple points, we were the most watched stream covering this of the night, outpacing GB News, which I think is kind of hilarious considering the size of this channel. So if you enjoyed the coverage and you enjoyed it, feel free to subscribe, do regular politics stuff on the channel. It's been insane. The support's been insane. Like, I can't thank you all enough. But I'm going to say that, and I'm going to get my last bit in, and then let's continue with the result.
Of course, when Nigel Farage, just a month ago or so, at the beginning of the month of July, said that he was going to stand down as an MP, triggering that by-election. He said he wanted to sort of clear up any questions people had over this donation that he received and whether there was any improper recording of it. He has denied that he didn't do things by the rules, but he's now being investigated, of course, by Parliament.
Yes, I think one has to say one of the things that did happen much earlier in the night is that Mr. Farage did seem to soften his position somewhat on the question of whether or not he should have declared the donation. So I should say there are 2 issues here that tend to get rather confused. So there are some people who feel that Mr. Farage, having received 5 million quid from a crypto financier, is in and of itself an undesirable thing to have happened. There is, however, but the technical issue that the Parliamentary Commission has to deal with is not how much Mr. Farage got, or even necessarily where it came from, as opposed to should he have, when he became an MP, declared on his declaration of interest that he had received this 5 million quid, because the rules of the House of Commons say that it's not just the money you receive from the day you become elected as an MP that you have to declare, it's also 12 months beforehand, unless that declaration, either it's less than £300, the money is less than £300, or crucially, it's purely personal. And I think the argument is going to be, Mr. Farage's argument is, this was purely personal because it was given to me to be able to deal with my security, which I constantly need to have. Oh, and by the way, I wasn't leader of Reform at that time. I wasn't proposing to go back into politics. Whereas others will say, well, given the character of the source, and given that, you know, what we should do about cryptocurrency is a potential issue of public policy, therefore it's not purely personal. And that's what the Parliamentary Commissioner, I think, is going to have to do.
Of course, John Curtis can't officially say that, but I can say it.
We talked about this earlier in the night, but just to ask you again, for viewers who might have just joined us having woken up, there is a possibility there could be another by-election in Clacton.
Yeah, if indeed the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards says, no, Mr. Farage is wrong, and I think this is a serious breach of the rules of the House of Commons, and he recommends that Mr. Farage is suspended from the House of Commons for 10.
This is not the end, it's simply part one.
Please vote in favour of that recommendation. That automatically triggers what's called a recall petition, in which the returning officer, whom we've seen a certain amount of this evening, will have to open up a process that enables the voters of Clacton to say whether or not they wish to recall Mr. Farage as their MP and thereby require a by-election. And if 10% of the registered electorate of Clacton sign for that petition, then indeed the by-election will happen. And that's the rules, that's the process. But of course...
No, Farage is not going to show up.
No, is what judgment the Parliamentary Commissioner is going to come to, both in terms of whether the rules were broken, and if he does, what punishment he is going to recommend. And until we know that, we don't know. But yes, I mean, otherwise, assuming if there is a recall petition that 10% of the voters of Clacton will sign the petition, and we wouldn't be surprised about that. Only one recall petition has ever failed, that indeed Mr. Farage would be required to face the electorate gain, despite having done so for the last 38 days.
I'm looking at the clock. It's 5.
They're saying he's Nigel Runaway because he refused to stand on stage because he claims that there was a security threat despite no one being able to corroborate or confirm that, and saying he didn't want to be humiliated, his words.
And you're just joining this. What numbers should we be looking out for?
So let's give you some numbers to do it. So first of all, let's talk about Reform. So Reform are reminding us that they got, 21,225 votes in 2024. And they are saying that if Mr. Farage does better than that, he will have clearly demonstrated that he is even more popular as their MP than he was then, and that the voters are given a clear verdict that they are happy for him to remain as their MP despite the various allegations that indeed we've just been talking about. Another benchmark we could set somewhat higher is that he manages to reach the just over 70% that David Davis got back in 2008, when he similarly precipitated a by-election and stood again. He, on that occasion, got 72%, while 70% of the vote in Clacton.
The results will be in within the next few minutes. That's literally, that's why I've gone so quiet, because I'm just waiting to see.
Next thing is Camp BINFACE. How well has he done? Well, one poll, very small, and the pollsters say lots of caveats. Maybe 20%, which will be far and away his best performance. Superb if he does that. Well, that would require to get just over 7,000 votes. And the third figure to have your head when you hear the result is what do you need to get 5%, i.e. to save your deposit? And that, by my calculation, is
we're expecting the results at 6 a.m, so a few minutes away.
Votes.
Okay.
So there are some measures. So, you know, it will be a rather long declaration, and you might be wondering what the devil to make of it. Well, if you've written down those numbers, then you should be pretty rapidly be able to get an idea.
I'm a minute behind the BBC Live, am I?
Exactly what's happened in terms of the
It says
headlines.
I'm live right now. I can't actually fast
and
forward it
get a pen
anymore.
and paper and join in with John, even if we're not still on air for the result. Now,
It
just
does
got
say
some
I am a
breaking
minute
news
behind,
that
but
has
it's
come
not letting me
into
go any
us
further forward.
via my colleague
I
Harry
think
Farley,
BBC
who's been
iPlayer
with
has a
us
bit
through
of
much of the
inbuilt delay.
night, and he's saying that Reform UK has cancelled a planned speech from Nigel Farage, which was due to take place in Clacton this morning. We haven't got a reason from the party as to why.
Yeah, why would they cancel a private speech that they organised? That's baffling to me. Unless the result is really embarrassing.
Here from Mr Farage about 3 hours ago or so. You can see the images there from that speech, already declaring victory before, of course,
I can refresh
we've had
it again,
that declaration, and through the course of that speech, that was when he said that he'd been advised by Essex
lag, but I'll try it again for you guys.
To disrupt and degrade the result, and that's why he wouldn't be attending the declaration. We then heard from Reform UK as well, who were saying that there'd been a credible threat against Nigel Farage. But then we heard from the returning officer saying that the venue, as you can see there on the screen, was secure and safe. And the BBC also understanding from Essex Police that no candidate was advised that they should not attend the by-election count. So quite curious developments there, conflicting statements that we're getting. And now the news from Reform UK that planned speech from Nigel Farage, due to take place at 10:30 this morning in Clacton, isn't happening. Interesting development there, John, because of course you would imagine somebody who said a few hours ago that he hasn't just won, but also increased his majority, would want to shout about that.
Yes, I guess those who are professional journalists might be asking themselves whether that is because of the disagreement about whether or not he was advised not to attend the count. Now, that is purely speculation on my part. I have no evidence necessary to say that is true, but one suspects that certainly his political opponents and maybe some journalists might want to suggest that that is perhaps the case. This does look as though this might be a story that keeps on going for a little while as to exactly why Mr Farage has not just turned up to the count, but now has apparently cancelled what was billed as his victory speech and press conference.
The speech
presumably was designed to ensure that
the speech was in Clacton, that's why he cancelled, very true. Yeah, that would require him to go. He doesn't know where it is.
And declared in what does now literally look, if I can understand these pictures correctly,
the candidates are lining up now.
In a matter of minutes.
No, indeed. I mean, we were hearing
I'll
before
refresh again.
O'clock.
Maybe Sky News quality would be less bad because iPlayer can be a bit. I'll go for Sky News for now. Hang on. I'm going to quickly make a changeover because it's bad quality. Okay, let's go. If it'll load, there we go.
Screaming Lord Such candidate.
They are lining up. Oh my god, look at the size of it. It's insane. If it'll load,
Lord
load
Hope,
quicker.
I think his name is, isn't he? Who's next?
Oh, I hate lag.
The white suit there next to the returning officer. But yes, there are about there's probably 30. I'm told there are 22 candidates on behind that. White,
come on, BINFACE, there he is. He looks so majestic.
In front of the white curtains. BINFACE is obviously making the lady on his left laugh. I'm not sure which candidate she is.
Clacton Comic Con, indeed.
And of course, he is his name's John Harvey. I haven't mentioned this already before this evening, but his name's John Harvey, and he is a comedy writer. He writes scripts for the television programme Have I Got News for You and other TV programmes.
Don't ruin the magic.
Nigel Farage has described him during the campaign as a left-wing comedian.
It's so pathetic.
And I think probably Count BINFACE would probably plead guilty to that. There's a lot of
he's so
council
majestic,
officials
he is.
trying to move camera
I think
crews.
he's like Time Person of the Year, surely.
Normally on these occasions, Mari, we go down to the front, want to grab
Sexiest
the winner,
man of the year.
and sometimes the runner-up, and if they're well-known candidates, but we're not going to do that this evening. We're going to just listen to the result. And I imagine Mr. Farage will make some sort of comment on social
Who's the other
media,
bin face
even
near
though
the
he's
front?
not
So
here.
that, I believe, is a Monster Raving Loony candidate who made a little bin face puppet, which I think is actually kind of adorable, to be honest.
It's just approaching 6 in the morning. You're watching Sky News. John Craig in Clacton.
It's now
Gareth
6
Barlow
o'clock,
with you
so any
in
time now,
Westminster.
lads.
We're awaiting
Come
the
on.
results of the hotly anticipated Clacton by-election. The results due to be read out by the returning officer Ian Davidson in the coming moments. There's all the details being brought together on the live page on the Sky News app as well. It is exactly 6 o'clock on August the 14th. As we watch the scene here in Clacton, the overnight count coming to an end, the declaration due to be made shortly. 22 of the 34 candidates who were on that record-breaking by-election ballot are in attendance. Nigel Farage is not. He declared around 3 hours ago that he would not attend due to what he said was potential security risks. He said, though, that he would not be demeaned or humiliated standing up on that podium, that stage, alongside some of those candidates in attendance. For their part, Essex Police say they do not and have not advised any candidate not to attend the by-election. And the returning officer, Ian Davidson, says it is safe to continue. Well, let's take a listen
Yeah, go,
to
go,
the
go.
results.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
From myself, and also from all of the candidates who have specifically asked me to do this, a huge thank you to the staff tonight who've done a fantastic job in terms of when you look at the unique election this has been, with a unique ballot paper and the number of candidates. So on behalf of the candidates and myself, thank you very much indeed to the staff tonight. Fantastic job.
I don't envy them. It's been such a hard thing with all those ballots that are like so long.
I would also like to thank the candidates for the behaviour and for the way in which you conduct yourselves this evening.
All except one, eh?
And the positive way in which we spent this evening. So thank you indeed for that as well. Thank you. And now to the declaration.
Oh.
I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Darwood Thomas Faithful, commonly known as Joseph 77, Independent, 42. Al-Khatib Adam, the Forward Party, 49. Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count BINFACE, the Count BINFACE Party, 9,455.
Nearly 10,000.
Delves Nicholas Charles Ellsworth, commonly known as Nick the Incredible Nick the Incredible Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 28. Kane Tony, Independent, 17. Carr Matthew Nigel, commonly known as Woke Trump Kazi, Independent.
I thought that was Farage then.
Clacton William Stewart James, Social Democrat Party, 256. Cowan Rees, Independent, 50. Cummings Glenn Charles, Independent, 7. Davies Martin, Freedom Alliance, Real People, Real Alternative, 60. Earlham Andy, Independent, 44. Farage Nigel, Reform UK, 22,239.
Oof. That's
Far
barely more,
Attia,
isn't it?
Independent, 126. Fox Lawrence, the Reclaim Party, 347. Francis Tony, Independent, 432. Green Robin, Independent, 59. Hookway Abbey, Independent, 14. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 18. Ingram Stephen Richard, Independent, 159. Morris Amy, Independent, 46. Morris Derek Norbert, Independent, 100. O'Brien Martin, Independent, 65. O'Keefe Michael Noel, Independent, 19. Pellis Nick, Independent, 202.
It's so long.
Hippalaya Ketankuma, UK Voice Safer and Stronger UK, 21. Pocock Daniel, 16. Ransley James, Consensus Party candidate, 192. Smith Jerry, Independent, 9. Stevens Kai, British Democrats, 132. Stevens John, Rejoin EU, 492. Berry Peter Bryan, commonly known as Baron von Thunderclap, the official Monster Raving Loony Party,
I do love
15.
that name.
Walford Pamela, Independent, 371. White Marcus, Everyone is God, Party, 10. Wilkinson Mark, Independent, 11. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: for want of official mark, 0, voting for more candidates than voter was entitled, 40, writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 1, being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 239. The total is 280. The electorate is 79,785, and the ballot papers issued, as referred to above, is 35,401, meaning that the turnout was 44.37%. And I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency.
And here he is now.
Thank you all very much indeed.
Oh, wait. What a bizarre moment.
The breaking news this hour: Nigel Farage re-elected as the
Okay,
MP
I want to
for
actually, I'm
Clacton.
going to come off of this guy because I want to talk about it myself. So if you don't mind, I'm going to do my own analysis. So let me get it up. So basically, Nigel Farage got 62.8% of the vote. That's bad. And I say that's bad because, like, yeah, obviously people say, oh, he won, so it doesn't matter. It was basically 60-40, meaning nearly 40% of the constituency voted for basically novelty candidates and, like, no-names. And I don't mean that as a point of disrespect to those people. I want to see someone list the full result. But that effectively means that it's basically a 60-40 split. And here's the crucial thing. If you look here, he only put on 1,000 votes when no other party was running. So no other party was running, and yet he still only managed to put on 1,000 votes. What does that tell me? Well, it tells me that the people who vote for other parties are not inclined to vote reform. Basically, those who voted for other parties did so because they specifically didn't want him. And Farage has a limit, even in his own constituency, of about 20-odd thousand people, of a population of, I believe, about 70,000. And in terms of turnout, obviously about, I think, 35,000 showed up, I think, something like that, in the region of that. Which means that, effectively, I think it was 35,000 votes, wasn't it? I think. Yeah, I think it was 35,000 votes, which means, you know, effectively, 1 in 3 people in Farage's own backyard didn't vote for him. That's not normal for most party leaders. When you consider... If this was Andy Burnham, for example, I'm choosing him as a random example, and let's say Conservative, Reform, Green, Lib Dem, and everyone else stood down, there would be North Korean level numbers. Like, let's be honest, like, make no mistake about that. There would be a massive swing to Burnham if all of them said, no, we're not running. Obviously, right? But there hasn't really been a massive swing towards Farage, like you would expect there to be with a candidate list this, well, it's not sparse, it's massive, but it's sparse in the sense that it doesn't have any, like, mainstream candidates on it. You would expect a massive swing upwards. 60-odd% for him, that's a bad result. Reform were talking about, you know, 70%, 80%. That's what they were talking about. That's what they were expecting. 60% in Clacton against no one's, like, that could really challenge him is embarrassing. And just over a quarter of the vote for BINFACE in Clacton is insane. It's actually disgusting that Farage isn't even attending those ones. They were talking 70, 80%, if not more. Exactly. 60% is a significant underperformance from what they were all projecting. Yeah, let's just all pretend that BINFACE won. But I mean, seriously, BINFACE getting close to half of the votes of Farage, if you think about it, that's mental. Yeah, I can't wait to see how they spin this as a massive victory. Yeah, it's really not. And it's worth bearing in mind, and I've said this a few times, but it is worth bearing in mind, this is the most right-wing constituency in the country. So if 40% of the most right-wing constituency in the country are so polarised against Farage that 40% of them have gone, nah, we're going to vote for either a guy in a bin costume or any of the others. Do you know what that means? Like, it means that reform ceiling is basically fucked. Like, because if they can't get above 60% with no other parties running in basically Brexit land, they are screwed in the rest of the country. And they don't have... Oh, he didn't double his vote. He didn't double his vote. He only got 1,000 more votes. Imagine if Camp BINFACE had an actual campaign, yeah. This chat is so hateful, I feel sorry for you all. What? Because we just don't think that that's an impressive result for Farage? It just objectively isn't. In a constituency like that, he should be getting easily 80% of the vote plus. Easily. Against nobody? Serious? That shouldn't be a challenge. A 1,000 more votes than last election. That's basically nothing. Like, it's not nothing in the literal sense, but you know what I mean? Considering that no main party was going against him. Thing is, this almost is better than BINFACE winning, because now look, they can't convincingly say that this is some massive endorsement of Farage. 40% of people would vote for a bunch of randomers. And it shows that there is actually an anti-Farage, anti-reform contingent within Clacton. 62% versus 64%. What's that versus? He got a hell of a lot lower percentage. I mean, it explains why he's not turned up to the count and he's cancelled his press conferences. Because what they were talking about was not that. They were briefing early on in the campaign, talking about 80% of the vote, not 60. Oh wait, did his percentage of the vote go down? Wait, what was his percent? Oh no, it can't have done because it was like 40% in 2024. Well, that's the other thing. The Reform is supposed to have become more popular than they were in 2024. You know, Reform for a while, we're talking 30% in the polls. And they only put on 1,000 votes with no one big standing. Yeah, it was 46%. Let's be real, as long as people are more inclined to vote against Farage than pro something, we are fucked. I mean, I'd rather they be against Farage than pro him. I would rather, in that case, I'm happy that people are willing to vote against Farage, honestly. Yeah, they are going to try and spin this as some grand endorsement. It really is. In fact, it's quite embarrassing. He barely increased his votes relative to 2024. Thank you for the €11 super chat, and also thank you to the that was from, let me get that up. That's from Just Mandy 6572, and then we've got another one from Supermo. Honestly, this Clacton by-election taught me that I should be more active in local politics. I have a Reform MP, Bin David Stalin. Exactly. Get involved. Get involved. Get involved. The more people who are involved who don't like Reform, the more chances we have of ousting them. It's as simple as that. And it's why I've been so stringent in promoting this by-election, is because there is no way he can spin this as a win. He will try. He will try and spin this as a win. But it really isn't. Thomas Harris for MP? I mean, maybe one day, who knows? But this shows that every vote counts. Because there was 60% of people who didn't vote. Odd. Maybe a bit less. 56% people who didn't vote. $5 from Scotty Orange. From Virginia, USA. Thanks for covering this. Not at all. It's been my pleasure. As Nigel Farage made a victory announcement, well, he seemingly cancelled his speaking engagement. I think because even he knows. Camp BINFACE is the people's MP for Clacton. Yes, of course he'll be back in the next by-election, Camp BINFACE, of course. He is going to try and spin this as some grand victory, and it really isn't. And that's really funny to me. All that effort just to barely increase any votes, put on any votes from 2024. The count got 26.7% of the vote. Oh, he's doing an interview on Sky News. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at with the real winner, Count BINFACE. Oh, what the hell? It's gone all the way back. Oh wait, is the live stream ended? Oh, is that why? It's saying it's still live, so hang on. Why are you doing this to me? No, I want to see the BINFACE. Oh, here we go. I think I can get to it. Here we go.
The man that got 9,455 votes was Count BINFACE. We caught up with him when he arrived at the count. Here's some of what he had to say.
Well, the thing which makes me curious, and I'm interested to get a journalist's view on this, is that there was a report in one of the papers, I believe.
Oh no, I think this is an old interview. Okay, that's unfortunate. I was hoping it would do. Whoa, someone gifted 10 members. Well, thank you to that person. And everyone who got memberships, so thank you. And thank you as well to Surfer Des 495 for the $5. Well done, Thomas. Glad I found your channel. Well, thank you for finding it, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, we have looked at this before, but I'll put it up again.
A
Anyway.
speculation that the Reform UK strategists believed that by calling this by-election preemptively, it would avert the need for a by-election after the result of the Parliamentary Standards Committee. Now, I'm a space warrior from Sigma 9 with a fixation for CFAX and Lovejoy, but even I knew...
Lovejoy, that's going back a bit.
Exactly, but even I knew...
Dennis McShane.
Lovely.
No, not Dennis McShane. He was the MP, wasn't he?
Ian McShane.
Ian McShane,
Come
yes.
on, John. It's like the university challenge. But you know, you know what I'm saying is that even if I knew that wouldn't work, how would a putative government in waiting not know how Parliament works? I find that fascinating.
Well, you're right about that, because the fact is the rules, and I've studied them, say that if a person leaves Parliament for whatever reason, illness or whatever reason, it's paused, the inquiry suspended, but then if they get back into Parliament, it's resumed.
Exactly. So, hold on to your popcorn, everyone, because the second leg in Clacton, which I prophesied, I said to the people of Clacton, vote BINFACE and you would save approximately 350 grand on a second by-election. So I reckon,
oh my God.
How about this?
Thank
He
you
said
to,
Reform would pay for the second one. Maybe Nigel could pay for it out of his 5 million. That'd be nice.
Mr.
The Rainbow Guild, because I'm up on the law now, because I've spent the last 9 hours covering this, is Recyclon B, the spin doctor of Count BINFACE. I know these things now.
Just said this week that if there was a second by-election, that would be silly, and tonight he said it would be stupid. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad he's not saying that this by-election's silly, which of course it isn't. It's a very fair and positive campaign between two rival candidates to rule the country. I mean, next time you'd have all these silly novelty parties like the Liberal Democrats involved.
Yeah.
I mean, who needs that?
That was the candidate that came second in the Clacton by-election count.
How is it that you gift memberships, and can I gift memberships? I'd love to gift some memberships to you guys. I don't know how you do it. Hold on. See if I could do it. Membership gifting. Here we go. I will send 5 memberships to someone here. So there you go. Whoa, we got another $10 super chat. Thank you very much. To bollocks him for the $10. Oh, John ended up with one of the gifted ones. Of course he did. Spreading the love. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I've obviously covered basically all of this. I am going to go and rest, because frankly, I'm knackered. I'm sure you understand. But I'm very happy with that result, honestly, because it's made FARAGE look alright and not bad. Thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, be sure to give it a like. Subscribe if you're new. Tell your friends. 10,000 subscribers, I think we can get there pretty soon. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Thanks so much, guys. Now how do I end it? Here we go. Goodbye, everybody.